Welcome back to the Uncharted X podcast. This is Ben, and I have a very special guest for this episode. Someone who should need no introduction to most of you. Author and journalist, Graham Hancock. Over the last 30 years, Graham has written a number of books spanning several different subjects, but is perhaps best well known for his groundbreaking work exploring the possibility for a lost ancient civilization. One that was both global and advanced in nature, existing prior to the great cataclysm of the Younger Dryas some 12,800 years ago, and long before the known ancient civilizations in our mainstream story of human history. Beginning with Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, Graham first suggested the possibility of a global cataclysm based on evidence from ancient cultures and sites around the world. But it wasn't until 2006 when the first of what is now more than 200 peer-reviewed scientific papers were published, vindicating his work with the establishment of the Younger Dryas cosmic impact hypothesis. Hancock explored this work extensively in 2015 with his sequel, Magicians of the Gods, and in 2019 followed that up with the publication of America Before, the key to Earth's lost civilization, where he tackles the mystery of the lost history of the American continent, and it's a highly recommended read. You can find much more information, links to all of his books, and lots of great posts and a very active discussion forum over on Graham's website, which is grahamhancock.com. Personally speaking, I have much to thank Graham for. His work served as a source of inspiration for me, and after having had the privilege of traveling with him through Peru and Bolivia, first in 2013 and then through Egypt in 2015, I made the decision to quit a 20-year career in IT and pursue my own investigations into the mysteries of our past full-time, which, along with being a radical and risky life change, ultimately led to the creation of this channel. As surreal and challenging as it is at times, these last several years have been intensely interesting and gratifying, and I really wouldn't swap it for anything. So, many thanks to Graham for his work, and also for sharing some of his valuable time with me. I hope you all enjoy the conversation.
All right, what an absolute pleasure. I'm very pleased to welcome Graham Hancock to the podcast. Graham, it's great to see you.
Nice to be back with you, Ben.
Indeed, yes. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me today.
Pleasure.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it. I have been for a few years. I know we've been going back and forth a little bit, trying to make it happen.
We have been playing email tag on this interview
For a couple of years.
4 years or something like that. Yeah.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I did. So I did manage to, I think I saw you briefly in 2019 it must have been a whirlwind experience for you on your book tour for America Before.
I was on the book tour for America Before. Yeah, it was a whirlwind experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Book tours always are.
I bet they are. Yeah, and I wanted to tell everyone too, if you haven't got it, very much recommend getting this. It moves all of the work that Graham's done in Fingerprints and Magicians forward. It's a great book. I've certainly got a lot of questions for it. But one thing I did want to maybe start with was, and this has to do with, it's a bit of a thank you. You probably hear this from a lot of people, but it also leads to a question, which is, it's your work, and in particular the privilege that I had to travel with you through Peru in 2013 and then Egypt again in 2015.
Yeah.
That really led me to a massive life change. So, I after 2015, and I'd been increasingly more enthralled and drawn into this world of ancient civilizations and mysteries that surround them. And it was 2016, I more or less quit my job in IT, and I've been doing full-time investigation and trying to scratch a living out of the internet from it, I guess, ever since. And, it's led me to some incredible experiences. I've got to know Randall Carlson and travel with him, Chris Dunn, Tony Zamora, a whole bunch of people. So I kind of have you to thank for all of that. I wanted to get that out of the way up front. So.
Well, thank you indeed. I appreciate it. Glad to have played some role in your transformation.
Indeed you have. So the one thing that I wanted to start with was that the trip in Egypt in 2015 was something that opened my eyes, in particular to, I guess, kind of the mainstream's resistance to new ideas that challenge the existing paradigm of history. And this was the location for that infamous Zahi Hawass debate, and it was an eye-opening experience from the perspective of, I noticed that there's a real lack of willingness to kind of engage, and ever since I've been digging into it, it
was a curious thing. I in many ways I wish I could do it over, because Zahi has sort of comes across certainly in the alternative history movement as a bit of a hate figure, but just like you and me, he's a human being, with his own hopes and his own ambitions and his own fears and his own dedication to his own work. And actually, when we set up that debate, it was done in good faith. I hadn't really had an argument with Zahi for some years before that, and we thought it would be interesting to do a debate. He was engaged and interested, but then what happened was that we
what's
were.
up, Christian?
I was just trying out my slides for my presentation in the assembly room before the event began, and Zahi turned up early as well, and he saw that I was doing one about Robert Bauval's Orion correlation, and he went ballistic. He got very, very, very upset about that, and that encounter was filmed. And the footage was
good,
put
man.
on
Good,
the
thanks,
internet,
bro.
and since then,
Good, man.
Zahi
Thanks,
is
buddy.
just determined
Yo,
that I
Stash,
never
what's
come
up,
back
man?
to Egypt.
The whole
And
crew's
that's
here.
most unfortunate, because I wish that there could be more constructive dialogue of the kind I thought we were going to have between those of us who are seriously looking at an alternative view of history and prehistory and mainstream figures, instead of this sort of very this duality, this sort of division between one side and the other. I would prefer to see us all cooperating, and it builds up a lot of bad will and bad feeling. I understand archaeologists getting very upset with me because I say some pretty sharp things about archaeologists sometimes, where I feel they've failed to do their jobs properly. They respond with very sharp comments towards me, in an attempt to sort of dismiss all of my work and the work of others who are working seriously in this field. The first strategy of the mainstream is just to dismiss it, and I think this is most
ballparking at home, scary stuff, bro.
To have another debate with Zahi Hawass. An honest and open debate, properly curated, properly moderated, where each side can present its point of view with dignity and decency, and where we can all leave there friends instead of massively upset and furious with each other and effectively cancelling a debate, which is what happened.
Indeed, yeah. And I would love to see that as well. I mean, it's a question I want to ask is kind of why you think there's such resistance, because something I've noticed in the research that I've done is that it's almost like it's a modern phenomenon of archaeology, maybe the last 50 years, perhaps even less, that there is such a hard line, and it's I think, as you mentioned in America before, there's almost a fear in some researchers to challenge some of these paradigms, despite the last 20 years really throwing up just tremendous evidence, from not just archaeology but adjacent fields of science, climate history, genetic timelines, things like that.
Yeah. I saw a quotation on this. I forget who it was from, which kind of rung a bell. In evolution, when you have a species that occupies a particular ecological niche, it's very difficult for that niche to be filled by anybody else until the former species has gone extinct. Otherwise it completely occupies that niche and refuses to allow any competitors in. And I think that is where we are with mainstream archaeology and mainstream prehistory, that a niche has been carved out by a group of academics, and they see themselves threatened and challenged by others who are not academics. Actually, none of us really are academics. And the
scary, bro.
project
That's
was to
really
keep
scary
us out.
stuff.
And not to have, and that's why it was in a way so sad and so symbolic what happened with Zahi, because there was an opportunity for both sides to have a reasonable and sensible discussion, find out what the points of difference were, find out if there were any points of agreement, and see if we could move forward constructively. And that's what I would love to see happen, but unfortunately it just doesn't happen. And we end up with this sort of war of all against all, going on endlessly and achieving absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's right. It's just sort of spinning our wheels. I mean,
what I'm finding is that I'm getting banned from working on quite a number of archaeological sites around the world, and this is to me a form of, perhaps the worst form of censorship. Archaeologists have control of access to archaeological sites, and what a clever way for them to get rid of critics is just to never to allow those critics any access to those sites. It's really not the way things should work. I've come to realize that history and prehistory are really ideological subjects. Well, there's a whole ideology tied up with this, and that ideology dominates the debate.
Yeah, it does, and it's a strange thing to me because it's like I study a lot of figures like Flinders Petrie, and perhaps it's got something to do with the nature of the debate and the rise of the internet. Like as I look at a lot of like historical previous era Victorian era explorers and archaeologists and Egyptologists, they seem to be much more willing to acknowledge when there's mystery and when there's things we don't understand versus today. I mean, I can almost understand it a little bit given that the debate used to happen in those academic, halls of residence and with their peers and colleagues, and now it's this wide open field of the internet where anyone, like me or a journalist like you can come in and sort of have their say and get some audience interaction. So to some extent, I can almost understand this, the narrowing of that middle ground and that area of where the real answer is I don't know and we should do more research becomes we know what happened. There's no mystery here. The case is closed.
Yes, it is. To my mind, it is a most unfortunate thing. Is that part of the mission of mainstream archaeology and prehistory seems to be to drain the past of all its mystery, to turn it into this sort of bloodless, colourless entity which has been sucked dry of all its mystery and all its magic, and left as a sort of dull, repetitive, rote academic study. And I think that's really sad because the engagement of the public with the past depends on mystery, and we can't just have sanctioned mysteries. Mysteries there are mysteries that are okay according to the mainstream, and other mysteries that aren't okay. And it shouldn't be that case. It's up to us in the alternative side of this division to up our game, to do excellent work, to do the best work we can, to research thoroughly. But we would like to have a proper and reasoned discussion with the mainstream about this, and I think I speak not only for myself but for many of my colleagues in this field. We don't want it to go on being a hate fest. No. We would like it to be much more constructive. A man like Zahi Hawass has got a lifetime of experience working on the Giza Plateau. Yeah. He's enormously knowledgeable. In many ways, he's quite a fascinating character. I quite like him, and I was very sad when that happened because I saw that as an opportunity for a new way forward, and instead it ended up as a complete dead end, which is most unfortunate.
Indeed. Yeah, and to me, I think this unwillingness to embrace some of that mystery also limits progress because. We tend to, the way I view a lot of mainstream archaeology and Egyptology in particular is this constant desire to look at it through that lens of, it's everything, we have to be able to understand and classify everything that happened in the past from within our own perspective of our own technology, of our own civilization, as some sort of inferior subset of what we know, versus I think there are some true mysteries that if we embraced them and investigated them with an open mind, we might stand to actually learn something and progress our own knowledge base.
Exactly. I mean, one of the ways that the mainstream deals with this, and it's interesting. I don't want to carp on about this too much, but it's interesting the way that mainstream archaeology.
I'm getting better at this ending.
For example, on Wikipedia.
Oh my God! As I say that.
Now, Wikipedia is the first port of call for almost anybody who's looking for information on a subject they don't know about. And for that port of call to be controlled by an ideological faction that have a particular vested interest in a particular view of the past is most unfortunate. And yet that is the case. You find, for example, that the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis cannot get a fair deal on Wikipedia. They constantly try to diss it and to cut it down. Although that is not the role of an encyclopedia. An encyclopedia's role is simply to report the facts. And in my case, they try to just write me off at the outset by calling me a pseudo-historian or a pseudo-archaeologist or a pseudo-scientist. And with that word, for a person who's coming to my work for the first time, the first thing they see is Wikipedia. The most likely thing they're going to do is say, well, we're not going to look further into Hancock's work, and that clearly is the objective of the Wikipedia project, of the way that they cover this, is to just
It's good, dude.
get rid of all inquiry right at the outset and stick with the mainstream all the time. And yet, you know, as the years have gone by, like I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, 26 years ago, more than a quarter of a century ago. I published Fingerprints of the Gods. God, it makes me.
I was in high school.
Sonic the Baller.
And in Fingerprints of the Gods, I proposed that there had been
Brother
a
Sonic.
giant geological cataclysm somewhere around 12,000 years ago, and that it had wiped out most of the traces of a previously advanced civilization.
You know those
of the Ice Age.
Chaos
There are
Emeralds?
a number of possibilities for that cataclysm, but the main
It's
thing
actually
that I wanted to make a point was, if you're going to
crystals of
talk
crack.
about a lost civilization, you need to talk about a cataclysm as well. Civilizations don't just disappear; things happen to them. And the
it's coffee,
interesting
actually,
thing
though.
is that there was no evidence for such a cataclysm when I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995. But from 2007 onwards, there has been a massive amount of evidence, and that is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, and it's mainstream science. When I report the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, I'm reporting mainstream science. To report mainstream science is not pseudoscience, but nevertheless, that is how it is treated. So, in Fingerprints of the Gods, 1995,
Wow.
I propose a gigantic geological cataclysm around 12,000 years ago. Everybody says this is absolute rubbish. It's total pseudoscience. Couldn't happen. Then we find out from 2007 that the episode called the Younger Dryas, whatever caused it, and I'm personally convinced by the comet hypothesis, but there are
Yeah.
other possibilities, was
100%.
truly a global cataclysm with massive sea level
And
rise,
that
huge
that
devastation
bonus stage where he
of,
sees the massive ring,
wildlife,
that's
of
just him
megafauna,
tripping
and
out. That's his
also
trip.
of human population. So actually, in proposing a global cataclysm around 12,000 years ago in Fingerprints of the Gods, I wasn't wrong. I turned out to be more or less right.
You were, yeah, totally vindicated.
It's actually just a
Totally
continuation of Alice in
vindicated
Wonderland.
on the date. There's no recognition of that in the work of
Tails,
those who
and
call me
they're all
and
just
what call
humans,
me a
but
pseudoscientist,
Tails
and
and
to
fucking Knuckles are
diminish and minimize more than
psychotic
quarter of a century of
trip.
my work. Another example is the Great Sphinx in Fingerprints of the Gods. Of course, I'm not the originator.
Feels like he has to
John
save
Anthony
all the
West and
little
Robert
animals.
Schock. Robert Schock actually is a
He's just
scientist.
fucking
He's a
running
professor
around
of
harassing
geology at
animals in
University.
nature.
John Anthony West, a great friend of mine, the late great John Anthony West, was a sort of rogue scholar who just brought a whole new understanding to Egypt. And it was he who first proposed that the weathering patterns on the Sphinx suggested that it was much older than 2,500 BC. And Robert Schock came in and fundamentally confirmed that from a geological point of view. What does the archaeological community do? They dismiss it, they pour scorn on it, they say it's rubbish. And their argument is as follows. They say, oh, it's impossible for the Sphinx to be
Look at Mario and the
12,000
mushrooms,
years old,
right?
because there was no civilization anywhere in the world 12,000 years ago that was capable of creating monuments on a gigantic scale like the Sphinx. They're saying that in 1995. Again, fast forward to the 2000s, and we have the discovery and the excavation of Göbekli Tepe. And Göbekli Tepe, now excavated by the German Archaeological Institute, a massive megalithic site, really on an unbelievable scale.
It's water.
Dates firmly to 11,600 years ago. That's
course it is.
absolutely in the 12,000 year ago window. And if we have a culture which we now accept could create Göbekli Tepe
Help me.
11,600 years ago with its 20-ton
0
megaliths
calories.
and perfect astronomical alignments, then they would have had no problem in creating the Sphinx as well. So that argument that there was no culture in the world that was capable of creating large-scale monuments 12,000 years ago goes out the window. And again, this is not recognized.
Don't know why I
We're-
kept
we're
fucking
not
C up
making
there.
progress in this
Yo, what
field
up, Toad?
because there's a rigid dogmatic
Thanks,
approach
guys.
to
Thanks
the
for being here.
past.
I feel so
Mainstream academics have
feel
got
so
locked
lucky.
in a particular perspective, and they find it very, very difficult to let that perspective go. And I understand human nature, and I get it.
Damn
I
sour.
get it. We all get attached to our own positions. I'm no exception. I'm attached to
Not
my own
looking
position
either.
too. But the one difference I think between me and academics in this field is I do not insist that everything I say
for being
is
here, my
100%
friends.
right. I might be wrong. I might be making mistakes. What I'm
You know,
trying
many
to do is
streamers
to provide a
don't
reasonable,
have
critical
people
alternative
commenting.
to the mainstream
I'm
view
really
of the
lucky, thank you.
past. And I believe that's a useful service.
And you're also
It's a
friends.
service. It's a service
first.
that's worthwhile offering. And unfortunately, it just leads to this endless recriminations and problems and difficulties, and it's no way to proceed. And frankly, I think mainstream archaeology should be ashamed of itself.
God damn it,
for
that
the way
back boost is
for
just
the
so
way that it
shit.
behaves. We know so little about it.
Yo,
You go back
Stash,
to
the heart.
5,000 years ago or earlier, we don't really have any written documents. Perhaps the earliest Sumerian documents go back 6,000 years ago, you got nothing. No written documents have survived from that time. Everything that we understand about the past is pieced together from little artifacts dug out of the ground. And frankly speaking, even in archaeology, which regards itself as a science,
See, that's better.
not a pseudoscience, but a real science, they make many, many mistakes. And I drew attention to that in America.
It probably just happens a lot.
The Clovis first.
Are you serious, Scotty? No
notion that
freaking
the
way.
Native American
What?
culture that archaeologists call
See,
the
that was
Clovis
23
culture
pace, you know?
was the first
Was the
human beings
anniversary
to
and it ran
inhabit
out?
the Americas.
Oh, no worries, man.
Was
Hell yeah, dude.
Cast in stone.
Thank you, man.
Absolutely rigid dogma
What?
of archaeology. And for decades,
Yeah,
actually,
dude, I remember
it
you
resisted
said
new
the beginning
evidence,
of
which showed that people had
June.
been in the Americas much longer than
Thank
that.
you,
And
man.
those who proposed that new evidence, who brought
Thank
that
you
new
so much,
evidence
dude.
to the
You're a
table,
fucking
like
man, dude.
Jacques Saint-Mars at Bluefish Caves
How you
in
doing,
Yukon,
bro?
they were destroyed by the mainstream.
I wanna do a guitar
academy.
stream
Utterly
again.
destroyed. Their research funding was withdrawn. They weren't allowed to speak at conferences anymore.
Like electric guitar.
The whole academic world just united against them to destroy them.
'Cause I have a Fender amp.
And then we find actually
I have
they
a
were right.
Mustang
They
amp.
were right all along.
Where you can plug it in the computer and shit.
Instead of making that
Hey,
progress
thanks, man.
20 or 30
Yeah, I got a
years earlier,
Stratocaster
we
and
went
a
through
Fender
20
amp.
or 30 years of
I know some
unnecessary,
songs. I know
useless
some 90s
delay
rock.
caused by the ego and the absolute rigidity of the spokespeople of the mainstream.
That'd be fun again.
And this is not how it should be. The past is a shared
Thanks, Dad.
human
Dude, dude.
resource. It does not belong to archaeologists. It does not belong to historians. It belongs to all of us, and we all have a vested interest in finding out the truth about the past. And it's wrong of the mainstream to say that the alternative side has nothing to offer in this field. We do have questions to offer.
I'm getting better at
and we
this
do
strat.
increasingly have very solid evidence which is not explained by the mainstream paradigm. And generally in science, if you go on long
Haven't
enough,
touched it yet?
when a
What?
paradigm is
Why?
not supported by new evidence, when new evidence keeps on contradicting,
It's hard.
that
It's hard to
paradigm, that
start
paradigm
learning.
Eventually, will get dumped.
I
And I
understand.
think the paradigm of our prehistory as a species is
If you
eventually going to
learn,
get dumped.
if you learn the
Paradigm that
chords,
is taught in universities. at the
learn
moment, but
this is
we
what I
haven't reached that point
suggest.
yet. It's still a struggle.
A,
indeed, very
B,
well said.
C, D,
I agree. And I
E,
think it's the other
F,
part that
G.
seems true to me.
That will actually take you
over time
pretty
is that
far
as far as science goes,
in learning
and
songs, and then what you do. So most songs are like 4 or 5 notes
But
over and
is that
over.
The new discoveries come from the fringe.
Oh,
that's-
no
that's
way.
how
I'm
those
sorry, dude.
Existing paradigms get challenged, and you can
I'm
go,
sorry, bro.
way back. The heliocentric model is probably a great example.
Yeah, you gotta let it
Discovery
heal
of
sometimes. I had
bacteria
some
and
shoulder,
the
I had
reason
some
to
right
wash your
arm
hands
pain
in
from
the
doing
doctor
window
and
washing and
recent times,
ladder
as you
lifting
mentioned, Bluefish Caves, the challenge
when I
of
was
the Clovis
working
doctrine,
full
but
time.
Also things like Jay Harlan,
And then I had to let it heal for quite a long
these guys
time.
getting laughed out of the room, but
Ads,
Plate
sorry, man.
tectonics, which is a universally accepted theory of geology today, was regarded as pseudoscience in the 1920s.
Right.
And it was dismissed and held back for decades because of that. This is again and again the case, and I don't understand why the academy can't learn some lessons from this and have a little bit more humility, a little bit of willingness to listen
thank you, Scotty.
to the intelligent, educated man in the street who has questions to ask. And
The Z
alternative point of
chord,
views
what's
to present.
that?
But unfortunately,
Yeah.
this is not the situation we're in.
Well, it's something that, as you
What's
said, I
that?
think it's becoming an overwhelming tide of new evidence at this point because, and it's the one thing that eventually I think we have to acknowledge that there is just so much new evidence now, particularly in the last 20 years, coming from adjacent fields of science as well as discoveries in the field like Göbekli Tepe. But now that the Younger Dryas impact is up to over 200 peer-reviewed papers, most of them vastly on the positive side. And even the ones that are negative have been, I think, counted quite effectively. I've had some long conversations with George Howard about this as well. And even recently, there's been a discovery.
Oh,
And
just-
Antonio Zamora did a good video on it of a massive.
Are you
global,
serious, Scotty? You're
white
so
chromosome
good,
bottleneck
man.
in human populations that
You're way better than
coincides
me.
to that younger Dryas. Now, the
Did I
authors of
learn
that
the wrong
paper
thing?
Didn't
Was I
tie it to
memed?
the younger Dryas. They tied it to somehow just a magical kind of global.
But I mean,
collection
you're
of ships
friggin'
around the world that Antonio did. And
Yeah.
it
You know,
it
like,
becomes very hard to
metal
resist,
riffs
then,
and shit.
Yeah, obviously you have challenges with things like Wikipedia.
I'm
that
like the
control
main,
mainstream. I'll
yeah.
get to that in
I'm the
after
main
as well.
melody guy.
Yeah, the tide of evidence just, I think at some point, has got to become overwhelming.
You know what I mean?
I think it is getting there now.
Which is fine.
And
Like, I
what
mean,
I've
that's good for me to
noticed is
learn
that
it.
The younger generation of archaeologists, I do.
A lot of songs are way simpler than I thought. Like most songs, most $1 million songs are like 4 or 5 notes over and over again. Pop songs is crazy. So crazy. With a different bridge.
Much more open-minded. They don't want to just commit to an existing set of teachings.
So fucking easy to like make a song.
You know, it's just not just
Literally
a matter of
just mix 4
receiving
notes
the teaching
together.
and reproducing it. They actually want
crazy.
to get to grips with the material directly themselves.
I've never made a
But
song though.
it's a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy.
But I
in
mean,
the academic
when you learn
career.
music, you learn.
Because if you don't
not the hardest thing in the
repeat
world.
what your seniors and
I
elders
mean, to be a
have
fucking
told
metal
you,
star like Scotty, it
if
is,
you
but
challenge that, then you're unlikely to even get your degree. You know, and if you get a degree, it's likely to be marked down, and God forbid that you would get any research funding or anything like that.
Indeed, yeah. I've had a couple of similar conversations and emails. I've both been contacted by some
yeah, you can fucking
archaeologists working in the field
shred.
that don't
Hell
want
yeah.
to discuss some of this stuff publicly, even though they find it plausible. But then a lot of younger students that I've been.
Yo, thanks for being here, Moonmaker. Sorry for the ads, bro. Thanks, man.
Maybe it's Planck's theorem at work here, but I also have some hope for the next generation of archaeologists in this field.
I've got very very high hopes for it. I think things will change. I'm not sure if I'll
Maybe I
see
should
it
just
in
shoot Boris.
my lifetime, but I think the stepping stones have been laid down.
No.
And the
Peace chat. Yo,
challenges
thanks,
have been-
Moonmaker. Thanks,
have been
buddy.
made clear.
Clean
My own
riffs for a
view,
band.
Very strongly is that there is something major missing.
Hell yeah,
from
man.
prehistory. We got a big
Struggling.
missing chapter, and once we consider that, then things that don't make sense suddenly start to make sense. Göbekli Tepe doesn't make sense on its own. It has to be part of something much larger. It's there 11,600 years ago. We now know that there are a number of other sites in the area that are dating back to the like Karahan Tepe, which I've had the privilege to visit, which are dating back to the same period. And it's obvious that something very extraordinary was going on in Turkey at that time. And what's puzzling about it is that all the evidence shows us a population who are entirely hunter-gatherers before Göbekli Tepe is created. And then Göbekli Tepe is created, and at the same time they switch from hunter-gathering to agriculture. They start making the switch. So we have two mysteries here. We have agriculture suddenly blossoming in Turkey around 11,600, 12,000 years ago. And we have a megalithic site on an enormous scale that is built at that time, and neither of them have any background. They just seem to
27.
come out of nowhere. But there must be a background. What Göbekli Tepe has always looked like to me, and this is just my opinion. I don't claim it's a fact like our archaeologist friends. I'm simply stating my opinion, looking at it, having worked through many, many sites around the world. My opinion at Göbekli Tepe is we're looking at a transfer of technology. We're looking at evidence that people who already knew how to create megaliths came to that area and began to teach those skills to the local hunter-gatherer population, and those people also knew about agriculture, and they taught agriculture at the same time. Maybe even pure speculation. Maybe the creation of that enormous megalithic site was used as a focal point, as a place to mobilize populations, to give them an interest and an investment and a big project to be engaged in, which would automatically create more organization of labor. And then spread that out to agriculture. But it's fascinating that the site comes first and the agriculture comes second. Indeed. The normal, again, if we go back to the established paradigm, of prehistory, archaeologists will tell you that megalithic sites required a population that was already agriculture, that had evolved to such an extent that they could organize labor, that they were generating surpluses, that they could free people from the labor of agriculture and allow them to become specialist engineers or architects or astronomers. That's supposed to be the setting, and Göbekli Tepe doesn't fit into that setting. It challenges that setting, and rather than just saying, "Oh well, this is a bit of a problem, but let's ignore it," it would be
Yo,
much better
Baron
to say,
Bagel,
"Well,
what's
how
up,
can
man?
we explain this?"
That
And
emote,
one
yo,
explanation,
that emo looks
reasonable
sick.
explanation, is that
Thanks, man.
transport
Thanks for
technology,
sharing my email.
but,
Thanks for the sub
when
yesterday.
you see
You
a
fucking
sudden change like that with no background, you have to consider the
appreciate it so much,
possibility
dudes.
introduced to
And
that.
dudettes.
Indeed. And I mean, that's also a
What's up,
premise
man?
that's reflected in the,
I'm glad
the
you are
myths
here.
and legends of so many other cultures, right? You have these stories of great civilizers and these like, demigod types of people, Viracochas and the
Yeah,
Shamsu and
I mean,
Quetzalcoatl, the
I know what you're
Phoenix,
saying,
you know,
Stash.
Osiris in Egypt.
I just wish they provided
so similar, all
enough
around the
sports
world,
cars. Now
and
they're
their
just not
mission
making
in every
sports cars
case
anymore. They're
is
just
to
making.
reignite
I don't have any issues with
civilization
an
after
SUV or a
global
crossover or a van or anything.
and yet
But
archaeology tells us to
when they're
ignore
not
all
making
of these
anymore,
myths and traditions from the
sports
past,
cars
that they're just
anymore, it drives me
fantasies of the
insane.
ancients, that there never was any. I mean, archaeologists will say that there never was
The
any
truck
flood.
was
Well, I'm
awesome.
sorry, there was a flood.
Nice, man.
Sea level rose 400 feet between the end of the last ice age and 10,000 and 11,600 years ago. 400-foot rise in sea
Yeah,
level.
'cause of
27 trillion
gas.
square kilometers of land swallowed, the best land on Earth, the coastal
Interesting.
lands, swallowed up by those rising seas. You know, that is a flood. And it didn't come all at once. It came in a series of episodes. But there was a big episode right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas, 12,800 years ago, and there was an even bigger episode 11,600 years ago at the end of the Younger Dryas. And that, 11,600 years ago, as I'm sure you know, is the date that Plato gives us for the submergence of Atlantis. This cannot be a coincidence.
Got a new Chevy truck.
If it's a coincidence, it's an extraordinary one.
nice.
We have this Greek philosopher who speaks of the visit of his ancestor Solon to Egypt
And no loads.
in a date that in our calendar is around 600 BC.
And not use it.
And
Yeah.
Solon is told by
People like
Egyptian
trucks.
priests the story
People
of
love
Atlantis
trucks.
and brings that story back to Greece, and Plato
I don't know.
eventually reports it to us. And when Solon asked those Egyptian priests who spoke of
work,
the
I guess it'd be
flooding and
good, but I mean,
destruction of
for
Atlantis,
general
when
stuff,
did they happen? When did this
I'm
happen?
not. Doesn't really.
They said quite matter-of-factly, 9,000
More
years
of
ago.
a car
Well, that
guy.
was in 600 BC, so that's 9,600 BC. In other words,
I mean, I don't have an
11,600
issue
years ago. In other words,
with
the
them
date of
existing, I
Göbekli Tepe.
guess.
I mean, either this is just
I have an issue with
a coincidence
sports
beyond
cars.
belief, or there's something really
not
spooky
being
going on
produced
here.
as
Plato
much.
is so right. That is meltwater pulse 1b.
I would say.
Ask any geologist when meltwater pulse 1b occurred, and they'll tell you 11,600 years ago.
Maybe Plato had an ice core from Greenland or something like that he was working from.
Something like that, and yet the mainstream tries
for
to
sure, it's
dismiss
way
Plato's
safer.
Atlantis
It's way
story as
safer.
yet another one of those fantasies.
I mean,
we're running out of excuses.
depends
To
what
dismiss the
you're talking
stories of
about.
the past. We need to listen to the
In
testimony
a collision,
of the ancients.
yeah.
We can't claim to have grasped and understood the past if we don't listen to what the ancients had to say. And there's hardly a culture anywhere in the world that doesn't speak of a lost civilization, of a great civilization, of a golden age, and the flood that brought it to an end.
Yeah, flood or fire, and I think that there are.
Yeah,
more or less
exactly, the
eyewitness
rolling,
accounts of some of this
The
stuff
flips.
encoded in these
Depends. Well, depends how you're driving it.
flood or fire.
Depends.
And if you think about the nature of humanity, when you're in an era where it's oral tales, we're not writing things down.
Fort
you don't
Excursion,
encode
damn.
just data. You
Hell yeah,
codify
bro.
things, you
Being
put
a
the
boss in
story, the
Philly
framework
in
of
that,
it, and that's how you pass data down
I can
through
see it.
generations. And it ends up looking like it is.
One of the ways, that's one of the ways, if you have information that you wish to transmit to the future, one of the ways to transmit it is to put it into a story that people will keep on telling. And of course the story will be full of symbolic elements. But if the story is good and it grips people's imagination, it will go on being told even if those who are telling it don't really understand what it's about anymore. And it'll be there, it'll survive for thousands of years and can eventually be looked at again. And we need to look at these stories of the ancients. We need to look at these stories of global flood, global cataclysm, and indeed fire. And that is why the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis is such an intriguing answer to all of these problems and needs to be taken incredibly seriously by archaeologists.
I know what you mean, but
just for your listeners, the Younger Dryas impact
I mean, it is what it
refers
is.
to a period
If you're going to be in a low, small car,
geologists call the Younger Dryas. It's actually named after
you're living, you're accepting the life of the low, small car
the
life.
Younger Dryas sets in suddenly 12,800 years ago, and it ends
LOL.
equally suddenly
Yeah.
11,600
It's like, it's not like their fault.
12,800 years ago, the world has been
They're just existing
emerging
as
from the
in a
Ice Age.
fucking
For several
small
thousand years,
car.
things have been
I know what
getting
you mean
warmer.
though, dude.
In fact,
But I mean, would
it's
it really be
almost as
different if
warm
they had a smaller car?
12,800
I don't
years ago
know.
as it is today, although there's still a lot of ice caps left. And then this sudden change of climate, a massive deep freeze, huge extinctions of animal species.
I can usually see in front of the car. I can
freeze,
usually always end up either
you
going
don't get a rise in sea level
to the left
because
or the
water's
right,
all frozen.
just to see.
So now we must invoke
can
some
always
kind of
see.
heat source to explain how
I don't usually get.
at the onset of a huge
Doesn't stress
global
me out
deep
too much.
freeze, an enormous amount of water is released into the world ocean. The best explanation for that is the comet impact hypothesis, which is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, suggesting that the Younger Dryas was caused by multiple impacts from
Maybe it's
fragments of a
worse in
disintegrated
Florida and
comet.
Miami.
Yes.
That's what set it on its
I've
course.
been driving 9 months.
We needed some, and this is something I've discussed.
I mean,
with
for
Ben,
sure, it's like
quite a bit,
it's a
is
thing that
we needed
sucks.
some
I'm not
projection
going to
into
say it
the
doesn't suck,
because
but
there is a real paradox here for geologists about how all that ice melted. Because if you took all of that ice that contributed to that 400-foot sea level rise,
I can understand
and
why
10
people
or
want a
10 to
big,
15,000
safe
years ago, you
vehicle.
plopped it in
I
the
can
warmest
understand
water
that.
in the world, say on the
Even just for
ground in Indonesia,
comfort.
it would take something like
fucking
30,000
baller.
years to melt just sitting in warm water, and it melted in a fairly short period of time. And as you said, in these giant bergs.
Like, I would own a Hummer 1. I would for sure own a Hummer 1. You kidding me?
Get yourself up to
The original Hummer?
in eastern Washington State.
Thing is so
in the United
sick.
States, it's an incredible landscape, first of all, but once you understand
Thing's amazing.
the events that shape that landscape, it's a mind-blowing experience to get up there and actually see it for yourself.
I had the privilege of making that journey with Randall Carlson, and I think you've done something similar.
Yeah.
You know, Randall is just such an acute observer of the geological landscape, and things that you might miss, he points them out to you, and you suddenly realize that what you're looking at is current ripples.
No, I
that
would
are,
never own that.
Hundreds of feet
Unless I was
long
super
and
rich.
40 or 50 feet high. The kind of ripples that you get on a beach on a very small scale, we find in the channeled scablands on an utterly gigantic scale, but they're caused by the same thing, the recession of floodwaters.
Indeed.
And suddenly you start looking at the whole world in a different framework, and we need to remind ourselves that cataclysms are a regular part of life on Earth, that they have driven life on Earth not just for millennia but for millions of years, and perhaps it's not so surprising that a cataclysm intervened in the human story.
Yeah, that's right. We're learning that they happen much more frequently than we think we do, which kind of leads me to another question for you that I really have always wanted to ask, which has to do with the importance of understanding our past. Why figuring out this mystery is important, because for me I think it almost feels like in our civilization, our modern technological-driven world, I think you termed it an electromechanical approach to problem solving. It's as if I think most people go through life as if it's a fundamental tenet of existence here is that we're on some preordained path. We've come from the Stone Age directly to here. This is the way that civilizations go. And I think that if there was a more general acceptance that, oh no, like humanity's risen to great heights in the past, only to have been just struck down and destroyed by cataclysm, it might change. It's an altruistic, all hell is gold. It might change to help some of our trajectories, some of our priorities, and maybe spend a little less money on tanks and a little more money on exploring the heavens kind of thing.
Exactly, and also on mitigating man-made disasters as well. Right. Because cataclysms don't only come from the cosmos; they can also be created by a species like ourselves. All of this is true.
So yeah, I think I'm trying to figure out how to frame that, like why this stuff is important, because some people kind of brush off the historical perspective.
It's important, first of all, at a personal level. Every one of us likes to know our family background, where we came from. we often can't trace it back very far. I can't trace my own family back beyond my great-grandfather. I've heard vague rumors about what happened. But we like to situate ourselves in some way. It helps to give us a sense of who we are and where we are. And if this is true at an individual level, it's also true at the level of the human race. We want to know where we came from, how we got into this position. And it's an ideological position of the mainstream to depict the human story of one of more or less constant progress with a few little dips here and there. More or less constant progress, as John Anthony West used to put it, from the Stone Age to us today with our striped toothpaste and whatever. But it's not. This is ideology. This is not a fact. This is how we wish things would be. This is also part of the problem, is that we constantly look for ourselves in the past.
Oh man.
And if we don't find ourselves, then we automatically define those cultures as primitive. Whereas there's many ways to be sophisticated. Ours is just one, and it's lacking in many important qualities that a civilization should have. But the worst thing of all is this arrogance, this sense that we've made it, we are safe, we are secure. There's nothing for our technology will solve everything for us. That is a huge error. Life on this planet is fragile. It can be diverted in its course very radically and very, very quickly. And I don't think that our civilization is resilient or strong at all. We do have some great tech, but we're so screwed up in so many ways that the tendency to specialize, for example, which is part of the success of our culture, also has a downside. It means that people are very good at doing one thing, but not very good at doing anything else. If you come to a global cataclysm, somebody who's a specialist in computer science isn't really going to be that much use in feeding his or her family. And it's why those who are most likely to survive a global cataclysm today, in my view, would be the meek of the earth. It would be those few remaining hunter-gatherer populations in the Amazon rainforest, in the Namibian desert. Those few remaining hunter-gatherer populations that still exist on the earth, these are people who know how to survive. They could pass through a horrendous global cataclysm and hardly be scratched. It wouldn't affect their morale, it wouldn't affect their outlook, their confidence, but it would destroy us, because our confidence is no longer based in our own abilities, it's based in what society as a whole provides us. And I think the psychic collapse of Western civilization confronted by a huge cataclysm would be extremely rapid and very, very awful. And we would be in a situation where people are just gunning each other down in the street. Very, very.
Come on, man.
We don't have the moral fiber to deal with a situation like that. We've got lazy, we've got idle, we've got far too secure, far too comfortable in our own wealth and privilege. And it's time that was questioned. And I think when we realize how fragile civilizations have been in the past, that even a great advanced civilization of the past may have been almost completely lost, leaving only a few traces, we have to realize that could be us too. We could be the next lost civilization.
Yes, almost on a long enough timescale destined to happen. I think ultimately.
Well, unless we grow up and change things, and it begins at the person to person level, and it spreads out to the nation to nation.
Oh, come on, you suck.
The time truly has come for. I mean, I love cultures. Cultures are great things, but the notion of nations to me is a passé notion. It's a notion that passed its sell-by date. It's no longer useful to us. The notion that we should be patriotic to a particular nation has always seemed to me very puzzling
Okay, back, yo, thanks.
And I've never understood why
Welcome back.
I should feel especially loyal to Britain because I happen to be born in Britain. I don't see why to spread the argument further to the issue of race. Why should I especially like somebody because their skin color is roughly the same as mine? I mean, what should we do next? Should we go around measuring colons? And if if I have the colon the same length as somebody else, that I've specially got something.
But this drug, oh my
I mean, the
gosh.
colon
I'm sorry, dude.
is an important organ, just like the skin, you know.
Wow.
But we don't weigh
I hope
and
it's
measure
okay, dude.
people on
Hope
the
you're okay
size
doing
of
that.
their
Have you tried
colon.
doing that yet?
And we shouldn't weigh and measure
proud of you,
people on
man,
the color of their skin
for
either.
enduring
and we
that.
shouldn't
Wow.
absolutely pit nation against nation in these ridiculous struggles.
Take care, man.
We are one
Yeah,
people.
no, yeah.
One thing I've learned from traveling the world all my working life, and it's very fundamental, is that people are the same all over the world.
Every
No matter
8
where you
weeks,
are.
I
You can
hear
be
you,
in the
dude.
desert, you can be in a highly sophisticated city, the same hopes, the same fears. We all love our kids. We all want to make a solid future for ourselves. People are not different.
You'll be
from one
okay,
another.
my man.
Similarities between people of different cultures are far greater than the differences. And it's time we celebrated this and recognized this. Often when I say something like this, I'm accused of wanting a world government. No, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't want a world government. I don't want any government. I'm an anarchist. I don't think we need governments.
Stash gonna get even more
The
jobs.
governments persuade us that we need them. This is the problem, and what's needed is adult
Stressful job,
responsibility.
yeah.
We need to move on. We need to
Don't we
upgrade
all?
our consciousness to a level where the functions
World
played by
government.
government are as minimal as possible. This macro
Yeah,
scale
Graham
government
Hancock's
that we
actually
have at the moment
an
is
anarchist.
is a very destructive consequence.
He's a
of
closet
the way our
anarchist. Maybe that's why they fucking don't. They want to
And as
silence him.
someone who's I lived in Asia, I live in the United States. Now I have friends all over the world, in China. I mean,
He's
I
actually pretty much an
absolutely
out
agree with you. I've had the
anarchist.
same opinion about nationality and borders and things like that. And I kind of look at society. To me, it's almost, you know, there's some aspects of our culture that move forward very rapidly, and technology is maybe one of them. But in other areas, things like government and our system of society and how we do that, it's stood still for hundreds of years now, and it's just, yeah, as you say, like.
Look at how long, for example, look at how long it's taken to remove criminal sanctions from the use of cannabis. And look at that. That insane war on drugs, which has caused so much harm and so much damage. That has persisted for so many decades that it's still not got rid of. It's one area where I really appreciate what the American people are doing. Which is state by state, they are legalizing cannabis. They are basically saying, you know, fuck you to central authority and saying this is what we want to do. And that is an important thing. There have been so many lies told to us about cannabis in the war on drugs story. So much illusion, so much falsification of the facts. So we live in a culture where it's okay to get absolutely drunk on
Big fan of
alcohol.
Ayn
Leading
Rand.
to all manner of
Is that
car
an
accidents,
anarchist?
fights, physical illnesses. That's okay, but you know, if somebody smokes cannabis, then they get sent to jail. This is obviously insane, but the fact that it's obviously insane hasn't prevented it staying in place for 50 years. It's beginning to fade out now, thanks to grassroots action.
Yeah, indeed, and in the States, and there's kind of a weird, I guess, dichotomy here, where it's the US was also the one responsible for pushing that prohibition more or less across the world in the first place, and it's also the states that are now changing it at as you say, at that grassroots level.
The prohibition was pushed by US government.
That's right. Well, US government, I should say.
Liberalization is being pushed by the US people.
There's two different things. I agree.
They're two very different things, and this is what we need more of in the world is informed democracy, where the people can make choices, where choices are not made for us by experts. I detest the fact that it is okay. It's still okay in Britain for somebody to tell me what I may or may not experience in the inner sanctum of my own consciousness while doing no harm to others. This is the most invasive abuse of human
I'll
rights.
check that out after. I think
If an adult cannot
I've
make
heard of the
decisions
name.
about their own health and their own consciousness,
I'll check it
always
out
with the
when I take a
proviso
break.
while doing no harm to others. If they can't make those decisions, then they're not free in any meaningful sense. And in fact, the very word
Thanks,
freedom
man.
becomes actually meaningless.
It's one of the things that I most like about.
I always learn
the
so
US
much
is
when
that
I
it's
stream.
It's like a baked-in concept of freedom. It has something to do with how
I always
guess how
get
how the
a
country was founded, and it's
socio-political
it's a real fundamental part of the character here, and it's
biological
and I have
lesson
that
from y'all.
juxtaposition with Australia, which is unfortunately gone in the opposite direction. And my
Terribly in the direction,
yeah, my sympathies to everyone that's stuck in Australia. I mean, I couldn't go back there if I wanted to at the moment, but yeah, and there's still, you know, cannabis is a dangerous drug. It's, you know, they're still on that thing that I.
They claim.
Come on, just shoot this goddamn camera.
The science is very clear. Marijuana, cannabis is much less dangerous than alcohol. In fact, it's
Whatever,
not
it's gonna
dangerous at all.
happen.
There isn't even a lethal dose of cannabis.
No.
You know, it's just a very crazy situation. And again, at the root of it is
Sorry,
ideology.
and you just need to relax a little bit.
Ideology is driving this, not facts, not science, but ideology.
And control.
And control, yeah.
Control and power.
There's a slow third cam
That's what
anyways.
people in government want to do. They want to control others. This is another shift in consciousness that needs to take place. The point of government is to serve, not to control. And if governments cease serving and maximize control, then we've gone terribly, terribly wrong. And that's what's happening now. But there are personality types.
Never knew it was
and by and large, somebody who goes into government is somebody who would like to control others and feels that they are right to direct and guide the path of others' lives. We have to grow out of this. If the human species, however many of us that there are now, 7 billion or whatever it is, 8 billion people on planet Earth, if we're going to get through the next 100, 200 years, we're going to have very radical changes in consciousness that take place. And the enormous harm done by governments while they convince us that they're doing good for us needs to be undone.
What the fuck
And
is
we
this?
need to empower adults to make sovereign decisions and to be responsible for their own decisions. This is another mistake. The over-controlling governments take away the requirement for us to be responsible for ourselves. They hand that responsibility over to some
Yo, what's up,
state
King Nick? How you
bureaucracy
doing?
or some state body, and it's
Welcome
a
over.
terrible mistake, and it won't work.
007.
Look
Right.
at the scale that we're now looking at.
Yeah, and there's like you say, there's this
Flex.
slow mechanism that's starting to happen that
Yo,
generates
what's up,
that
bro?
change in consciousness.
Flex.
think
I was gonna do a lifting stream after.
with
Sure, why not?
psychedelics and things like cannabis and people. Also, the power of the internet, which is I often see as, you know, it's a remarkable thing where you can now be educated from anywhere in the world. But it's not cuts both ways too. It's also something that can completely consume or just
Nothing
you
much.
can mindlessly entertain yourself.
I was
on
gonna do a
it.
lifting stream after.
Up from
Fucking, I lost a lot of mass. Though.
Absolutely, it's a mixed gift or a poisoned chalice in some way.
Damn.
But I'd still rather have it than not have it, because it has given a voice to some extent to the powerless. Go back
It's okay.
20 years from the point of view of an author.
Game more 007,
Let's
yeah.
say go back 25 years to when I published Fingerprints
I'm
of
just
God,
getting lean.
1995,
I mean, not lean, but
26 years.
like,
And
oh
you would
man.
find at that time that the mainstream media controlled everything. If you wanted to get your message out to a broad general
So
public,
your arms,
there
Lou.
was no other way to do it
What up,
except
Ray?
to channel it through the mainstream media. A big
Lou.
newspaper serializing your book, or a big TV channel running an interview with you.
Dang, I don't know that line.
That's all changed, and
that
and
a dirty,
I
hairy
welcome
line?
that change. I think it's a great change because now we have this means where people
Pardon my
can speak
ignorance.
directly to one another. Of course, there are teething problems. Of course, there are difficulties. Of course, there's a lot of misinformation with the information. But that's also part of what comes
Faringo.
with being a responsible adult. Is that we have to sift
I don't know what that
information
is.
for ourselves and figure out what's right and what's wrong and what works for us. We don't have to wait for some expert to tell us what we need to think. You know, fuck experts in my view. We're all experts. We all should empower
Old
ourselves
meme.
with that notion that we do not need to be told what
Good luck, yo. Thanks,
we
dude.
can think for
Appreciate
ourselves.
it.
We do not need to be led. We can lead ourselves.
Oh, this is
This
it.
the next
This is the run.
forward for us.
Indeed. Yeah, well said. So maybe let me circle back a little bit to the lost civilization and we can kind of do a final topic on this if you like. So there's one thing I've always wondered about is what's your opinion on what that lost civilization may have looked like, and from a couple of different aspects.
Oh, fuck.
Is one
It
is
might
that
be pace.
Obviously, there is evidence, and we've had.
I got a weird boost right at the end of that pause, so I might be way down the stairs, guys. I think I'm way down the stairs, but whatever, let's see.
The other angle that I'm interested in recently is the intermingling, because we've got modern humans go back maybe as far as 350,000 years with the find in Morocco, but we also in that period have many other forms of humans, and that whole extended family, if you like, has been recently extended with. There's the Dragon Man skull that's been recently discovered in China. There's been another species discovered. Denisovan.
He may be. That skull may be of a Denisovan individual. If so, it would be the first Denisovan skull to have been.
Sorry, guys, I'm taking my time with this.
Pinky, right, from Denisovan.
Yeah, we don't know, and the complete genome was derived from that pinky. So we don't know. But what's become clear is that our picture of the past.
Is this 24 pace? I don't know, man. Well, I gotta finish the ending. I gotta get this ending too, so I'm not like, I know it might be fail, right? Like, I'm not gonna get too invested, right? But it might be 24 pace.
Well, that went out the window with the genome.
That glass door was weird, though.
In fact, we are the Neanderthals today. The Neanderthals survive in anatomically modern humans, about 4% of DNA in some populations. In the case of Denisovans, some populations, particularly in Australasia, these ancient species are part of the human story, and there's evidence that they certainly were not stupid. There's more and more evidence coming out now.
Guys, I'm really bad at this ending too. Like, I'm terrible at this ending.
Cave art to anatomically modern humans, rather than the other way around. Our special position, the so-called special position, is being healthily undermined.
Like, I'm really bad at this ending.
We realize that we're part of a very complex process rather than a very simple and direct process. But what would the lost civilization look like if we came into this? I think the first point I need to make is that the world.
No.
Where we have
That's hilarious.
I think we can fairly speak of a global.
That's fucking hilarious.
I think it's a global
well.
technological civilization has arisen in this world, and it's capable of extraordinary feats. A country that was absolutely on the poverty line.
Thanks, bro. Yeah. I think it was pretty close. The thing is, I'm not good with this strat. I don't have much experience with it, so I don't know what's fast, what's not. You know what I mean?
I spoke a few moments ago about the hunter-gatherers in the Amazon. Some of
Oh shit, I gotta change the cinema still.
Exists.
Thanks, bro.
Uncontacted.
The third cam wasn't fast.
The hunter-gatherers in
The third
Namibia,
cam was
they
really
know
slow.
we exist, but they choose not to coexist with us too much. So the notion that hunter-gatherer cultures
So 26? Oh yeah,
have in the
nice.
past
Yeah, it's hard,
coexisted
man.
with an
Nothing
advanced
to get in.
civilization is not a ridiculous
Completion,
idea at
man.
all, because that's what happens today.
I put in a bunch of
We have an
hours in
advanced
this. I
civilization
was playing this
coexisting with
last year
hunter-gatherer
for a
cultures.
bunch.
And if our advanced
Got
civilization
like 30,
were
29,
destroyed by
28,
global
27,
cataclysm,
26.
and there were survivors, those survivors would be
I
smart
think you're here. I
to
think
go
you
and seek
helped
refuge
me.
amongst hunter-gatherers. That's what they should do, because the hunter-gatherers are the masters of survival. And they would be the ones who the survivors might try to transfer some of their technology to. And that's what I think we're looking at in terms of Göbekli Tepe. But I don't think that the proposed lost civilization was a mirror image of our own.
Oh no.
At all.
I gotta YOLO the
I
third
think it
cam
was very
more like
different. I
that.
think it emerged out of shamanism and out of.
I gotta be okay with letting some runs go for a YOLO third cam, I think.
Consciousness were a very important and
Well,
essential
fuck, sorry.
part of that. And just because we do everything through mechanical advantage and leverage doesn't mean that they did that. I've often said this, but it strikes me as likely to be true, that the more we depend on machines and computers and calculators to work everything out, the more abilities within us become dormant. Abilities which we could.
Hey guys, that's a good sign. We got a dupe. That's a really good
For
sign.
example, let's say this is something. Of course, my critics will immediately jump on me and call me a pseudoscientist. But let's say there is such a thing as telepathy. Let's say there is such a thing as telepathy. Well, once you've got the written word, telepathy becomes less and less necessary. It begins to be replaced by the written word, and soon, if that ability is dormant in human beings, it would go to sleep completely.
What?
It would no longer be used. And I suspect that the
39
lost
sounds,
civilization
nice,
of the
buddy.
Ice Age,
Heck yeah.
was able to do
Download the app,
remarkable
do it.
material things, but they probably did them
Download
in different
it.
ways than we do. And it's not good enough to say, oh, that's just pseudoscience. There are many different ways to do things. We've followed one particular track, but I think they probably followed others. And so I take
Do it now.
sound being
Get
used
relaxed.
to levitate enormous blocks of stone. And we do have modern science which is doing levitation on a small scale with sound already. It's not a ridiculous idea.
Some movie on Netflix with Schwarzenegger and
You know, it makes perfect sense to me.
Schwarzenegger and Arnold and Sylvester
Who
Stallone.
come and bring their
It
skills
was okay.
to place.
It was pretty good. I
Dismissed
enjoyed
as
it.
pseudoscience.
They're
Yet,
old though, man.
I think there's an
Old
old
dudes.
saying, you know, magic is just science we don't understand.
And that's exactly right. And
Oh, you
I
did?
look at the past in a similar light.
Sleep.
I guess from a technological perspective. But
Repeat
in
ASMR.
the
Oh,
sense that
cool, man. Thanks, dude. I didn't know that. I got
particular
updated.
Technological path, and it is
Thanks,
entirely
dude.
possible, indeed, very likely, that there exist entire realms of other forms of technology that are more organic based. So people often say, why didn't they build the pyramids if they were so advanced out of metals and structures and lightweight? Like we do that because we need to make lightweight, strong material. But if you
Yeah,
have
I agree,
effortless
Baron. Well said,
ability
man.
to
I
work
agree.
with organic material like granite, basalt, or
I
limestone,
agree.
then you have no need
Well
to
fucking
develop
said.
titanium.
It has to be
alloys
said.
and these other
It had to
things.
be said.
And I think
Thanks,
in,
man.
100 years, 1,000 years.
That was
we'll
always
know
in the back of my
more
mind.
about technology, and that's why I think it's so important to look at these things with an open
And
mind.
if you were a wise civilization, you might choose not to pursue particular routes of technology.
Right. Plastics.
He literally became the Terminator
We
in
have
real
pursued-
life.
So we're never going to find ourselves in the past. That's not what we're going to find. And if we look for ourselves in the past, we won't find ourselves. But we do find evidence.
See, like, I need one of those booths out the door.
Of
Like, how fast was that?
civilization
Oh.
during the Ice Age than the mainstream presently gives our Ice Age ancestors credit for.
Interesting.
I think one of the best examples.
No, but he
really,
fucking...
really useful
He was an
example
asshole.
is the survival of ancient maps that showed the world
It's
as
true.
it looked during the Ice Age.
Nicki
Now,
Minaj.
the
They canceled Nicki
history of these maps
Minaj.
is complex, 'cause the ones that have come
Poor
down
Nicki.
to us were made in the 15th,
They canceled
16th
Ice Cube.
centuries. But they were copied from older source maps, which are now lost, and they conveyed the contents of those source maps onto the
I'm
new
not saying
maps,
they're the
and they
friggin',
mixed it together with discovery
you
from
know,
the age of
Da
discovery.
Vinci of our times.
But when you start looking at those maps in detail, whether it's the Erroneous Phineas
They're at
maps or
least
the Mercator
based.
maps, you realize that you're looking at things that don't make sense according to the knowledge of the 15th or 16th century. You see, for example, Antarctica depicted on the maps.
They will
Our
tell stories of
civilization
Nikki
didn't discover
in future
Antarctica until
generations.
1820. But it's there on maps in the 1500s that were copied from much older source maps, now lost, going back, we know, in some cases, to the Library of Alexandria.
Da Vinci Minaj, yeah.
You see an enormously extended Southeast Asia, very much like the Sunda Shelf, which was exposed and above
Her
water,
Magnus Opum,
during
or
the
Magnus
Ice
Opus.
Age. And very
Anaconda.
simply, you see very precise relative longitudes. And that tells you you're dealing with science, because we couldn't do longitude until the middle of the 18th century. And when I find it was just an unknown, it was the dream of all navigators that somehow they could fix longitude. But until a marine
The sacred
chronometer
ratio was
invented
in
that could keep accurate time at sea, longitude was
Nicki
impossible.
Minaj.
So to find accurate longitudes on these maps that were copied in the 1500s from much older source maps tells us there's something really wrong with the way we're understanding our past.
Like,
That's
fuck
right,
off.
Yeah, not until James Cook's second voyage of discovery were we able to do it. I mean, that's where that old running down an easting or running down a westing came from, because they had to go north and west until they hit where they wanted, and then they would travel.
There was even a big prize.
Did you see the
Prize
card
was on
going
the
flying there?
And I think it went to Harrison for his chronometer, which finally could keep accurate time at sea. Well, that's 18th century.
Too bad it doesn't
technology.
save the photos that you
But
take. Can
to
you
find
imagine this
evidence of
game
18th
saves the
century
photos that you
technology in the
take?
Ice Age
Holy shit,
is,
that'd be hilarious.
Is pretty disturbing to the mainstream paradigm.
It is. It's even
was
reflected in
funny.
the Great Pyramid. I don't know if this is when you take the perimeter of the Great Pyramid and the ratio of its perimeter to the ratio of the socle, which is this
the shelf that it sits on, that's about this much wider.
Guys, I can't believe that was
The exact
25.
ratio of latitude and to longitude on the planet being an oblate sphere, we're slightly more east to west than we are north to south. So there's some evidence to suggest that the accurate measurement of the planet and the ratio of latitude to longitude is reflected in the dimensions of the Great Pyramid.
Well, I've been convinced of this for a long time. And it goes back to my readings of Hamlet's Mill. I don't know if you've come across it.
I have a copy of it here. It's a fun read.
Incredibly important book. It's an incredibly important book, which is largely ignored by mainstream scholarship today. But Giorgio de Santillana was the professor of the history of science at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And Hertha von Deschend, his co-author, was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. These were serious people. And what they found was an ancient knowledge of the phenomenon called precession.
Nikki Da Vinci.
And precession of the equinoxes, I'm not going to bore your listeners with a long and detailed
Nikki Da Vinci Minaj. Oh, that's a nice name.
Background stars against which the sun is seen to rise at particular key moments of the year, the solstices.
Nicki Minaj Da Vinci.
When it's most noticeable. And this process is caused by a wobble on the axis of the Earth itself, and because that's our viewing platform, the changes in its orientation affect the star field.
Go for it, dude.
These changes take place at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And these numbers, based on the number 72, 30 times 72 is 2,160, 60 times 72 is 4,320. These numbers appear all over the world in mythology, all around the world, tied up with imagery of a giant mill turning. And Santillana and von Deschend make an impeccable case that what these traditions are recording is detailed knowledge of the precession of the equinoxes, thousands of years before the Greeks supposedly discovered the precession. And this is where the Great Pyramid gets interesting, because I'm sure you know this, that you've already mentioned the latitude, longitude, the height of the Great Pyramid, multiplied by 43,200 gives you the polar radius of the Earth. And the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid multiplied by 43,200 gives you the equatorial circumference of the Earth. And that would be quite easy to dismiss as a coincidence if it wasn't 43,200. But 43,200 is one of those numbers generated by precession of the equinoxes, where the base is 72 years for 1 degree. So it's 600 times 72. So what we have is a geometrical scale model which gives us the dimensions of the Earth, and it does so on a scale set by a key motion of the Earth itself. I mean, this cannot be an accident.
No.
This is very, very clever workmanship that's gone into this, and evidence of high science in remote antiquity. And it just astonishes me that the mainstream ignores all this and doesn't even want to go there.
And that's it's another example of how we pass data down through time. It's not just eyewitness accounts of cataclysmic events, but there is actual astronomical data encoded in these myths and legends that have even passed through cultures that should have had no understanding of it whatsoever. That's what's I found remarkable about Hamlet's Mill.
Absolutely. It's almost as though, and actually Santillana and von Deschend hint at this, because they attribute this knowledge to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. It's almost as though a group of people sat down to permanently memorialize this information and to pass it down to the future. And the fundamental message they were sending was, take us seriously. We knew our stuff. We had worked out the precession of the equinoxes. We knew the dimensions of the Earth. We knew the Earth was a sphere. We had mapped the entire world. Take us seriously. And unfortunately, that is what mainstream archaeology is not doing. It is not taking the voices of the past seriously, unless it's some king's inscription, or some duke or earl.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, and there's other connections too that seem to come from that common ancestor. One of the things I loved about America before was the connection you made between the cultures of the mound builders and the ancient Egyptians, from spiritual beliefs, religious beliefs, and then in particular the role of the astronomer seemed to be just remarkable.
Astonishing, remarkable comparisons. And I'm not suggesting that ancient Egyptians went to North America and passed on their ideas to Native Americans. What I'm suggesting is that both Native American cultures and the ancient Egyptian cultures were the inheritors of a legacy from a much earlier culture that was shared and common to both. and that pass down the same information in both places. And that's why you get these astonishing similarities, which otherwise simply cannot be explained.
Indeed, yes. All right, well, Graham Hancock, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure catching up with you and speaking with you again. Thanks for your time. I greatly appreciate it.
My pleasure. Really nice to talk to you again as well. Thanks for having me on the show.
You too. Cheers.
So let's read through this and let's sort of go through it piece by piece and do what we can to
and common to both, and that pass down the same information in both places. And that's why you get these astonishing similarities, which otherwise simply cannot be explained.
Indeed, yes. All right, well, Graham Hancock, thank you so much. It's been...
We're almost at the edge of history when we go to 11,600 years ago. That's the date that Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is built. That, weirdly, is the date that Plato's Timaeus and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis. Archaeologists roll their eyes at any mention of Atlantis.
Flat Earth for archaeologists.
Yeah, it's flat, it's flat Earth.
I want to talk about Antarctica.
I was very interested in Antarctica. There's undoubtedly a time when Antarctica was lush and green. The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the human species?
Yes.
He did know that other pyramids had their entrance in the north face, and that is the entrance through which you will have gone when you entered the Great Pyramid. It's called Mamun's Hole. I'm doing a debate with a leading archaeologist on the Joe Rogan experience. It's a very good thing that this is happening. The mainstream has normally said, "Now we don't want to talk to you guys, you're Looney Tunes, we're not going to give you a platform." But in this case, it is happening. I have things to say that I'm going to preserve my ammunition for.
Nice.
It's on psychedelics, particularly on ayahuasca. I have felt the presence of the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca. She took the form of an enormous serpent who wrapped herself around my body. I felt enormously comforted, and again, I got a message that I've had many times, is that you won't be good at giving love to others if you don't love yourself.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to Flagrant. And today we're incredibly excited because we're sitting down with the Godfather, okay? The Godfather of my YouTube.
God, I hate
planet
this
for
host
the
already.
last maybe 5 years, 6 years, years beyond that. We have Graham Hancock in the building.
Thank you for having me on the show.
No,
I
thank
appreciate
you. I actually went to see the pyramids because of you.
it. I'm very glad to hear that.
It was a mind-bending experience.
And when was that?
This is, God, when exactly was this? 4 years ago? Pandemic kind of makes things
It was like 3.
a little murky, maybe 3, but it was pre-pandemic.
The Giza Plateau and those 3 massive pyramids and the satellite pyramids, an amazing place. And the Great Pyramid itself is totally, utterly
What the fuck?
unique, extraordinary, and special.
Like, fuck off.
I have a long relationship with the Great Pyramid.
I saw,
Fuck you.
I saw this unbelievable story of you going to the top. I tried to get to, I got like a quarter of the way up by myself, and I was there with my wife, and I was like, I'm not trying to get arrested and have her just be alone in Egypt. And so I put it out and I went back down.
Probably a wise decision, because you could have spent some year or 2 in jail.
Wow. Really?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Wow. Did you get locked up when you went up top?
No, the illegal climbs that we did, the first illegal climb involved 4 o'clock in the morning and a lot of bribery. And
How much was it back in the day to get to
I'm
the
trying.
top?
This was like 1996. It might even have been earlier. It might have been 1994. And we had a local guy who made contact with all the guards around the pyramid. We paid him money. I forget the exact amount. He said he paid them off. But then when we got to the base of the pyramid, we had to walk all the way around it, which is a considerable distance, 750 feet along each side. We had to walk all the way around it, and then we had to add more money to each of the guards at the four corners. And then we went up, and my advice to anybody who's climbing the Great Pyramid, which is pretty much impossible these days, either legally or illegally, is go up the southwest corner. Because the southwest corner is pretty intact. It's pretty much a straight line. You can follow it all the way to the
What is the entrance on?
north side.
That's north.
Yeah.
So south.
The opposite
West.
side, and the southwest, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is the opposite side to the Great Sphinx. And
And then nobody's looking at you.
well, it's good for that.
So they're all facing
But
east
then,
to pray,
but
so
then
you've got the
after
whole southwest.
we were a few courses up, and another guard turned up with a shotgun. I don't think he would have reached us from that distance, but there were threats, and we had to promise to pay him more money.
So he points the shotgun.
Yeah,
He's
kind of.
threatening you.
Yeah, there
You
was-
guys go, we'll pay you. And he's like, okay, well, now you can
Basically,
be on.
we did a deal that we'd pay him when we came down. And
Did you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's good to keep your promises.
That's
and
true.
then we climbed.
Do you remember how much you paid?
I actually don't. But back in the day, I guess.
Yo,
it was probably
thanks, man.
1994.
That's like $3, dude.
It would have seemed a lot.
Thanks,
to me
bro.
At that time, but it
Thanks a
also
lot, man.
seemed worth it. It was a fantastic
What?
adventure.
Thanks, dude. That's really cool, you
Starting
dude.
in
$3.
in the dark, or the,
$3
just the beginning of dawn light.
Toss
and-
$3.
and, you
That
know,
me?
climbing up to
Thanks,
the top,
dude.
taking
I appreciate
shelter
that a
at
lot.
various points behind bits as
$3.
other guards appeared.
Thanks, man.
Finally
That's really cool, you
finally
dude.
getting to the top. And then the light coming
3
up, and
kappas.
just this majestic view.
So sunrise on
And
the top.
yeah, sunrise on top of the Great Pyramid, and the second pyramid, you know, to your south. It's just an amazing thing to see, and it was an amazing experience. I would regard it as one of the peak experiences.
Oh my gosh, this level, guys.
I did have one other illegal climb.
Yo, thanks for being in that
which was
basketball
just
stream
fortunate.
yesterday.
It was,
Let me know it didn't
following
work out.
the
It wasn't
holiday of
working.
Ramadan, they have,
Freedom Mobile
they have
sucks.
a thing called the Eid, which is a celebration, and I would guess there were 30,000 Kairenes on the
Oh wait,
Giza
you're the
Plateau.
one with freedom. You're the one that told me to
They
get
just
freedom.
decided they
Sorry.
were going to climb the Great Pyramid. Not all 30,000, but several hundred of them.
It's good in the cities.
And we just joined them, me and Santha, and we climbed.
Thanks, man.
We climbed with them, and that actually is one of the
Thanks for
moments
the
when I
$3,
realized
dude.
how difficult the Great Pyramid must have been to
It's really awesome what you do.
because the biggest danger
It helped me out a
climbing up
lot.
there with several hundred people on the pyramid was other people coming up and down
So imagine managing that with all the blocks.
with all the blocks and supposedly a huge workforce.
In front of the
and
table's
ramps, or
way
whatever the
fucking
Egyptologists imagined was
faster,
done,
like-
and I don't believe anybody knows how it was done.
Yeah.
In Toronto,
For me,
in
that
Ottawa.
was the biggest
Yeah, but I mean,
issue.
I'm pretty
People
rural.
bumping into
If you leave the city,
going
like
around you
yesterday, I was
as
really
climbing
far
up.
outside the city. I was about
But again, we got to the top, and then I had
half an hour away.
legal
outside
climbs
of it.
in those days when those were allowed, from doing various filming projects back in.
When do you see your last name inscribed in the block?
I think
This is an incredible story.
Yes, it is. I think it was on the second.
It is.
Or third climb. I'm not absolutely sure. I think it may have been one of the legal
But it's
climbs
the
because it was
cheapest.
daylight and we were relaxed, as we were not when there were hundreds of other people up there with us. So I think it may have been one of the legal climbs. And there I did see, and it's on the south side of the Great Pyramid, the southeast side, overlooking the boat museum, which used to be there. And there was the name. Initial P and Hancock. And at that time, there was a date beside it, and that date, if I recall correctly, was the 5th of April, 1916. Oddly enough, that...
1916.
Yeah, now my granddad was a chaplain with British forces in Egypt in the First World War. So I had to consider the possibility that it could be him. He was called Philip Hancock.
Oh, wow.
But I couldn't absolutely guarantee that. And I was able to confirm it by finding my grandfather's diaries, which were little diaries about that high, tiny little writing in them. And on that date, there was a single line which said, "Climb Great Pyramid today."
Wow.
And then I found...
And it was dated 1916?
Yeah. And then I found his biography, which was passed down to me by my dad, And he also talks about his climb of the Great Pyramid in that, although in very spare terms, doesn't say that much about it.
I mean, I know it's not that much that he put in there, but did he say there was any security? Was
At
this
that time, no.
free range? Sand is covering the bottom of
totally
it?
free range. And I think the sand was definitely cleared away at that time. But anybody could climb the Great Pyramid. And there was, in fact, the guy who organized our first illegal climb, and I think I can say this safely because he's passed on to the next world, was a guy known locally as Champion. And he was called Champion because he was the champion runner up the Great Pyramid.
Come on,
He could
man.
run
Like,
all the
why?
way to
How
the
could
top
I
of
have
the Great
missed
Pyramid.
him?
There were times people did that, and it was
What?
totally legal, and nobody objected to it at
What?
and that went on, I think, certainly through the sort of 70s and 80s, but by the time my wife Santa and I climbed 1994 for the first time, I'm pretty sure it was 94, it had become illegal, and now it's totally illegal. It's completely banned.
Yeah.
And I doubt even if a film crew would get permission to climb the Great Pyramid now.
Even like that?
Yeah, they're very careful about it. And one of the reasons why they're careful about it is that every year at least one person dies trying to climb the Great Pyramid. People still try to climb it illegally. And as you can imagine from the bit of the climb you did, you're looking at a 52-degree slope.
Yeah.
So once you get up 100, 150 feet above the ground, if you lose it and fall,
It's over.
you're going to go all the way to the bottom.
Yeah.
And it's over again.
In the beginning, you have a lot of confidence. The first few tiers of rocks seem pretty easy.
They're not too bad.
But I can imagine you're halfway up and you start looking down, and it is over if you slip.
Totally over. And also, the course sizes vary. Some of them are,
Yeah, the
are
rocks
really
get-
no more than sort of hip high. Some of the courses are chest high, so you've got to.
Courses are the blocks.
Yeah, I mean it's laid out in layers, so it looks like a step pyramid now. It wasn't before.
Yeah.
In ancient times, it was covered with facing stones. It
And
was
you
completely
can see some of the facing stones.
Some of the
still
facing
there.
stones are still there down at the bottom of the Great Pyramid. They give you a sense of how beautiful they were and how magnificently well it was made. But the theory is, there's no absolute proof of this, that they came off during an earthquake in, I believe, 1301. And at that time, it's likely that that's when the Great Pyramid lost its summit.
Thanks, Toad.
Great
That's
Pyramid
cool, bro.
stands at the moment about 450, maybe 455 feet tall, but its original height was 481 feet tall. And you can calculate that from just pursuing the slope of the sides up to the
30 feet came off
yeah,
in that earthquake.
yeah. So there's a flat platform, or rather even a stepped platform on top of the Great Pyramid with one level and then one level, another level. But the calculation is very simple. You just pursue those side lengths up to where they would meet, and according to that calculation, the Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall.
Wow.
So it lost about 30 feet. The question is, was it in fact ever completed? We don't know that for sure.
Right.
But the general view is that earthquake brought part of the top of the Great Pyramid toppling down as well and knocked off the facing stones. And then, of course, it was used as a quarry.
That's
by local
what
people.
I've heard. Yeah.
Because it's very, very, very useful to have all this nice cut stone lying
Yeah.
around, and a lot of those facing stones were taken away.
Okay, so after inspiring probably tens of thousands of people to go to the pyramids like myself, you managed to get banned from Egypt?
Yes.
Is it a real full-time ban?
This is not clear to me. We
gotta sneak in, Greg.
in my
we gotta do one more time.
There's a champion junior that
Yeah.
you can bribe.
Dude, we need a carved G Hancock right next to Pete
I
Hancock.
think this would be good. It's very difficult to do that with a film crew, however.
That's a very good
And this is
point.
when it happened. Is that my Netflix series Ancient Apocalypse, we wanted to film an episode in Egypt, which you would have thought the Egyptian authorities would welcome. But when they asked who is presenting the show, and we said that Graham Hancock is presenting the show, they said absolutely no way, and they would not grant filming permission.
Let me tell you something.
Come
Four
on,
Seasons
man.
in Cairo wants you to do an episode about the pyramids. I promise you.
Yeah, it would bring a lot of interest and a lot of people, but there's a rigid, fixed view amongst Egyptologists about the prehistory and the history of ancient Egypt.
So
and what the Great
questioning
Pyramid is.
that.
Questioning that gets you banned.
Yes.
That's the first line of defense against a critic or an alternative point of view.
Yes.
Is simply to deny them access to the site. And I felt since that happened that I've had my left arm cut off, because Egypt has been very central and very important to my work. I hope eventually I will get back in. Could I go as a tourist? Maybe.
Right.
Maybe.
Announcements. I'm coming to the motherland. Play the bagpipes, Miles. That's right. The Life Tour is coming to Glasgow.
Fucking sucks.
Scotland, we're showing up. We're also coming to Dublin. Ireland, we're showing up. And you know what? We are not going to leave the north of England out. Manchester, we are pulling up. Is it Man City or Man United? We're going to see who's in the crowd. And whoever shows up more, that's who I'm rooting for the rest of my existence. So make sure you make the right decision, red or blue, because that's who I'm rocking with afterwards. Okay, those tickets are up for pre-sale right now. Code is Andrew. Get them fast. TheAndrewSchultz.com. Can't wait to see you all. Also, thank you so much, everybody who sold out the Royal Albert Hall show in London. We did that in a few hours. That was unbelievable. Thank you so much. Cannot wait to do the show in that remarkable venue. TheAndrewSchultz.com for all the tickets. Go get them immediately before they're gone. Can't wait to see you all. Peace.
Did the legal crimes, were they aware you had did the 2 illegal crimes previously?
Yeah.
Oh, and they still gave you permission?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
At that time, everything was much less sensitive. Everything was much less sensitive until 2015, when I had the beginnings of a public debate with who is regarded as the leading Egyptian Egyptologist, Zahi Hawass. And unfortunately, in that debate, Zahi, it's actually on YouTube, bits of it, because there was a member of the audience present. Zahi massively lost his temper and stormed out. And then...
oh, you won.
Then I don't know, but the debate didn't happen. Then I gave a talk. He sat sulking outside. Then he came back, gave his talk. Then the audience asked questions. And again, bits of this were filmed. And one of the audience asked him if he knew about a site called Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, which is probably the most important archaeological site in the world at the moment. And Zahi said that he didn't know anything about it at all, and that was on camera. So unfortunately, the man is actually enormously knowledgeable about ancient Egypt, but unfortunately he came across looking not very good. And ever since then, my relationship with him, which had been okay until 2015, has been extremely negative. And when the Egyptian government are approached for filming permission, which these days is done through the Tourism and Antiquities Permission, when they're approached for filming permission, Zahi's the guy they go to and say, is it okay for these people to come in and film? So
Gotcha. So if you have beef with him, then it's not going to happen.
It's difficult.
And I understand the defensiveness, because when you wrap your cultural identity around something or creating something as majestic as the pyramids, feeling as
You
if
see the
it's
new
like
riots in
being
France?
ripped
Yeah, I
away
did,
from
my
you
man. It's just so
can
terrible.
Really make you feel as if
Just so crazy.
your identity is being taken.
Yeah,
So crazy,
and to
man.
be clear, I would never wish to divorce the Great Pyramids from the ancient Egyptians. There are
Yeah,
wrong
it's
ideas
crazy,
about
man.
what I think about this.
It's so crazy.
I'm
Okay.
lazy on that.
The clarification is this. It's complicated, all right? But inside the
Yeah,
Great
it's
Pyramid,
just so
there
crazy.
are 4 very narrow shafts which point up at the sky.
So
2 of them
sad.
point north and south from the so-called King's Chamber. I say so-called.
Well,
because
Macron
nobody
is such a
ever found
fucking
it.
asshole.
There was a sarcophagus found in it. It's still there, but
Mm,
you had
well,
to
yeah,
build the chamber
Macron
around
is
it.
a
They couldn't bring it up in the funeral
piece of
ceremony.
fucking
It's
shit.
too big to get through the corridor. So
Yeah,
2
it really
shafts
is.
point north and south, and they do actually exit on the outside of the body of the pyramid. And back in the 19th century, explorers climbed up there. There they go. You're looking at the King's Chamber South, King's Chamber North, and both of those, you could roll cannonballs down them from the outside, and they would turn up in the King's Chamber. But the shafts of the Queen's Chamber are more complicated. Until I believe it was
Yeah, it's sad, man.
nobody knew they were there. The
That
inner wall of the
fucking guy
Queen's
running
Chamber was
around
completely
stabbing the
smooth,
children on the
but there
France
was a,
playground.
actually,
That
he
was
a
insane.
Freemason called John Wayne
That was too
Dixon,
much, man.
who had
That was
explored the
just
King's
too
Chamber,
much.
and he figured, look, there's shafts in the King's Chamber, maybe there's shafts in the Queen's Chamber. And he went around knocking on the walls, and he found 2 hollow points. And he broke those through. You could do that in 1872. And lo and behold, they opened up into these two shafts which go horizontally.
Still don't know if that was a psyop or not.
At the sky. They do not exit on the outside of the pyramid. They're very, very mysterious. The thing is that the angle of those shafts points to significant stars, 4 significant stars, in the period in which Egyptologists believe that the Great Pyramid was built. Archaeoastronomy, which is a universal language, one of them is the lowest of the 3 stars of Orion's belt. And the constellation of Orion was identified with the god Osiris. He was seen as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So having a shaft pointing at the belt of Orion or Osiris makes perfect sense. And others point at 2 of the 2 northern shafts point at 2 of the circumpolar stars. I forget exactly which ones now. And again, they point at them in the era when the pyramids were built, because the positions of stars in the sky change very slowly down the ages. So from an astronomical point of view, it would be absurd to disconnect the Great Pyramid entirely from the ancient Egyptians. But there's a problem. And that problem is the ground pattern of the 3 Great Pyramids and their relationship to, it's not an accident that Orion's belt has 3 stars and that the Great Pyramids are 3, and that they are positioned on the ground. Anybody can see it in a pattern that looks very similar to Orion's belt. It's like a painter has got his easel in front of him and his canvas, and he's looking up at the sky and he's painting on the canvas the 3 stars of Orion's belt, and then he lowers that canvas down to his feet, and that's what you have on the ground at Gyges.
It's that perfect.
It's that perfect, but it's only perfect 12,500 years ago, roughly 12,000. Let's say a round figure, 12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
These changes in the sky are actually caused by a motion of the Earth itself. It's a very slow motion. It's a cycle. It takes 25,920 years to complete. The pattern of the stars on the ground and the stars in the sky and the pyramids on the ground and their relationship to the Nile River and the Milky Way locks perfectly
at 12,000.
About 12,000 years ago, not on a single day, but over an epoch of about 1,000 years, and then it gradually shifts out, because this is a very, very slow change that takes place. So you have the ground saying 12,500 years ago, and you have the shaft saying 4,500 years ago.
So one might assume that those shafts were maybe carved out at a different time, potentially?
Well, yes. The way I look at it is, I think the site was sacred more than 12,000 years ago.
Right.
I think ground platforms were created there. It's important to remember the Great Pyramid is already built around a natural hill. The first 30 feet inside the Great Pyramid is a natural mound, and there are traditions in ancient Egypt of the primeval mound. And if you enter the Great Pyramid, and you may or may not have been able to do that when you went there. Did you get down to the subterranean chamber?
I think everything was. Oh no, we did. The subterranean was much bigger.
Was it a very rough-hewn chamber, cut out of solid bedrock, or was it a built chamber?
There's the built one that we saw. Is it called a sarcophagus? No.
Yes, that's the King's Chamber.
We went to the King's Chamber,
Yeah.
but I believe that there was another one.
Well, you can see that on the screen there, you can see the subterranean chamber. You see the entrance in the north face.
Yeah. No, I don't think we went that far.
And then
we went to.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's about 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid.
Wow.
And it's about 600 feet beneath the apex of the Great Pyramid.
Wow.
And it's cut out of solid bedrock. And my view is, and it's only in theory, and I don't claim that I'm correct, it's just put this forward for thought, is that the original sacred site on the Giza Plateau.
Damn it, I didn't mean to pause there, but I just did. Whatever.
Beneath which the
it is what it is.
ancients hewed out this enormous subterranean chamber, which is it looks like a rough, unfinished chamber, but it has curious acoustic effects.
Fuck, I forget what to do. Camera,
very interesting.
TF7.
And then
that people talk about.
Yeah, it's an amazing place to be, and actually you get a resonance. We tried an experiment with an opera singer.
Please, like why? Like why?
You could hear her down in the subterranean chamber.
Just so dumb.
Which is quite remarkable in itself. But I think that was the original sacred site. I think there was
Should I go to France Witness in person? Oh man, I wouldn't recommend it.
Ancient Egyptians finished off the job.
I would not recommend it. Not right now.
Overbuilding and commemorating and memorizing a site of enormous significance and importance to them.
Sorry, when you say finished off, I'm dumb, so I'm going to ask dumb questions. When you say finished off, what exactly do you theorize.
I think the vast majority of the Great Pyramids as we see them today were the work of the ancient Egyptians.
Okay, got
But I
it.
think they were building on a prehistoric foundation.
Okay.
And it had been sacred for
So your point is
thousands and
not to
thousands.
take away from what ancient. You think they built most of it. You think we are just discounting that there might have been people here 12,500 years ago that also built
Correct,
something.
because that runs against the archaeological mainstream, and this is where you get into issues of geology and the issue of the Great Sphinx. Because I think, again, it's just my theory. I don't claim I'm 100% right, and everybody's got to listen to me and tell the Egyptologists to go away. Just my view is that on the Giza Plateau were the three massive ground platforms of the three Great Pyramids, the subterranean chamber beneath what is now the Great Pyramid, the megalithic temples, the so-called Vali Temple and the Sphinx Temple right beside the Sphinx,
Fucking
and the
guys.
so-called mortuary temples. These are all megalithic that stand beside the Great Pyramids.
Those are the three little ones that are next to them?
No, those are the so-called satellite pyramids.
Okay.
But there are megalithic temples. When I say megalithic, you're looking at structures where the largest single block weighs 200 tons. These are gigantic blocks of stone. But of particular interest, right in front of the Great Sphinx is an almost completely ruined one, and then just to the south of the Great Sphinx is a rather intact one called the Vali Temple. And this temple bears evidence of being built in two stages. Because when you look at it, you see that its core is made of limestone, enormous limestone blocks in the range of 50 to 100 tons each, maybe more.
You can bring this up, Mark?
In the one on the left, you can see the limestone blocks up at the top. That's the original structure. And I and my colleagues, and particularly Professor Robert Schott from Boston University, who is a geologist, are of the view that the ancient Egyptians renovated a far more ancient limestone temple. So you can see the weathering on the limestone temple, and then you can see the granite blocks that were added by the ancient Egyptians. And the puzzle of those blocks is that they are carefully cut to fit around the weathering in the limestone core blocks. So they were respecting those limestone core blocks. They weren't demolishing them. It would be easy just to cut them flat, if you're going to do this, but no, they didn't. They carefully cut each granite block so it would fit around the weathering pattern.
We'd only do that if you thought that a place was sacred.
You felt it was special, and you were trying to preserve it. Likewise, the Sphinx. Again, I need to pay tribute to others. I need to pay tribute to John Anthony West, who was an independent Egyptologist, brilliant man, dear friend of mine.
Rest in peace, right?
Yes, passed away in 2018. He used to call academics quackademics. He was a master of vitriol. And he was the first to draw attention to the possibility that the Great Sphinx may also be a multi-phase monument, not just a monument built in the 4th dynasty, 2500 BC or whatever. He pointed out that there seemed to be very strange erosion patterns. They're harder to see on the
fissures. There might be on the walls.
But on the surrounding trench, they're much easier to see. And then he brought Professor Robert Schott from
Insane.
University, who is a geologist.
That's
and
bad
Schott
news.
agreed that what we're looking
That's really
at
bad
here
news.
in the fissures around the side of the Great Sphinx, and to some extent on the body of the Sphinx, is what's called precipitation.
That's terrible news.
Weathering. It's not a flood.
Yeah.
It's weathering that's caused by exposure to a very long period of heavy rainfall.
Right.
And then you have to get into paleoclimatology. When did it rain on the Giza Plateau enough to cause this level of exposure and weathering? You can see the outer trench. The Great Sphinx is cut out of solid bedrock. They created a trench around its body, and the core body was left in place. I and my colleagues think that core body goes back 12,000 plus years. It was originally in the form entirely of a lion with a massive leonine head. But then, by the time that the dynastic period of ancient Egypt came along, the Great Sphinx was very damaged, particularly its head, jutting up above the plateau. And we suggest that at that time, the head of the Great Sphinx was recarved into a human head wearing a classic Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh.
Can you bring up quickly the Sphinx that is covered up to its neck in sand? So this is what the ancient Egyptians probably were looking at,
Yeah,
right?
they were looking at a monument cover, like that.
I mean, this is
there's many times during its history when that's all there was. That was the bit that got damaged, and we think back 4,500 years ago, 2,500 BC, it was like that then too, but it was a lion head, and it was very damaged, and they felt they're going to recarve it into a human head, and it is out of proportion with the rest of the body.
Which again does give credit to the Egyptians. I'm just trying to cozy up to the Egyptian government here.
Yeah, we want you back in.
Also, the Hebrews are okay with this?
I think the ancient Egyptians massively venerated this site from the beginning. It was the place of the beginning. It was the
What
place
the
of
fuck?
first
Why did you say the
time.
Hebrews?
A place at
Okay,
time
we're
when
going
they
back to that
first
podcast.
and
Why did you
I
say the
think their
Hebrews
project was
are
to
okay
honor
with
and
this? Like,
memorialize
let's
it.
go
And
back.
then this is where we get into spooky
Like, who
areas
fucking
which the
cares?
Egyptologists don't like, which is I'm suggesting
spooky
that a body of knowledge Egyptologists massively
Also,
I'm just trying to cozy you up to the Egyptian government here.
Yeah, we want you back in.
also the Hebrews are okay with this?
I think the ancient Egyptians massively
Also, the Hebrews are okay with this?
I think the ancient Egyptians
Yeah, we want you back in.
Also, the Hebrews are okay with this?
I think the ancient Egyptians massively venerated this site from the beginning. It was the place of the beginning. It was the place of the first time.
Yeah.
A place at a time.
Sounds
that
like
they
Joe
considered
Rogan.
to be. And I think their project was to honor
Doug
and
Ford.
memorialize it. And then this is where we
Fucking
get into
Doug
spooky
Ford.
areas which the Egyptologists don't like, which is I'm suggesting
spooky
that a body of knowledge was carried down within ancient Egyptian culture, and that a certain
He was supposed to be the man of the people, and he fucking fucked everybody.
Giza plateau back on again, and that body of knowledge was manifested in the construction of the Great Pyramids. It's very peculiar.
It's too slow.
That the quality of workmanship on the Great
What
Pyramid
the
and
fuck is
indeed on
this?
The other two pyramids at Giza is extremely high. But go a generation later, 2 generations later, to the 5th dynasty. Go to the pyramid of Unas at Saqqara, where the so-called pyramid texts are inscribed inside the so-called tomb chamber. And that pyramid, the exterior of it is a mess. It's very poorly built, very poorly constructed.
Yeah, really.
You know, you look at it, it just
Well
looks like a
said.
heap of stones.
Well put.
Whereas the Great Pyramid today is still a majestic structure.
Yeah.
So it's as though they put everything they had into the
Try to replicate it, but they just
try to replicate, and then a generation or two later they could. That's the pyramid of Unas.
Yeah.
You know?
What if it's just like
I'd
the
be a
things
great
where, like the father did a really good job, and then the next generation just really
fucking
fucked up
governor
I mean,
then.
it could be. It could be, but it's
pointless
it's,
shots
it's
on my team. Like he is.
no, it's a fair point. You know, I mean, human societies go up and down, and that can happen. But that's my view also with the idea of a lost civilization, that we can have an apex and they can fall into a slump and they can come out again. But is knowledge preserved and passed down through the ages? Yes, I think it is.
Now, why wouldn't the people in the Nile Valley at that time, 12,000 years ago, also not be Egyptian? Like, could they still be ethnically Egyptian at that time?
Well, I think in a way, I'm actually deeply uninterested in ethnic matters. When I come to relate to and evaluate a fellow human being or a culture, I'm interested in the ideas that those people have. I'm not interested in their genes. I think actually genes are vastly overrated. They're the least important aspect of a human being. They've been blown up into huge importance in our culture today, but I think skin color, genes, ethnicity, none of these things really matter. Human beings are the same all over the world. It's been my privilege to travel the world intensely for the best part of 40 years. And whether I go to the remotest village in the remotest corner of the Amazon, or whether I find myself in New York City, once I get down to talking face to face with a fellow human being, they're just a fellow human being, just like me, and they have the same hopes, the same dreams, the same fears as every other human being. So I think we make too many divisions. I love cultural differences. Cultural differences are great. Differences in ideas are great, but genetic differences are trivial in my view. And the things that divide us as human beings are far less important than the things that unite us as human beings. I think maybe it's high time we recognize that. So whether the modern Egyptians are ethnically connected in any close way to the ancient Egyptians is a matter that I regard as fundamentally unimportant. The modern Egyptians also honor and respect the Great Pyramids and ancient Egyptian culture, and that's what matters to me.
I'm curious, piggyback on that, like, how do you feel about the criticism that you got some people saying you're racist after the Netflix documentary?
Well, that criticism was
because that's why we brought you on. We're like, we hope you're racist. We
kind of let me down with this whole everyone's equal talk.
that was interesting. the subject of race is never mentioned in my Netflix series, Ancient Apocalypse. It's never mentioned at all. But when the Society for American Archaeologists wrote an open letter to Netflix demanding that my documentary series be reclassified as science fiction, they accused me of spreading racism, white supremacy, misogyny, and anti-Semitism. None of these issues are ever mentioned in the series.
Wait, what was misogynistic?
Yeah.
I don't know, and you know, what for that matter was anti-Semitic. It's very and what was racist, since race is never mentioned. But what these labels are very useful for, if you shout them loudly enough, and if your friends in the media see a nice story here and pick them up and multiply it, what they're very useful for is turning people off the work of an opponent.
Yes.
And that was clearly what went on here.
You're radioactive. I don't even have to debate you because you're radioactive.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's fundamentally what went on. Yeah. Now, what is the reason for what was the possible? They had no justification for any of the others, but what was the reason for saying that I was spreading racism and white supremacy? It's because in a number of my earlier books, I reported indigenous myths and traditions.
Like, why the boost?
From South America and from Mexico, which in some cases referred to a white-skinned, bearded stranger and his companions who came after a time of darkness, after a great cataclysm, bringing knowledge and teaching knowledge to the inhabitants of the country. Now, that is not me saying that. That is indigenous traditions. The view of archaeologists today is that many of those traditions were simply made up by the Spanish conquistadors. I don't think that's true. There are many other archaeologists who don't agree with that and think that they are true and genuine indigenous traditions and should be rightly reported as such. Whether we're referring to Quetzalcoatl in Mexico or to Viracocha in the Andes. These traditions, it's a pan-American myth, and they're not only found in the Americas, but all over the world. They don't always refer to a person as white skin. You know, the emphasis that's put on skin color today is really recent in human history. It's a few hundred years old. Did the issue of white skin or black skin carry the same resonance 12,000 years ago that it carries today? I somehow doubt it. I doubt it very much. I don't see why it should, because the abuses of human rights that were carried out in the name of color are recent developments. They're not ancient developments, you know, and therefore
recent in the scale of human history.
Recent in the scale of human history. Let's say the last 500 or 600 years, something like that. They weren't really there. They weren't really there before that. But it's a huge distraction from the major issue. They also refer to these individuals as being bearded. They often refer to there being 7 of them. In ancient Mesopotamia, they're called the 7 sages. In ancient Egypt, at the Temple of Horus at Edfu, they are also referred to as the 7 sages.
It's true, Toad.
In ancient India,
interesting though.
Manu and the seven
what about religion?
Who appear after
what about like wars of religion and
to
stuff?
Restore the knowledge that was lost during the time of the flood. These are indigenous.
Is that due to scarcity?
Same story, different parts of the world.
Same story, different parts of the world. That's one of the things that interests me about it.
Because scarcity also
What
leads
interests
to
me about it
war,
least of all
not just cooperation.
Is the issue of skin color. What interests me about it most of all is the issue that there seems to be
But you're
a
right.
memory of a cataclysm.
If it wasn't like a
after which
city
group of
society
people
or
tried
some
to
shit,
preserve
and it was just
knowledge
people
from
out in fucking nature,
I'm not sure.
She
like
falls
real
asleep.
hunters.
The 7 dwarfs, so the 7 sages, they come wake her up with the wisdom of a guy should make out with you when you're passed out.
I need to reread the Snow White.
Okay. There might be something there. This is good.
Yeah. Well, no, because myths, myths are the memory bank of our species.
These interviewers are
This is what I
terrible.
loved about the Netflix special. Treating the myths as a way of passing on true information.
Yes.
And and taking them seriously, not looking at them as figments of imagination.
Yeah.
If we were to pass on data and fact, it's way more digestible in the form of story. We memorize stories.
If you wish to pass information to a distant future, you wish it to be preserved, you wouldn't be smart to just write it down. how can we know that our script is going to be readable by any other culture? Let's say 10,000 years in the future. Will anybody be able to read the English language? Who knows? I have no idea. It's fragile. An example I often give is the Indus Valley civilization in Pakistan and India. The Indus Valley civilization, nobody actually knew that it existed until it was accidentally discovered while a railway was being built through a site now called Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan. And then they found that there were these actually very, very sophisticated, very complex mud brick structures on a very large scale. Then they began to look at it. Then they found that this culture had a language, a fully developed written script. It's about 5,000 years old, but there isn't a single Rosetta Stone that enables us to translate that script into any more recent language. So we can't read that script. The script exists, but we can't read it. So there could be all kinds of information in that script, which tells all kinds of things about our past, but it's not readable.
And how long ago were they thriving?
5,000 years ago.
Wow.
One of the interesting things in the Indus Valley civilization is that there is a particular seal that has survived, a seal that would have been used to stamp an imprint onto cloth or something like that. It's called the Pasupati seal, and it shows a figure which is recognizable as the god Shiva, who's of course an important deity in Indian culture to this day and in the Vedas, and it shows that individual seated in that's the Pasupati seal. Well, what you'll see is that underneath it, the way his feet are organized is that his heels are pointed forwards.
God, no, don't say that, man. Don't say that. Don't say that, man.
You gotta kind of almost disjoint your legs in order to do that.
No, you're just joking,
and
man.
The problem with that is that it's an advanced yoga position. It's found in a seal that's 5,000 years old. We have to ask ourselves how many thousands of years before that was yoga being developed.
Shit.
You know,
Like, come on,
there's
man.
a hint of a lost human culture in this. The posture is called Mula Bandhasana. And I certainly can't do it.
Unbelievable. Because what do we date modern Indian civilization back to?
Me too, bro.
Since the Indus,
D. Masson.
discovery of the Indus Valley
His new name, D.
civilization,
Masson.
we have to accept that civilization in India is at
I
least
know.
5,000 years old. The largely and correctly
He's one of the great
disputed
ones.
notion of an Aryan invasion of India needs to be abandoned as well. Yes, there were multiple cultures moving back and forwards, but Indian
That back
culture
boost,
is
like what?
extremely ancient.
5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
It's just so dumb.
And
Indus Valley, that's like a thing you'll learn about in textbooks.
yeah, you learn about it now.
Accepted, yeah.
But what most people don't realize was nobody knew it even existed. It wasn't lost
And
civilization.
the language is completely independent. There's no connectivity to anything.
Nobody can connect it to anything. We don't know what it was. There's some suggestion that it may have been Dravidian peoples, the peoples who are now found primarily in southern India, the Tamils. As a matter of fact, my wife is Tamil.
Gotcha.
And that's been very helpful to us when we've been researching in southern India. We did a lot of diving in southern. My wife is a photographer and diver, as I am, and we did a lot of diving in southern India. So it was great to be able to talk, for her to be able to talk in their own language to Tamil fishermen and Tamil divers, and see if they'd seen any weird stuff underwater, which they certainly had, and they took us to diving on structures that are a fully formed city off the town of Mahabalipuram.
Now, you speak about this in the documentary, but I think this is really important to understand as well, that most of human civilization has been organized around water, right? Close proximity to water, obviously you can fish, travel, etc. And as the water levels change, some of those ancient cities could be completely covered.
Yes.
You've recovered some of these, you've seen
This is
other
one of
people.
the things that I think is missing from our understanding of the past. It amused me, but also irritated me that in that open letter to Netflix, the Society for American Archaeologists claimed that they could absolutely for certain be sure that there was no lost civilization during the Ice Age. They knew. It was a fact. And if there had been any civilization, they would have found it, and they would have published it.
Correct.
Well, how do they know that there was no lost civilization then? Because it's really important to understand that archaeology is often driven by accidental finds. A lot of archaeology, particularly in the industrialized countries, is the result of somebody building. There's a huge building project going on. Maybe a housing estate is going to be built. Maybe a road is going to be built. Maybe a railway is going to be built. Maybe a dam is going to be built. And then let's call in the archaeologists to make sure that we're not going to wreck any ancient archaeology while we're doing this. And that's a lot of archaeological discoveries are made as a result of that, rather than of targeted inquiries. The second issue with ruling out completely the possibility of a lost civilization is that archaeology sets itself up as the sole arbiter as to what is and what is not evidence. So I and my colleagues argue that we should consider the possibility of a much older Great Sphinx, as we've just been discussing, on the basis of its geology. I'm just going to add a more complicated point. It's not only the geology. The Great Sphinx points perfectly due east. The sun rises perfectly due east on the spring equinox. If you go to the Gyges Plateau or anywhere else in the world on the northern hemisphere, on the summer solstice, you're going to see the sun rising far to the north of east. Go there on the winter solstice, you're going to see it far to the south of east. But on the spring equinox, it rises perfectly due east, directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. The Sphinx is looking at where the sun rises at dawn on the 21st of March in our calendar. Now, because of this wobble on the Earth's axis.
What is that called again, the wobble?
It's called precession.
Precession, yeah.
Imagine a spinning top, which is spinning and is kind of doing this.
Yeah.
And that's the viewing platform from which we observe the stars and the sun and the moon and everything else. And obviously the changes in its orientation are going to change their orientation. And that's why we get the astrological ages. Again, mainstream science sneers at these things, but it is a simple astronomical fact that there are 12 constellations that lie along the path of the sun, which is called the ecliptic, and they are the constellations of the zodiac. And right now we live in the age of Pisces, very near the end of the age of Pisces. It's a simple fact that the ancient Christians go back about 2,000 years.
The fish.
The fish was their thing. Before that, it was Aries, the ram. Ancient Egyptian symbolism at that time was very much focused on rams. Go back before that, it's the age of Taurus, roughly the Pyramid Age. That's why if you were building a huge 270-foot-long rock-hewn monument in the Pyramid Age, you'd be more likely to make it in the form of a bull than in the form of a lion.
Yeah.
Of a lion.
Oh,
because there is a time when you go back, guess when, about 12,000 years, that you find it's the constellation of Leo that is rising behind the sun. That's the age of Leo. Just as we live in the age of Pisces, that was the age of Leo.
Come on, man.
And there was a time when that monument would have looked directly at the place where the sun rises. First, it would have seen its own celestial counterpart, the constellation of Leo, sitting on the horizon, and then the sun rising beneath it. So to us, this, and I speak of myself, Robert Bovard,
Oh my God.
Robert Schoch, John Anthony West, and a few others, we think it makes more sense. Take the geology, take the astronomy. This monument has its origins 12,000 years ago. But Egyptologists say, no, we know the Sphinx was built 4,500 years ago. I'm not going to bore your audience with the details, but the evidence is incredibly flimsy. There isn't a single document that attributes the Great Sphinx to Khafre, who is supposed to be the builder of the Great Sphinx. There's nothing. It's just opinion, pure opinion. And we think that they are not right to dismiss the case for a much older Sphinx and to say that. So they select what evidence is evidence and what evidence isn't evidence. That's the second thing. And then the third and final thing is that huge areas of the world that have never been looked at by archaeology at all. Or if looked at by archaeology, looked at only minimally. Of course, the most important are the flooded continental shelves. And that's why Santa and I spent 7 years of our lives, frequently risking our lives, scuba diving all around the world. Sea level rose 400 feet at the end of the last ice age. Let's be clear, it did not rise 400 feet overnight.
Right.
This was a rise that was extended over a period of 11 or 12,000 years, from about 21,000 years ago down to 10,000. It was even still rising about 6,000 years ago.
All over the world?
All over the world, yeah. There was a global, all the world's oceans are connected, and all but in local areas, if you have a very steep coastline, the effect of the sea level rise and the amount of land it eats up is going to be a lot less than if you have a gradually sloping coastline. And 120 feet sea level rise on a very steep bit of coast is going to remove relatively less land, whereas on a very sloping bit of coast, it's going to inundate much more land. And the calculation is that 27 million square kilometers that was above water during the Ice Age is underwater now. Roughly, I think that's roughly 10
level
million
sucks.
square miles. I can't do the math in my head, but something like that. So it's an awful lot of land. I think it's Europe and China added together. It's not that there's been no archaeology done on the continental shelves. I think we're looking at something from Alexandria here.
Yes.
Yeah, we are. I've dived there as well. And that's inundated not because of sea level rise.
Yeah, but at least won't make you go crazy. Like, yeah, you're right, dude. That's fucking, you're right.
Delta and the silt subsided and resulted in the flooding of this.
I just suck.
The Nile carries a lot of silt with it, a lot of earth with it as it flows out of Uganda and out of Ethiopia.
I think the 25 I got yesterday was really, like a really slow 25. A really high 25, and I think that 25 I got today was a pretty low 25. They both might have been really high, who knows? Just like me.
Sites off Alexandria, which is a magical, spooky place to dive, by the way. I've been lucky enough to dive there. The submergence of those sites is largely because of subsidence of land rather than sea level rise, because it's relatively recent.
So if you're saying the silt itself has dropped.
Yeah.
Right.
So anything built on
solid ground.
Yeah. Anything built on top of it went down.
Guys, I'm in different clothes. Why is that? Because we were able to add another special taping at White Oak Music Hall. I'm fighting to get everybody in. I appreciate the demand so much. So tickets are being released today, the day this comes out. 10 a.m.
You want to hear the news, Dick?
Texas time. So hurry up and buy the tickets, please. I appreciate the demand so much. I want to get everybody in that I can. Also, speaking of adding shows, we are adding shows at Zany's in Nashville, July 14th and 15th. The 13th is sold out. I believe I'm going to be in Huntsville on the 12th. Also, I got a bunch more shows. Please check the website because tickets are selling out for these shows, and I don't have time. We got to get back to Graham Hancock.
I mean, this level, like, you kind of like, it's, I mean, you don't have to, but.
Also, guys, if you need tickets to a show that might happen to be sold out, again, my special taping is an example. You know where you can find them? SeatGeek. Look at that. Akash Singh tickets. And what's even better is SeatGeek will tell you how good or bad a deal is. Whatever tickets you need. If you see a green dot next to the ticket price, that means it's good. You should buy it. Red means don't buy it yet. Hold off. Something. You know
what this YouTuber reminds me of? It reminds me of those guys back in the 2000s that would try to that were like promoters for clubs, and they're like, "Oh, yo, yeah, I'll put you on the guest list."
Every single day. That includes concerts, sporting events, music festivals, and more.
It's like, yeah, show up before 11. You're getting free. Put you on the guest list.
Able to help you. Why don't you look at that? And just because we at Flagrant always come through for you, we got a code. Use Flagrant for $20 off tickets at SeatGeek. Again, that's $20 off your first purchase with the promo code Flagrant. Make sure you do that right now. Just download the SeatGeek app on your phone, buy your first tickets, use a promo code Flagrant, you get $20 off. Now let's get back to the show.
Why is it spooky?
It kind of reminds me of Ali G.
Well, because you're coming across statues underwater, you're coming across columns underwater. The visibility is not perfect. It's a little bit kind of weird. And it's just magical in diving on an underwater city. But I cannot claim, and I do not claim that city is 12,000 years old. No, it's not. But I do claim that in connection with a giant stone circle called of Akijima in the Kerama Islands in Japan, which is 30 meters under sea level.
It's just such fucking bullshit, man.
Where you can calculate that it's been underwater for 12,000 years. I do absolutely claim that in terms of the enormous structures that lie off the coast of Mahabalipuram in Tamil Nadu in southeast India. Pumpahar, a little further south, there's a huge U-shaped structure underwater there that Santha and I dived on with a team from the National Institute of Oceanography.
Should have switched to the grenade and thrown it for that camera.
When you look at underwater structures, you have to look at all
it just all happens so fast.
Their submergence. And in some cases, it's very clear that they've been underwater for a very, very, very long time indeed. Malta, which we featured in Ancient Apocalypse.
Wait, when you went to Malta, did you go? Malta's the one that's divided. There's like an active civil war going on, right?
No, not for a long time.
But there's like a Turkish side and then a Orthodox Christian side, and they're basically like a border that they just kind of built.
No, not in.
I'm not thinking
Cyprus. Not in Malta.
Oh, am I thinking of Cyprus?
Yeah, could be Cyprus.
This host is fucking retarded. I mean, you don't have to know Cyprus. But I mean, if you're gonna friggin', you need to know Malta if you're friggin' talking to Graham Hancock. I'm not that I'm a genius. I've learned everything Graham Hancock the last 2 years, but
all the way out to Malta.
Maybe I'm just the asshole.
Right.
Yeah.
Now. So
Yo,
one of my interests as a diver
a Menem hat and Ramses.
And what you find strikingly underwater in Malta is a repetition
Coffee.
of the so-called cart ruts that you find above water in Malta as well, which have never been properly.
I'm gonna load the vape again. I'm probably gonna order a pizza. I might pick it up, keep the stream on. It's just around the corner. I'll probably do that. Because I want to do a weightlifting stream after, I think.
That's just a comparison. And there are even junctions in it.
Oh, but it is getting sunny, so it looks like it's gonna rain. But
the word cart ruts is what
I'm really close to this PB, guys.
Gradually
and
cut
girls.
out by carts being rolled over them doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It looks like they've been cut by hand, but more interesting is the fact that they continue underwater. And we've dived on those cart ruts down to 27 meters, which is 80, 90 feet maybe underwater. They've been underwater for thousands and thousands of years.
And
so then the issue becomes, are we secure on the dating of all the structures above water on Malta? And I suggest strongly that we're not.
Yeah.
There's been very little carbon dating done on the Maltese temples. That carbon dating is itself insecure. I'm doing a debate with a leading archaeologist on the Joe Rogan Experience on the 24th of October.
Joe be happy to debate, huh? That's his thing.
It's a very good thing that this is happening. It's the first time that somebody representing the alternative point of view has actually been debated by somebody from the mainstream. The mainstream has normally said, "No, we don't want to talk to you guys. You're Looney Tunes. We're not going to give you a platform." But in this case, it is happening, and I have things to say about Malta that I'm going to preserve my ammunition for.
Nice. Can you give us a taste? Can you give us a little taste?
It's to do with the absolute insecurity of the carbon dating.
I see. Do you think there's any submerged pyramids?
Just to finish that point, carbon dating, by the way, and again, this is not something that everybody knows. Carbon dating can only date organic material. It can't date stone.
Yeah.
So if you're going to date a megalith according to the organic material found around you, you want to be pretty sure that the organic material dates from the same time as the megalith and wasn't introduced later.
Right. And there's no way in proving that it is or it isn't.
Well, it's very difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult to do. And the fact is, there are very few carbon dates from Malta, and the new dating work that's been done there hasn't added usefully to that database.
And when are you doing this on Joe's pod?
So 24th of October. The archaeologist who's going to debate me is called Flint Dibble. He's American, but he teaches at the University of Cardiff in Wales, in Britain. His father was a famous archaeologist called Harold Dibble. Flint has been very pointed and aggressive in his attacks on me following the Netflix show, which he has every right to be. I had wanted to debate another archaeologist who's called John Hoops from the University of Kansas, because he has been by far the most obnoxious in leveling these ad hominem attacks against me, and straw men attacks, like Hancock says this, Hancock says that, when Hancock doesn't say either this or that, but if you say it enough, it begins to have an effect. And I would have liked to have called John Hoops to account and invited him to debate me, but unfortunately he backed out and he wouldn't do it. Flint Dibble, and this is genuine, Flint Dibble has had some health issues. I won't go into the details. And we've not been certain until very recently whether he will be able to make it. But
oh my
kudos
gosh,
to him. It
this
looks
level,
like he is
guys.
going to make it.
Great.
And what he's doing and what I'm doing on the 24th of October is we're both putting our reputations on the line. This is a
pay-per-view event.
This is a high stakes. This is a high stakes issue for both me and him, because anything can happen in a debate, and I certainly intend to make sure that I'm properly prepared. I'm sure he's going to make sure he's properly prepared. I hope we can end up hugging each other and finding some common ground, rather than all of this hatred.
Okay, now.
Sorry, there's one question. I'm sorry to interrupt, but as society got more advanced in this time, it seems we have less and less dependence on astronomy. Astronomy, when I'm thinking 4,005 years ago to now, it just kind of filled in the blanks of what we couldn't figure out on our own. So 12,000 years ago, if there's a really advanced civilization, why would astronomy play as big of a role in them, where everything is pointing to X, Y, and Z stars?
Well, first of all, let's consider what we mean by advanced. What is an advanced civilization? Are we really an advanced civilization?
Like, how did I miss that?
That we would say, that's incredibly
Like, come on.
Are we talking tech? We're technological.
And like
Oh, what?
We believe that that is advanced. And that is one of the mistakes in looking for a quote-unquote advanced civilization in the past, is that we tend to be looking for ourselves in our past. Whereas it's possible for a civilization to be advanced in other ways. We could not measure longitude. Very important issue if you're a navigator and a sailor. We could not measure longitude until 1760s, 1750s, and sometime in the second half of the 18th century. It took the creation of a very precise marine chronometer in order to be able to calculate what your longitude is. Otherwise, in the middle of a stormy night, you could find yourself 300 miles west of where you thought you were and crashing into a coastline. It's a really good thing to know longitude. There was £1 million in the 18th century was a lot of money. There was £1 million British prize for cracking the longitude problem. And it wasn't until the second half of the 18th century that it was solved. Wow. So it's weird that on ancient maps, copied from even more ancient source maps, there are precise longitudes, precise relative longitudes. This is one of the things that suggests to me that a civilized... The second thing is those maps show the world as it looked during the last ice age. Thirdly, and most important, they show Antarctica. Our civilization didn't discover Antarctica until 1820. So if I find a map from 1520 showing Antarctica, where the map maker informs us that he based his map on much older source maps that were falling to pieces, and that he know that will fall completely apart, he's preserved the information in those maps on his map. He's copying from older sources, and there is Antarctica. So did they just make it up? That's what the
Why do we still call it Antarctica? That was another thing I was like,
well, the opposite of the Arctic.
yeah, but it's
That very
like,
recent map.
it's like, bro, he called it Antarctica. Why don't you just look at the map? You're gonna call it the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we call it Antarctica. They used to call it Terra Australis, the southern land. If you go for the Orontius Phineas map, for example, you'll find a much better reference.
Yeah, I thought that map said Antarctica. That's where I got tripped up.
Oh, I actually am really excited that we're talking about Antarctica.
Yeah. Antarctica is an interesting
This
place.
is my newest rabbit
It's one of those. It's one of those great. You see, there's Antarctica. That's the Orontius Phineas.
To the right?
There's South Africa, and there's Antarctica, and there's the tip of South America, almost touching Antarctica. It's a bit bigger than it is today, but it would have been like that during the last ice age. That's a map from 1531, and what they're saying in the legend is that here in this map I expose regions that neither Eudoxus nor, I forget the names of all the ancient maps. None of them knew about it. They were hidden in darkness, but here they are. Hidden in darkness, I suggest they're hidden in darkness on ancient maps that Orontius Phineas copied from.
Wow.
It's an anomaly that it's sitting there, and it's not good enough to say that those map makers just wanted to balance the world, so they put a fantasy continent there, which later turned out to actually be there.
Right.
That's roughly what they're saying now. So that suggests to me a culture that was capable of exploring and mapping the Earth during the last ice age. The second issue is precisely astronomy. It's ancient knowledge of precession, which again our culture attributes to the Greeks, roughly between 300 BC and 100 BC. They're supposed to have been the discoverers of precession. Precession is very hard to observe. In a single lifetime, it's a fraction of an inch on the horizon, the change. So you have to keep records over long periods of time. You have to have a system that preserves those records and passes them down. So it's the knowledge of precession that is manifested in ancient mythology and in ancient traditions, often traditions that speak of a global flood. The Vedas themselves contain numbers that are related to precession. Again, I don't want to get too boring, but precession proceeds at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years, and this is the key number that is found in ancient mythology around the world, and variations of that number. So 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 is another precessional number. 108 divided by 2 is 54. That's another precessional number. That's why on the bridge at Angkor Thom in Angkor in Cambodia, you have 54 figures on either side of the bridge. And what are they doing? They're hauling on the body of the serpent Vasuki, who is wrapped around Mount Mandara, and they are churning the Milky Ocean. The argument is that this is a symbol for precession, that is taking place there, and the numbers are multiplied. And another example I often give is the Great Pyramid itself. And it's very important, I made this point at the beginning, it's very important that when people want to check this calculation, that they use the true original height of the Great Pyramid, the 481 feet that it would have risen to, rather than its rather stunted 450 plus feet today. When you use the true original height of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. And when you measure the base perimeter of the Great Pyramid and multiply it by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. Now, why does 43,200 matter? It's 600 times 72. It's another precessional number. It's a number generated by the precessional motion of the Earth itself. And there we enter a very clever piece of work. Great Pyramid is almost perfectly aligned to true north. It's within 3/60ths of a single degree of true north. It's an error, but it's really good. When you look at a monument on that scale, 6 million tons, 481 feet tall, you know, and you get it within 3/60ths of a degree of true north, you are doing very accurate work. And they were saying something else.
You think they figured that out back in the day?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You think they were like,
they used astronomy. They used astronomy to figure it out.
But no, that they messed up a little.
I think they did the best they could. I think they did the best they could. We also have to take account of movements of the Earth itself.
So it might have been right at the time.
It might have been. There might have been a slight shift in the tectonic plates underneath. I'm not sure, but the fact is, it's 3/60ths off now.
Okay.
What it does tell us, apart from the level of accuracy, is that when they made that monument, they wanted to lock it in to the key cardinal directions. It's perfectly true north, perfectly true south, perfectly true east, perfectly true west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. Then the cardinal directions of this planet mattered to them. They were speaking to the Earth with that monument. Secondly, it's located on latitude 30 degrees north, give or take a few seconds of arc. And latitude 30 degrees north is 1/3 of the way between the equator and the North Pole. Okay, so that's not an insignificant latitude. It's a significant latitude. It seems like the monument is speaking to the Earth. And then we find that it encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale provided by a key motion of the Earth itself, namely the Earth's precession, operating at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. Multiply that by 600, you get 43,200. That's the scale the pyramid is built on, 1 to 43,200. So it's a monument that speaks to the Earth, that is aligned to the cardinal directions of the Earth, and that encodes the dimensions of the Earth on a scale defined by the Earth itself.
And nobody would object to this at all?
Nobody that I know of, once they get the measurements right and realize that they're not dealing with a 450-foot tall monument, but a 481-foot tall monument. Nobody disputes that. The pi, which is used to calculate the diameter and circumference of a circle, is built into the Great Pyramid. This is broadly accepted by Egyptologists. It's just that they regard it as a coincidence.
And your theory is also that the ancient Egyptians did this, right? Because you said they did most of the work.
Yeah,
So,
I think they did. I think it was finished off. You define the very moment you start building that 52-degree slope into all the sides, you're defining what the apex is going to be.
Right.
That's there from the beginning.
And what was their daily ritual use for the pyramids of Giza that you theorize?
Well, actually nobody has any idea. The Great Pyramid was sealed. It was a sealed monument. So in roughly 900 AD, forgive me if I don't give you the exact date, give or take 50 years, the Caliph al-Ma'mun, who was running Egypt at the time, wanted to get inside the Great Pyramid. This is 400 years before the earthquake. The facing stones are still in place. He could not find the true entrance to the Great Pyramid. It turned out that it could have been found. According to accounts, there was some sort of almost like a button that you pressed, and the doorway would slide, the facing stones would slide away, and you could find the true entrance. But he couldn't find that. But he did know that other pyramids had their entrance in the north face, other older pyramids, like the Pyramid of Unas. He knew they had their entrance in the north face. So he started hacking away at the north face of the Great Pyramid. And that is the entrance through which you will have gone when you entered the Great Pyramid. It's called Mamun's Hole. He and his team hacked it out with sledgehammers and chisels, and they broke their way in to the north face. And then as they were doing so, they heard a block falling in a hollow space. And then they knew they were onto something. That block that fell, caused by the vibrations that they had caused, must have been in some kind of passageway or chamber. So they headed towards that sound, and that's where they found the original passageway system of the Great Pyramid, which after you've gone through Mamun's Hole, gone around a little corner where it's all cut out of the rock, and then you find yourself going up into the, first of all,
wow,
the ascending
14
corridor,
subs. Thank you, guys.
which is the most majestic structure.
It's just so amazing. Thank you, guys and
found
gals.
the original
14
entrance system
subs.
that
Like,
way. And
thank
now
you
the
so
true
much.
original entrance
And
is
Toad for the
open,
bits.
but it's not
Ninja
used
Lace
by
out or for the
tourists.
donation.
Okay, I want to talk
Guys and
about
gals are the best.
because I think this is going to be the new obsession. I feel like it's trending super high.
It's 420, my
Who
friends. You know
knows
what that
if
means.
there's any truth to it, but a friend of ours who will remain nameless
Smashing my elbow, Tom.
got to go on a cool experience, trip, etc. And he said a couple interesting things. He said the mountains looked eerily pointy and four-sided.
420
he said
blaze it.
way more mountainous than he thought it would be. I think the illusion, maybe from looking at maps and watching penguins, is
By the way,
just
you can
this
see
flat.
mountains. You can see mountains on the Orontius Phineas map version.
Oh, is that what the little etchings
Around the
are?
edges there.
Interesting.
Those are mountains.
Now, he also said this. He said a couple things. He said there is a pact with every country that has a slice of it that they will not dig or remove any minerals from Antarctica. And he even said that a scientist was there, said to them, World War III will not start until one of these countries breaks that pact. They are clearly protecting or preserving something that may or may not be under, I believe it's 3 miles, Mark was saying earlier, at its thickest of ice. Now, Mark, maybe you should describe the thing that you were saying before about there was a time where
I was
Antarctica...
reading an article that perhaps 90 million years ago there was a lush rainforest that is now covered in miles of ice on the Antarctic continent.
Yeah, that's probably true. If you go back that far, you would find that the Earth's climate was very different from how it is today. And there's undoubtedly a time, they found fossils on Antarctica, there's undoubtedly a time
Back
when
would draw.
Antarctica was lush and green.
Yep.
The question is, was it lush and green during the lifetime of the
I like how I'm like, yeah, I wonder if I'm going to order
This is where it
food.
gets-
I'm so
and
hungry. I need to
this is
do
where it gets
workout,
tricky.
weightlifting, basketball, and I just come back with more weed.
The Homo sapiens line descends from a line that goes back about 6 million years, not much further than that, if we accept conventional evolutionary theory. So 6 million years ago, Antarctica is supposed to have been as cold and as frozen as it is today. Now, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, which is my first book tracing the possibility of a lost civilization, I was very interested in Antarctica. And I was interested in it because of the work of a previous researcher called Charles Hapgood. Charles Hapgood
Nice, buddy.
wrote a number of very important books. One of them is called Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings, which precisely goes into this issue of ancient
I think
maps
someone
that
took an
fit
edible.
our understanding of what the world was, how the world was supposed to be known at that time. And another is called The Path of the Pole. And he proposed a phenomenon that he called Earth crust displacement, whereby from time to time,
Nice.
the
Oops.
entire outer crust of the Earth, like the skin of an orange, might
Don't tell Home Depot.
leaving the core.
Sorry,
of
I don't mean to
Earth
dox
in
you, man.
place.
Sorry,
You
bro.
could so if you imagine a very loose orange skin, the fruit is inside, it's staying in place, but you're shifting the skin around it. Well, obviously then, if that happens, Antarctica could have been in warmer latitudes and could have been shifted into colder latitudes.
And how often does this happen?
Well, does it happen at all is the first question. I mean,
Very
of
medical,
all
Kyle
the
Mayo.
theories
You
I've
did?
looked at and
Nice,
supporting this
man.
is-
For
this is the
Florida?
one
Hell
I've
yeah,
come in
bro.
for the
Hell
most
yeah, man.
criticism for. And I've been much more interested recently.
No
in
laziness
the
for
drive
60
impact
days, Dick. No
hypothesis
worries.
and the notion
Have
that
fun.
that a cataclysm occurred around 12,800 years ago, caused by impacts of comet
But you're not
fragments. We
renewing
can
it.
go into that. But when I wrote Fingerprints
You
of the Gods,
stocked
although
up?
I was interested in comets, I was more interested in Earth crust displacement. And the standard academic response to that
That's
is,
awesome.
look, Antarctica's been frozen for millions of years, and that rules out the whole Earth crust displacement argument. I think that even those who are still researching this field
I
would
can
prefer
see.
it to be the
Have you
mass
seen Half
rather
Baked?
than the crust of the Earth that moves. Again, it's very
Stash.
technical, but
Yeah,
moves in one
man.
piece.
I'm sure you've seen Half Baked. You know when he fucking goes to pick up the fucking like pounds of medical marijuana? That's what I see, like you doing that. It's like fucking pounds.
Hits the earth a glancing blow and causes a shift.
We're from California, yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. You have like some like upper level IQ knowledge experience.
That Antarctica and Earth crust displacement are the mechanism we should be looking at. I'm much more interested in the very solidly scientifically grounded Younger Dryas impact. Back in 1995, when I wrote Fingerprints of the Gods, I was searching around for many possibilities that could have caused a global cataclysm in the range of 12 to 13,000 years ago, because that's what all the astronomy pointed at, 12 to 13,000 years ago. And Hapgood's theory seemed to me a very valuable and useful one. I still won't write it off. I won't dismiss it entirely, but I've shifted in the direction of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, simply because I'm in a constant argument with mainstream academia. And the issue to me, the most important issue to me, is the issue of a global cataclysm at the end of the Ice Age. What caused that cataclysm is a secondary issue. The cataclysm itself is the primary issue. And I found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis a better, much more scientifically grounded explanation for that cataclysm than the notion of Earth crust displacement.
But do any archaeologists or any of these prehistorians dispute the Younger Dryas?
There's still a lot of argument around it. There's about 60 major scientists who are involved in the Comet Research Group. They're all credentialed scientists. They've all published dozens of papers in peer-reviewed journals, including Nature, including scientific reports, and many, many others on the hypothesis. But there's also a group of academics who are opposed to it and dispute that any impact ever took place. And then, even in those who do accept that the Younger Dryas was a cataclysm, some think that it may have been caused by solar activity rather than by comet impact.
How would that work?
Well, it could work at the end of the Younger Dryas. There are two moments in the Younger Dryas. The beginning is 12,800 years ago. It's a very strange moment in Earth history. This is when the world's climate, which has been warming up for a few thousand years, the Ice Age is still very much present. Have big ice caps on North America, big ice caps on Northern Europe, but it's been warming up gradually. And then 12,800 years ago, two things happened at once. First, a sudden cataclysmic drop in climate. It gets incredibly cold. As cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age more than 20,000 years ago. It gets incredibly cold, but then puzzlingly, there's a release of water into the world ocean. I say puzzlingly because when the Earth is freezing, you would not expect meltwater to be going into the world ocean. It should be staying on the ice caps. And I cite the work of Cesare Miliani and his work on the submergence of Bahamian corals. This is how do you know that sea level rose? There are certain corals that can only exist within a certain number of feet of the sea's surface.
Because they need the sunlight.
Yeah, and when they drown, that tells you the sea level has risen. And they point to a significant sea level rise 12,800 years ago at exactly the moment of this deep freeze. The comet impact hypothesis explains that, because it says that the shock at the heat of the impact of large fragments of a comet on the North American and European ice caps would have been sufficient to release that freezing water into the world ocean, to cut the Gulf Stream. That's the central heating system of our planet. It's called the global meridional overturning circulation. It's these currents of warm and cold water that flow around the planet, and the Gulf Stream was cut and the Earth got extremely cold. So I think the comet impact hypothesis does best explain that. But
so just real quick, so comet hits, cuts the Gulf Stream. Cutting the Gulf Stream.
It cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases a huge quantity of meltwater from the North American ice cap, almost instantaneously.
So the comet hits the ice.
Yeah.
That is in North America.
And Europe.
And Europe. That water cuts the Gulf Stream because it releases all this, which was frozen
freezing water.
Gotcha.
Goes into the world ocean.
And temperature plummets. But at the same time, there's much more potential water in the oceans, so that when the temperature does rise, now you have that meltwater.
Well, no. So now we need to go on. 12,800 years ago, in the 1,000 or 1,200 years after that, that's a window when all the great Ice Age megafauna go extinct.
Megafauna are
saber-toothed tigers,
Right.
woolly mammoths, mastodons,
Right.
giant sloths. The whole collection
Yep.
of famous Ice Age megafauna, they all go extinct in that window. And clearly they didn't go extinct for no reason. It's the cataclysm of the Younger Dryas that made them extinct.
Have you seen the, oh God, what is the gentleman's name? He's a guy who I believe like excavates up in Alaska for gold. Pretty sure it is, I'm forgetting what it is right now. But they're like images of woolly mammoths who have had like their legs completely shattered, but they're intact.
Yeah,
And
is this a boneyard that's been
Yes,
found?
yeah, yeah,
It's the
yeah,
boneyard,
yeah,
yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
That's right. That's very, very, very interesting. I've not been there. I've not looked into it yet, so I can't speak authoritatively about it.
but it might speak to your opinion right there. Is like,
What I can
else would-
say is that at Serradia de Lindosa in Colombia, there is an 8-kilometer long rock art panel dated to 12,800 years ago, which shows these megafauna. It shows many of the extinct megafauna from that period. To get back to the point, so we have this window of about 1,200 years where the Earth is very cold, the megafauna go extinct. But then 11,600 years ago, just as fast and dramatically as the Earth went cold, the Earth goes warm. You're looking at a 10-degree rise in global temperatures in a couple of hundred years. It goes in very, in geological terms, very rapid and very fast. And sea level rises very quickly.
And what is the cause of that?
11,600 years ago, it's called Meltwater Pulse 1b. There's another collapse of the ice sheets and huge amounts of water go into the world ocean. Now that could realistically be caused by a sudden burst of solar activity, which melted down those ice sheets. But that's not what I go with. I still prefer the notion that we're dealing with multiple bombardments from comet fragments. And in this case, you're looking at a comet fragment that goes into a world ocean. That sends up a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, creates a greenhouse effect, and accounts for the warming that takes place at that time.
So 2 comets. One that cooled things down and one that heated things up?
Yeah.
Any idea why one would cool down and one would heat up?
Depends where the impact is. If the impact's on an ice cap and it's releasing enormous amounts of meltwater into the world ocean, you're going to make the world very cold. Okay. If the impact's in a world ocean and it's putting a huge amount of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, it's a greenhouse effect. And the world is going to get warmer. It's all theory. It's not fact. What is fact is the sudden warming at the end of the Younger Dryas and the sudden freezing at the beginning of the Younger Dryas.
So we're searching for explanations for that.
We're searching for explanations.
Well, dude, I have something. The mall, the shopping mall here.
It's what I do think is really important is
half of the upper part, so about a quarter of the mall, the government bought, and it's now a Service Canada. So the government just like bought a quarter of the mall, and now I go there to submit my unemployment request.
That weirdly is the date
Service Canada, you know.
and Critias gives for the submergence of Atlantis, 11,600 years
The EI shit that I didn't get.
So what's happening to
The
humanity?
employment insurance that I did not receive.
I need to be clear about that. Okay, because archaeologists roll their eyes.
So I see that in like gentrification and stuff, and I see people just destroying, like just buying the land and just. There's going to be rich and poor. Just the dichotomy's bigger. Just tearing it down. Brick and mortar. Oh yeah, I think so too.
All of
I
those
think
can be
so.
written off simply because you said the word Atlantis.
It's flat Earth for archaeologists.
Yeah, it's flat Earth.
Yeah.
I just want to be like a friggin' hippie hobbit in your local town.
One theory I
That
definitely
takes a
don't
lot of
like.
effort.
No, give us the Atlantis theory.
So the story of Atlantis comes down to us from Plato. It's expressed in 2 dialogues, the Timaeus and the Critias.
Okay.
Plato was writing at around 300 BC.
Does that come from his uncle?
Yeah, it's arguably from a member of his family line, who was the Greek lawmaker Solon.
Solon, yeah.
Who did make a famous and documented visit to Egypt around the year
Residential,
600
yeah.
BC.
And he was told in Egypt.
And he was at the Temple of Neith at Sais in the Delta, and there are these inscriptions on the walls. That temple no longer exists, it's a ruin in the Delta now. There are these writings on the walls, and he asks a priest, what do the writings say? And the priest spoke Greek and ancient Egyptian, and he told Solon what the writings say, that there was this great civilization that it was destroyed in an enormous flood. Plato or Solon refers to it as Atlantis. Atlantis is not an ancient Egyptian word. It looks like some attempt to translate into a meaningful Greek phrase what was originally an ancient Egyptian phrase. And that ancient Egyptian phrase, I can tell you pretty much for sure, was the homeland of the primeval ones. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But the point is that then Solon asks, when did this happen? And the priests say, they're very relaxed about it. They say, 9,000 years ago. So immediately we have a date that we can put to our calendar. 600 BC, he makes the visit. 9,000 years before that, that's 9,600 BC. Give or take 23 years, that is 11,600 years ago. That's when Göbekli Tepe is built. That's when Meltwater Pulse 1b begins to flood the world oceans. And again, my critics will niggle away at the edges of this and say, well, Meltwater Pulse 1b unfolded over 300 or 400 years. If you average it out, it wasn't that much in any one year. But who says it happened at average rates? Who says there wasn't a big rise?
You'll get it, man. I believe in you, man.
These things are very annoying. But the bottom line
There's a lot of those jobs out there.
9,000 years before Solon is 9,600 BC. That's the Atlantis date. That's Göbekli Tepe's date. And then secondly, the temple
I remember.
at Edfu in
That was our first conversation, us talking about that in Miami. Looking at the rich people's houses.
Edfu is...
Talking about doing extra education and learning coding and shit, and tech shit,
in southern Egypt.
and life insurance.
Aswan is the quarry.
I remember it all.
Aswan's the quarry where they got a lot of the granite that they brought. It's about 500 kilometers south, but Edfu's a bit
Actually,
further
the
north
stream
than
is still online.
but it's also on
Yes.
on the Nile. Now, the Temple of Horus at Edfu is a relatively recent temple, probably built around 270 BC. By the Ptolemaic dynasty of ancient Egypt. These were Greeks who had overtaken ancient Egypt. But although they colonized ancient Egypt colonized their minds. And they became ancient Egyptians.
Fuck
more
you!
Egyptian than the ancient Egyptians.
Like, come on, man.
It's like when white people go to Hawaii.
All right, guys, we're gonna take a break real
I hate
quick because
this
you need
shit.
to upgrade your room.
It wasn't
if you still got
fast.
posters hanging up in your room, that shit looks childish, and you have to upgrade. That's where Displate comes in. Displate is a one-of-a-kind metal poster that captures your unique passions. They are sturdy, magnet-mounted, and last a lifetime. You can customize, collect, rearrange them all. Displate has both branded and artistic work. They have over 1 million designs available. They got official designs from Marvel, DC, both. That's crazy. And the NBA. So whether you want to buy a Displate for yourself or
Sorry
gift a
guys,
Displate,
about the
we have
ads.
Floyd
Thank you for the
Mayweather.
ads.
I happen to be very good friends. Brothers, you could even say.
Thank you so
with a
much.
massive
Please
Floyd
use
Mayweather
ad blocker.
fan. They also have a Guardians of the Galaxy one. That same friend loves Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I could get them a Displate. Displate is unique, easy, it's safe and magnet mounted, so it takes 20 seconds. You don't gotta drill holes in a wall and then pay for it when you move out of your apartment or make your home look bad. Magnet mounted in 20 seconds. Displate delivers its products worldwide in only 4 to 5 business days as well, so it's a perfect alternative, and really not alternative, upgrade for standard posters. To upgrade your room, go to displate.com/flagrant and use our code flagrant at checkout to get 20% off for 1 or 2 Displates. 30% off if you buy 3 or more. So the more you buy, the
We're
more
so
you
close,
save.
my friends.
Go
We're so close to 24.
displate.com/flagrant. Again, that's displate.com/flagrant right now. Now let's get back to the show. All right, we're gonna take a break real quick because if you're drinking, you might as well drink an adult beverage that's better for you. Not
That would
some
be
canned
robbery,
beer
man.
filled with a bunch
That
of
would be
bullshit
highway
ingredients
robbery
you've
if we
never
can
heard of,
pull off
or
a
some
24 today.
cheap-ass vodka that's
That'd be
gonna make your
insane.
hangover crazy and make your life worse.
That'd be so
You
good.
need June Shine. They have tons of easy to drink, to go, better for you adult beverage options. They got margaritas, vodka sodas, rum cocktails made with premium ingredients and no added sugar. Unlike traditional canned cocktails that can have 20 plus grams of sugar. Again, I don't drink, but if you're gonna drink something that is better for you. Got less sugar, got less carbs, not bullshit ingredients, and best of all, it doesn't give you that crazy, I just had a lot of sugar hangover. You give you a nice, light, bright buzz. June Shine can be found in over 10,000 stores across the country.
Why? Like,
It's available
what
at
the
all
fuck,
the big retailers
man?
you're already visiting for groceries and alcohol. Whole Foods, Target, Ralph's,
Good.
Vons,
Good.
Bedwell, Kroger, all of them.
Sorry
We've
for
worked out
just
a special
randomly
offer
yelling
for
at
listeners
times.
As well, as we always do, at any store you can buy 1 June Shine package.
Oh, I
and get the
apologize.
second one for only a penny. That's $12 to $20 off. Fuck that though. The value dollar amount don't matter. You get 2 for the price of 1. I recommend trying one of their best-selling variety packs. It's a great way to try all their delicious flavors. So to do that, you go to juneshine.com/flagrant and text them a photo of your receipt, and they will Venmo you immediately. That's immediate. Venmo's right in your bank account. You don't gotta wait for a mail-in rebate that you're gonna lose. None of that. Right in your bank account. Just do it. It's that easy. JUNESHINE.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show.
Inscribed on the wall of that temple, not in the language of ancient Egypt as was spoken 270 BC, but in Middle Egyptian, which goes back to about
Like
2000
the advertisements
BC,
were so
carefully inscribed, and
just
we're informed
not
that it's
addressing
based
the right
on temple
audience.
archives. See that a temple stood there before the Ptolemies rebuilt that temple, and it stood on the foundations of an even older
95.5,
temple. The
it is
archives were
not
preserved.
code.
That's what's
Are you
inscribed
serious,
on
bro?
the walls. It's inscribed in Middle Egyptian. It's about 2000 BC, and it speaks.
Can you imagine?
It tells the
I
whole
ditch all my
Atlantis story.
viewers.
It just doesn't call it Atlantis. It speaks of a sacred island. It calls it the homeland
That's
of
crazy,
the
dude.
primeval ones. It speaks of a great serpent that comes from the sky and splits
With
the island
ads,
in two.
too? Is it the
speaks
same
of
type
a
of
huge
ad
flood
program,
that
too?
rises and kills off almost all the divine
Do we get
inhabitants,
95% of the
apart
ad
from a few
money?
survivors who then
Or is that
travel
just,
around
like,
the world.
not
One of the
just
places
subs,
they
but
go
I
to is
mean
Egypt, and
subs
they make their
and-
first business to build primeval mounds in ancient Egypt that will be the places, the locations of all future temples and pyramids. The Edfu texts are very clear. Now, I just need to make this clear because I
Can't believe I missed that guy,
relied on
man.
Eve Elizabeth Raymond, who was an early
camera.
translator of the Edfu texts. But recently, the Edfu texts have been completely translated, every single word, into German.
Sub only.
By a
No worries.
gentleman called Dieter Kurth.
That's still huge.
And they've translated it all into German. It would be nice if it were all into English because that's much more widely spoken.
What does it say in German? The
Well,
Jews
what it
did
says-
not
what it
build
says
the
in
pyramid.
German-
So we pay 15% tax, right? So with subs
in
we
the
get
original translation.
35%.
Not a single part of the original translation that's
Twitch gets
debunked by
50,
this. It
the government
supports
gets
it and it adds
15.
information that wasn't there because the reference
In Canada.
those Edfu texts to the destruction of the homeland of the primeval ones is 7,000 years ago, but that's in Middle Egyptian, which dates back to 2000 BC, so it goes back to 9000 BC again.
In 9000 BC is 11,000.
Yeah, it brings us to the same date. So I think that Egyptologists have been too hasty to dismiss Plato's
Real
story.
quick, so we can just understand what was said. The snake that comes down, like you said in the Netflix special, we can look at comets as
Yes.
potentially snakes. They're
Cosmic
depicted as
serpents,
snakes. So this comet that comes and hits the island of Atlantis, that's like a direct shot.
Yes,
Right?
yeah.
But so maybe it doesn't hit exactly the island, but it's hitting close enough where the effects of that hit are going to dramatically affect the island.
And remember, they didn't call it Atlantis. They called it the homeland of the primeval.
And what does that mean, the primeval ones?
The ancient ones lived there. That was their homeland.
They
Whoever-
created the mountains.
Who then their survivors,
Interesting tone.
who included 7 sages, traveled around the world seeking to rebuild their lost civilization.
And we've heard this.
And Egypt was one of the places they went to.
Okay, now some people say that Azores
But I mean, I've
Plateau
just been
might
so
be
fortunate.
Atlantis. Have you ever been there?
This,
And
especially
maybe
the
we
last
can
2
describe
months.
quickly where that is.
Well, it's in the Mid-Atlantic, and on the
Even the last ever since I got it,
The Mid-Atlantic
fucking
Ridge is interesting
affiliate here
because-
with you guys
because there's-
subbing to me for fucking
there's a
26,
phenomenon
20,
called
26 months and shit. Like,
Isostasy is the Earth's surface is a little bit
That's awesome.
fluid. If you put a heavy weight on one bit of it, it's like the end of a seesaw. It's going to force the other bit up.
I mean, I might do it just
So
for
in
like
Britain,
fun,
we had an ice
just to
cap
see how
in
it is.
northern
But
Scotland.
oh, why couldn't
But
they hit
right
the guy,
now,
man?
The Isle of Wight
Why?
in the English Channel, far to the south, is sinking beneath the ocean. Why is that? Because the ice cap on northern Scotland pushed northern Scotland down and lifted up the Isle of Wight. Since the ice cap's gone, the Isle of Wight is going back underwater.
You see this in the islands
Switch
off
over
of
to
Italy,
that.
like Capri is starting to shift. and
For
rotate
good?
A little bit. Yeah.
It's isostasy that causes that.
Okay.
Ninja Lifestyle is
isostatic
on there too.
Rebound in this case, and there is some indication that the ice cap on North America may have had an effect
Amaranth
on
is
the
on there.
Mid-Atlantic Ridge and may have raised it to a higher level than it was today.
Oh, so wait a minute.
But I'm not. I need
okay.
to be clear. I'm not looking for Atlantis there or anywhere. I don't think there was one location. Every story and reference, and I don't think we should be looking for a genetic location for it either.
Right.
Just as it would be really hard to look for a genetic location of America today, the U.S. culture is a multicultural society. There's a multi-ethnicity society. I suspect, quote unquote, Atlantis was like that. I suspect that it was all over the world. That it occupied the best real estate on Earth. The lands that are now under a few few hundred feet of water caused by.
But if we knew where it was, we could at least look for some sort of remains.
If there were, if there was a definite heartland for it, I think we should be looking for those remains on flooded continental shelves all around the world, and that's what I spent 7 years of my life doing. Was diving on the continental shelves and finding again and again ruins and structures that weren't supposed to be there. I think there's the whole story of humanity that's missing underwater. And while I'm saying that, I would like to give credit to archaeologists. There is some work now being done, marine archaeology, which isn't any longer just looking for shipwrecks from the medieval period or even from the 20th century, but 19th century, but they're looking at the flooded continental shelves. And it's just started. This work should have been happening for decades. It's just
Guys, I really fucking suck.
I think that's going to reveal a great deal. And I know it's going to reveal a great deal because I found a great deal. But I want to add that the Amazon rainforest and the Sahara Desert are also underserved by archaeology.
Yes.
And we can't claim that there was no lost civilization of the Ice Age while there's so much of the world we never looked at all.
Especially the Sahara Desert, right? Because there could be thousands of pyramids just covered in mountains of sand right now.
They really could.
We are finding a lot in the Amazon.
Yes.
The LiDAR in the Amazon.
The LiDAR work in the Amazon is fascinating.
Okay, I
hope to be back in the Amazon within the next few months.
Okay, while we're talking about Amazon, ayahuasca.
Yes.
Psychedelics.
I'm into this.
Okay.
Do psychedelics.
Yes. And how they tie into
These myths.
In ancient civilization and potentially using the knowledge or experience gained from these psychedelic drugs to maybe build these huge megalithic structures.
Yeah.
How big a role do you think psychedelics have played in prehistory?
Well, it's one of the reasons why we should never look for ourselves in the past, because we've had the horrific, vicious, evil thing called the war on drugs for the past 50 plus years, which is gradually going away, thank God. You know, but we're a culture that's hated psychedelics since the time of Richard Nixon. We kind of just assumed that every culture in antiquity also hated psychedelics. No, they didn't. They were deeply involved with psychedelics, whether you're talking about the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece.
What's that?
It was a temple, the Temple of Eleusis. It stands just outside of Athens in Greece, what's left of it. They served up a potion to all the initiates. And the initiates included Sophocles, Pindar, Plato himself. All the great minds of ancient world went to Eleusis. They were given this brew, which was called the kykion. Then they went down into these deep chambers underneath the temple of Eleusis. And then they had extraordinary experiences, which gave them revelations about the nature of reality. They ceased to fear death. They knew that they knew that death was not the end. They had no fear of death.
No. I would say no.
This experience sounds a lot like a psychedelic experience, and then we have the work that's being done on that brew, and that brew was made. We're told it was made from barley.
What the fuck are you gonna make it from, dude?
But what grows on
don't say something gross. Please don't say something gross. I'm thinking like fucking Fight Club or some shit, man. Like what the fuck are you gonna?
There are ergots that are very dangerous, but there are ergot. Ergot is the class of fungus to which this belongs.
Okay.
And some of them are extremely dangerous. But this one,
Lie? What's lie,
is
dude?
not dangerous. And
That is animal, isn't it?
They were
No?
drinking LSD in the Temple of Eleusis, and they were having
Is it an animal?
revelations about the meaning of life.
Is
and
it
they were
animal
creating
fat?
Great philosophy.
Is it
and
human
brilliant
fat?
Ideas at the time. It's of course massively connected to this surge of intellectual activity in ancient Greece. But ayahuasca.
Or even before we get to ayahuasca, what were we discussing earlier? Is the pineal gland that you see represented in like?
Sorry, dude. I was thinking Fight
as
Club.
The pine cone. I saw
pine
when I was in the
cone, yeah.
Vatican. There's like this pine cone.
There's one at the Vatican. They're pictured in many of the
It's like you don't have to go down that
reliefs
road,
that
Toad.
show the seven sages. They're holding a pine cone to somebody's head, you know.
Yeah.
Alkaline
there's,
metal hydroxide.
A suggestion.
What's the metal?
The pineal gland.
What's the element?
That the pineal gland secretes dimethyltryptamine. DMT. I think that the more recent work on that suggests it probably doesn't, but that it's a locus for
Is it aluminum?
endogenous. All of us have DMT in our bodies. We're all illegal here.
We're all carriers.
We're all carriers. It's a natural brain hormone.
Yeah.
The exact question of where in the body it's generated, some people think it might be the lungs.
Potassium
these days.
hydroxide.
Wherever it is,
Interesting.
it's there.
Yeah.
And the pineal is associated with it.
Sounds pretty abrasive, man. What's the pH on that?
The pineal is the third eye. It's the,
Would you do pH tests?
It was an eye. The pineal was an eye. It still is in some amphibians. It has
that's why it's called the third eye.
It has
Sounds
a
very
lens, a
basic.
cornea, and a retina.
We've just evolved out of it.
Yeah, it's
Potassium
gone deeper into the
hydroxide,
brain. It's no
KOH.
longer light sensitive, but it's still arguably the third eye.
Anyways, you know what you're doing.
So-
Olive
so
oil?
the
That sounds
connection of the
gross, dude. That
pineal
sounds
and
gross and
DMT
expensive.
Is not absolutely clear,
Olive
but
oil.
there is likely some connection.
Okay, so the idea of us looking for ourselves in the past, we're looking at how people build the pyramids, and we're going,
No,
well, you know, we have these cranes. Where are your cranes?
Man, I would recommend. That
Instead
sounds
of
expensive,
looking
man.
for things
Why
that
would
we
you
are
sell?
not
Would you sell them on
utilizing,
Amazon
that
or
they
something,
may
or
utilize,
eBay or
which
some
are
shit?
psychedelic drugs, and maybe
Is that
they
why you
give
wanna
them
start making
access
it?
to- It's stupid to use the word powers.
It's- I
because
support
think
that
it
type of
kinda
shit, but
dismisses
man.
everything, but maybe they give them access to some sort of like otherworldly knowledge that.
I
could
just buy a fucking
Well, it's an
some
interesting discussion.
some
actually.
fucking
The-
Irish
the
Spring at
interesting thing,
Walmart. Call it a
about
day.
Psychedelics.
Call it a month.
One of the many interesting things about
Call it a year.
psychedelics is
Just say you
for
could.
a
That sounds
start, new
gross, man.
evidence that's emerging from scientific studies. At last, psychedelics have
Olive
been
oil's
taken out of the
expensive
closet
shit, too.
and are being examined for their therapeutic potential.
Olive oil? Ew,
And
that's
one
not.
of the things that it's very clear that psilocybin
Because you want like a
definitely does
surfactant,
is
right?
mushrooms, which is closely related to DMT. It's a kind of
Like, I
orally
think-
edible,
what is it?
orally ingestible form
Sodium
of DMT.
lauryl sulfate?
They
Is the
promote
surfactant,
neuroplasticity. They cause
that
new
breaks down
neurons
the
to grow in
fats,
the brain.
right?
They make us smarter.
So with soaps,
Let us pay
I would
great
use.
tribute
I wouldn't
to
use a
Gyges,
fat. I would use
a brilliant thinker in this field whose book, whose stone Age
whatever's in like
hypothesis,
Irish Spring
whose
or
book, The
Dove
Food of the
bar
Gods, was
soap.
one of the early
But the thing is, it has the
recognitions
surfactant in it.
psychedelics
It
may
cuts
have been
away the
trigger
fat.
that took our ancestor out of millions of years of
Yeah, the
boredom
fat does
and put
can
them on
cut
the path
fat.
that we
Fat does
recognize
slice fat.
as modern humanity.
But
It's a perfectly reasonable thing. Also, the way that psychedelics are very helpful with depression is
that's
very
my
interesting.
extent. I'm not saying I know everything about soap. You might know more than I
Why
do.
is that the case? Depression.
It's just like, I don't
and
know,
speak
man,
from
it's olive
experience
oil.
because I've suffered myself from a long period of depression back in the early 90s. Depression is a very narrow, rigid frame of mind where you get locked into recurring patterns of thought that keep, and they're very negative, and you keep on repeating them to yourself, and you start hating yourself, and you just can't bear anything, and you're
Interesting.
locked.
I
and
wonder
you
what's in
can't
Irish
escape
Spring
from
soap.
it. And what psychedelics seem
Can
to
you
do
Google the
is that
ingredients
they
of
break
Irish
that.
Spring soap if you don't
They
mind?
just break it completely. And
Just for curiosity.
in this case, for
The
depression,
original?
what seems to work
Not
best
like
is
the
a
aloe?
massive dose rather than microdosing. Microdosing is great as well.
You have to snap yourself out
You've got
of
to
it.
snap yourself out of it.
There's
Get out of that.
there's also like
Wow,
I think
insane.
in depressive states there's a narcissism wrapped into it.
Are you serious,
Not a
bro?
narcissism in terms of like I'm the
Are
best.
you
look at
serious?
me, everything's about me, but in the negative side.
You're
of that.
red,
all about you still.
dude, you're
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
red
and
pilling me
that
so
constant
hard
negative
today.
thought, but taking and having a psychedelic experience will make you realize maybe how
thought
small
it was
you
all
are
synthetic.
in the grand scheme of things,
What?
or how you are intertwined
Get the
into the
fuck
fabric of
outta here.
humanity, so it can break out of that. Yeah, I like
Ego
that.
death will disconnect you from the universe conspiring against you.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not that important.
It's an amazing
If
bar
you
soap,
belong
though,
to a
man.
species that has been making the same kind of stone tool without any change,
Probably made a
for
fucking
more than a million
endangered
years,
blue whale
two
blubber
things
or
are
some
happening.
bullshit.
Clearly, cultural information is being passed down, and clearly you're locked in a very narrow frame. And then suddenly it changes, and our ancestors start producing this extraordinary cave art, this amazing cave art. Whether you're talking about that site, Serrania de la
Man, that's like Little Lisa
Mendoza
Slurry,
in
Slurry,
Colombia,
man.
or whether you're talking about Lascaux Cave in France, the art is stunning, and it is classically psychedelic art. It is featuring geometry, patterns of swirling dots.
What's it made of?
Zigzag lines. There's Serrania de la Mendoza.
I don't know,
And
man. Well,
there's,
can't you
one
use,
of
I
the
don't know,
extinct Ice
fucking
Age
Vaseline or
megafauna,
some
the
shit?
Arrow
Can't you use some sort of petroleum shit?
The geometry that's in there, the swirling dots.
Do we really have to put
the
some kill
sort of
for
interlinked
fucking
chains
soap?
that are shown on there.
How's
on
that
the left.
clean?
These are all classic psychedelic visions.
I don't know.
Very often, as people enter a deeply altered state of consciousness, it starts with geometry and patterns, and then it manifests
drugs?
more
Get the fuck
into
outta here.
entities. And those entities are often therianthropic in form, Greek therion, wild beast, anthropos, man. They're part human, part animal in form. Not something that you see every day, but something that is
very common in
frequently common, very common in Egyptian art, and very, very common in deeply altered states of consciousness brought on by psychedelics, is the encounter with entities who then appear to communicate with us. And again, this is where the archaeologists roll their minds, because they like to think that consciousness is entirely local to the brain, it's all manufactured by the brain, and this is just our brain on drugs. Whereas in fact, the opposite seems to be true. The brain seems to be acting as a receiver for consciousness rather than as a manufacturer of consciousness.
And what does that
Did
mean?
not.
Well, what it means is that we have to function in a very tough physical universe. This world.
Yeah.
We got to know the laws of physics, even if we don't know
Oh
them,
no. Why?
as written down in scientific textbooks. We got to know that if we bump into that wall, it's going to hurt.
Yeah.
We got to understand all of that, and naturally, our main focus is on our physical survival in this physical realm. And what's useful for that is what is rightly called the alert, problem-solving state of consciousness. But there are many other states of consciousness that are available to us, and psychedelics unleash a completely different state of consciousness.
I just need to figure out my life, man.
State of consciousness. And in that state of consciousness,
I don't want to go down the route of
extraordinary
communism.
experiences, and amongst those experiences, the most important are the encounters with entities that communicate with us. Now, we have a problem in trying to decide
I think
what
there's
is,
all these
what is going on
restrictions,
here.
all this other bullshit. Like you can only make so much money and shit. I think
at
also.
Imperial College in London, and another
Just all
project that's going to
bullshit,
be
man.
launched in
I have to do it,
Colorado,
though.
I think in Denver
I have
itself,
to.
within this
You're
year,
right.
where human volunteers, I hope to be one of them in Colorado. They turned me down in London because I've suffered from epilepsy
fuck you.
since 2017. And there's no indication whatsoever that DMT would cause epilepsy, and I've smoked loads of DMT. I know it doesn't cause epilepsy, but understandably, having gone through all the legal hoops to get permission, they don't want me dying in their lab.
Yeah.
So they've not accepted me as a volunteer, but I'm hoping I might
Just
get
so
accepted
crazy.
as a volunteer here in America. What it is extended release DMT, DMTX. DMT is normally
So it's just going to keep you high?
Keep you high for an hour, yeah.
Instead of, what is DMT, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
And how long does it feel when you're high for 5 minutes, 10 minutes on DMT?
Oh, when you're in the DMT space, it can feel like forever.
So an hour is almost horrifying.
Does time not exist?
Well, yes, this is what many of the volunteers say, is that it's an alarming prospect to be in that space for an hour. They're being delivered it by drip constantly directly into their bloodstream. They can signal at any time, I've had enough, if they're really feeling overwhelmed.
Yeah.
But by and large, most of the volunteers went through with it. I moderated a panel with four of the volunteers.
Anything interesting that they
and
say
a
about
gentleman
it?
called Andrew Gallimore, who's invented the technology that's going to be used in Colorado.
Like, fuck off.
Yes, the very interesting thing is that all appeared to be meeting essentially the same entities.
These are the gnome-looking
Machine
things?
elves.
They might be machine elves, they might be gnomes, they might be therianthropes, but they're playful, they're tricksy, they're tricksters, and they convey knowledge. And they're also moral teachers. This is the funny thing. They make us confront our baggage.
How so?
Well, I can say in my case, I recently had an experience with the other kind of DMT, very recently, which is 5-MeO DMT. The DMT we're talking about is NN-DMT.
Okay.
And that is the one that most frequently produces entity encounters and the sense of telepathic communication with entities. And science is not in a position to write that off. You know, quantum physics is looking at the possibility of multiple dimensions, very open to that possibility. Maybe what's happening is that our consciousness is getting retuned by DMT to gain access to dimensions of
Oh, come
reality that
on.
are normally close to us. We think reality is just this, but actually it's all this. And in a deeply altered state of consciousness, the need for the alert problem-solving mindset is damped down, and we can open up to other areas of reality. Who knows what's going on there? The issue is, are people learning something new?
No, come
This
on.
would touch on the question of whether psychedelics were helpful in energizing
Oh my
ancient
god,
civilization
dude,
and
oh my
getting
god.
it going.
Please.
I would cite the very well-known case of Kerry Mullis.
It's just too much,
the
man.
polymerase chain
It's just
reaction
too much.
PCR test, which has been fundamental for all DNA work subsequently.
It's
He
just too
admitted
much.
openly that he would never have made that discovery if he hadn't taken LSD. LSD gave him that discovery.
Dang,
You said you
man. I
recently
thought for
had
sure
an
that was gonna
experience
hit.
with the other type
With
of
5-MeO.
Yeah. What was that?
It was beautiful. Okay, so 5-MeO DMT is a bit controversial because in the basic form it comes from the secretions of a particular kind of toad. And those secretions can be scraped off and smoked directly. In that case, the smoke is quite cloudy. You're ingesting not only the 5-MeO DMT, but other elements that are in the secretions of the toad. It's possible to have synthetic 5-MeO DMT, which is pure, which doesn't have the other elements in the secretions of the toad, and which doesn't involve killing toads.
Of the toad.
Kind of 5-MeO DMT
The
that
toad,
I had,
the psychological, the
was
psychedelic
in
toad.
a pure synthetic form. I was alarmed before I did it because I had alarming experiences on the other
That's gotta be a
DMT.
troll. That's gotta be a troll.
Our facilitator helped me out
Troll.
and helped others in the group out by giving us MDMA first. We had.
We're getting it in, Graham.
We're totally getting it in. It's only the second time in my life I've ever experienced MDA. But
it's great,
MDMA,
isn't it?
what a great thing!
It's amazing, dude.
God, I mean,
Yeah.
it's wonderful. And
Yeah.
You feel so just overwhelmed with love. It's just such a beautiful thing.
Oh my
So we
god,
had
dude,
that
that's
3 or
fucking
4
hilarious.
hours before we had the 5-MeO DMT, and then 3 at a time we lay down, and we first set up to take one massive deep inhalation on the pipe, and then hold it in, and then release it, and then.
Come on, man.
My wife Santa can do this and
That's
sit
too
up.
much.
She does it with NMDMT and
It's
she
gotta be
does it,
fake.
but she did it with the 5-MeO as well. Just
Did he pee in the
sit
cup
up
and then
she
drink it?
Does these mudras. She's very, very present. I have to lie down. I can't be seated. I can't be standing up. I got to lie down flat. And I actually pulled on an eye mask as I was lying down. And then. Just the only visionary element of the 5-MeO was like a feather
Oh my
with an
god,
eye
man,
at
it's
the
just
end
too
of it.
much.
But most of it was about how I need to honor and respect and love my wife, and how I.
That was a mantra she was doing, just to get you to see that.
You know that I have to, yeah. But that I have a problem with anger. I get angry too quickly, and that anger can be very hurtful to other people, and particularly hurtful to my wife. And it showed me that, and basically said, you gotta fix this.
And how does it show to you?
Don't
Is
do it,
show
man.
Intuition or
It was more intuition. It
Don't
wasn't,
do
it wasn't
it.
a scene of me shouting,
Yeah.
but it was a recognition that that's what I do, and that it's harmful and useless, and it's harmful to me, and it's harmful to everybody around me.
So there's a communication with a celestial being without any words at all.
Without any words, but you get it. The other thing the other intention that I set, I had 3 goes on the pipe on that day, with about an hour and a half between each one. And on the 3rd go, my intention was more selfish. My intention was that I should, could it help me to get rid of my migraine headaches? Because I suffer very badly from migraines. In fact, it's a kind of curse. And I
Want to hear something pretty funny about that?
It could affect me, and I did feel.
Like, come
my
on.
imagination, but I did feel fingers massaging the back of my head where migraines often start, and then massaging my temple, and then abruptly it stopped, and it returned to the issue of my relationships. and I thought that
Oh, man.
it stopped like that because the 5-MeO DMT had fixed my migraines, but the very next day I had another massive migraine. And I think what happened was...
Should I tell the story? Okay, I'm gonna tell the story.
Actually, we can't fix this. Let's move on to something more important.
So have you heard that
It was an extraordinary experience. I wouldn't recommend anybody to do it completely alone.
when you're on the
DMT, I
when
think
you
it's
consume the
important to
mushroom
have a
Amanita
responsible
muscaria,
facilitator who's used to
the
handling people in this state. Everybody
Christmas
responds in different ways. Some
red
people
cap
really
with the
freak
white
out.
dots,
It's not
Mario
necessarily a bad
mushroom.
thing to freak out. It's not
If you
necessarily a
drink
bad
the
thing to
urine
feel
or
fear,
if you
but want
get
somebody around
the
who's a
reindeer
sitter who understands the
to
medicine
eat the
and who
mushroom,
can help you.
and then you collect the urine of the reindeer because the reindeer's liver purifies all the toxins, all the mycotoxins from the mushroom, and it leaves only the psychedelic properties of the Amanita muscaria mushroom.
In that state,
We're not
So
dealing
that's why there's all the
with
reindeer and the
problems that we have
mushrooms with Santa
internally.
Claus
We're not
anyways.
dealing with the trauma, the relationship, those things. So it's
I was in Brazil.
exactly.
Yeah.
So what's kind
And
of interesting to me is even the way that you describe it.
we found some
it's put a pause
psilocybe
on those problems
cubensis
that we feel
wild.
like we have to solve in every second
I was by
to
myself,
do kind of like self-work,
and the trip was
inward.
insane.
I
I
wonder
could tell
what
more
is
about
on
the trip
other
after, but
end of self-work.
I
Like,
wondered
wonder when you get
if
through
it
a
was
lot
the
of
same
those things
property
that you
with
need to work on,
psilocybe. If you drink
where else
your
they
urine,
can
it'd be
take you.
stronger.
Because I don't think they go, you're good. See
So
you
I
later.
like peed in like a
Maybe
little
you
cup,
start
and
see
I
some of
tasted
that.
my
Maybe you need to
urine,
deal
and
with
it
all
tasted
of your
like
stuff
fucking
before you're
shit.
ready for that higher
It tasted
contact.
so terrible, dude. And I was high on mushrooms, and I was fucking tripping balls with this fucking regret and hate.
Ayahuasca is certainly that. My last ayahuasca journey was in
It was like, and I just felt like the dumbest
DMT,
person in the
DMT more
world.
recently, and then 5-MeO
And I was
DMT.
tripping out
They
with
all
this
sooner or
fucking,
later deal with my
realized I
baggage.
just
carry
put
a
some
lot of
fucking in my own
They-
urine.
they-
I read
those
it
of
would
us who
make me
carry
trip
less
more.
baggage tend to have a gentler trip, but in my case, it's right in my face, and you got to deal with it.
And you keep
I was
going
by
after it.
myself.
I keep going after it because it's very useful teaching.
I was
and
on a
keep
beach, it
slipping
was
back
amazing.
into bad habits.
So it's a reminder.
I found this
that's
crystal.
really
Holy fuck,
important
this
to recognize that these
blue
substances are not a
glowing
magic
crystal in
pill.
the ground.
It's going to fix
I
you
think,
overnight.
insane.
I think people use them as that.
They're not. They're not.
I think
It's
they've
full
become
moon right
trendy in
now.
a way, and I think a lot of people are seeking out ayahuasca because they're like,
It's full
"Hey, I
moon
have
right
this
now, we
block.
can share those
If I just do this
stories."
ayahuasca, it's gonna fix it for me, and then it's
Yeah,
done.
man.
Chances are it'll be done for a
Wild
few weeks and
mushrooms
then you'll
growing
fall
in the
back into
fucking
it.
It's
in
like
cow
being a
poo,
chiropractor.
in the poo
You
of
have to
cows
carry on
in
the work.
Brazil,
The real work
in the
begins after
feces
the
of
session.
cow,
So it's a recognition of
and
what's
this
going on.
insane blue mushroom would grow
And
in
then you
it.
have to do that work
And then you have to
afterwards.
do
I'm
that
like,
work.
what the
But
fuck?
as to novelty, I mentioned
Purple
Kerry
cap.
Lewis and the polymerase chain reaction.
Silver purple cap.
The other interesting one is
Oh, cow shit, yeah.
Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Did I mention them?
Yeah, man.
No, but they're
From the
they-
Indian
they're,
cow in Brazil, they have the zebu cow, which is the white cow with the hump, and it endures higher temperatures than say a Holstein, which is the traditional England or North American cow.
Along with other colleagues, who was a regular user of LSD in the 1960s before it was illegal.
Yeah, so I think it was brought over from
50s,
India.
and he
in the cow
also,
shit.
Suggested that he first got it. He got the double helix form under the influence of LSD. So these are
Get milk and mushrooms, yeah, dude.
Of people
Dude,
who
there's
are
fucking
making
fields
a
of them,
quantum leap
man.
forward in knowledge
Just
as a
fields of
result
mushrooms,
their
bro.
psychedelic experiences, not as a result
It's
of their
insane. It's the best.
problem-solving
You literally
state of
feel like
consciousness
Super
that the
Mario
body saw
running
high,
around.
but as a result of a completely
It's the
other
best.
state of consciousness. In my case, the novelty I got
I can show a photo.
was I was given a novel.
I can show the
during
mushrooms
5
photo.
ayahuasca sessions
But
in
like
Brazil.
the Brazil
I had
photos are
never
amazing.
written novels before. I always write non-fiction, and I still mainly write non-fiction. But I was given a novel. I was given the whole plot of the novel, and I ended up writing that novel. Between the session was in 2007. I finished the novel in 2010. It was called Entangled. I had no idea that I had a novel in me.
Yeah, man.
And perhaps my readers don't like it. I don't care. I found an area of myself that was new to me, and I was able to.
The entire story existed to you.
Yeah.
Now, explain to me how it existed, like plot, beginning, middle, end, or existed like character.
I saw the principal characters, and I saw the setting. It was two young women, one living in the time of the Neanderthals and one living today, who were literally entangled in space and time, and it was the use of psychedelics in both times that enabled them to be entangled, and that they were brought
Insane.
together by an entity that they referred to. Sorry, my critics are going to go wild with this.
Just go.
They're going to drug shame me
This is
forever.
great. This is
But
good.
you know, they were brought together by an entity called the Blue Angel. Whose
Angel.
purpose was that there's a demon who travels through time called Sulpa, and he's seeking.
I saw the
to
Blue Angel
destroy
after
everything
taking
that's good
mushrooms.
about humanity, and he's doing that in
For
two
sure.
time frames, in the time of the Neanderthals and today. And
Purple,
this
blue.
Blue Angel entity brings together these two young women in these two different time frames to do battle against the demon. That was the story that I was given, and that was
She's
the story
stern.
that I wrote.
Do you see it like a movie, or how does that present itself?
She's
I
like
did
a
see
very
it bit
stern
like a
mother.
movie, yeah. I saw scenes. I saw my young character from the Stone Age, Rhea, throwing stones very.
Man, last time I
brilliantly,
took mushrooms, I felt like
at
she
her-
came
at
and
her
said like,
enemies.
why are you talking to me
And,
again? Why are you
I
demanding my
saw the
presence? And I was
connection
like, holy
between these
fuck.
between
I'm
these two
sorry.
women, and the sense of a supernatural.
So I haven't done them
good
since.
against evil, against which the human story is played out, and that ultimately,
I felt like the Blue Angel was like,
we humans,
why are you wasting my
always
time
have a
again?
choice. We always have a choice between good and evil. It might be at a very small scale, or it might be at a
And I
very
got scared and I
large
ran
scale.
away.
If it's at a very large scale, it can do enormous damage to human society as a whole. If it's at a
I mean,
very
she's
small
right.
scale, it can do enormous damage to us and those immediately close to us.
What am I looking
But
for,
it was that-
right?
it was that
What am I looking
sense
for in
of
this life?
that happening. Anyway, I didn't have a novel in me before that. I'd never tried.
Have you seen other works, not just literary works, but film, music,
Right.
that you've immediately
Am I just gonna
connected to and
look
thought,
for the
"Oh,
next
this is
high,
inspired by
always, forever,
hallucinogenics.
forever
This
and ever?"
reminds me of an experience that I
Right?
had." Is there-
No
is there-
purpose in
it
life
could
other
be a
than trying to get to the
cartoon for
next
children.
high, the next
Right?
the next
100%
PB
of that,
rush,
Yes.
But isn't Avatar
right?
from
The next
what was that,
addiction.
the
I think I'm
original
addicted
people
to
say that,
I'm addicted to
no,
just
no,
the
no,
the
there's
rush,
like a, almost like an anime thing
consumerism,
that people
trips,
thought it was
going on
I'm not
trips.
sure, but somebody involved in that story was definitely experiencing altered states
Really?
of
At
consciousness.
the detriment of my career. Speed run.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
Again, this is a mistake
Exactly.
that our society has made.
Exactly.
Is to cut us, and maybe it's not a mistake. I don't really do conspiracy theories, but maybe it is a deliberate. Maybe it was a deliberate thing.
My God.
Back when the war on drugs was declared, it's under you know.
But we did a lot of research with psychedelics.
Psychedelics lead people to ask questions. They don't leave us comfortable with the
I do feel that streaming is
both in
spiritually right.
ourselves and with
It's
the way
definitely the
society
spiritually right thing to do.
and we begin to become critical and questioning in a way that we might not have been before. And I think this was felt to be dangerous. And they were demonized with lies and complete dishonesty, but they were...
Thanks,
Do
man.
you remember when psychedelics were gaining popularity?
Appreciate that.
This is what, 1960s,
when you say gaining popularity...
mainstream popularity.
Well, I don't think you could call hippies, mainstream in
So
any way.
funny, the way that we look back on them, they were the mainstream.
Woodstock.
Yeah.
It was like they're the dominant culture, but I guess they were fringe and odd for the time.
They were fringe and odd, and they were
So funny.
and they were feared by those rooted and grounded in mainstream culture.
Yeah, hippie was a pejorative, right?
It was a pejorative. He's just a hippie.
Yeah.
It was a negative term. So I guess that we're looking at a shift in human consciousness that certainly began probably in the late 50s and was well underway in the 60s. And had it been allowed to continue, it might well have transformed society in many, many ways. But then it was clamped down upon, and all these lies and propaganda were spread, false stories about how dangerous.
Guys, I haven't
psychedelics are.
hit that camera
I
in
want to be very
a
clear
really
about
long
that.
time.
Psychedelics are extremely serious business.
Yeah.
And this needs to be understood. I do not believe that psychedelics are for children, or cannabis for that matter. I think we'd be much better keeping them out of the hands of children if they were totally legal, and it was accompanied by wise advice.
They can also unearth existing psychological
Yes, they
issues.
can.
You have to
They
be
can.
really dangerous. Yeah, really careful.
If
yeah.
somebody's suffering from schizophrenia,
Yeah.
psychedelics could be very bad news. So
And a lot of people don't know that they have schizophrenia.
a lot of people don't,
especially if they're.
So there is an element of danger and risk, and this is why a sitter who's deeply experienced with the substance is.
Sitter is your shaman, essentially.
Yeah. We haven't yet invented a word for shaman in Western culture, but we need to. The word comes from Tungus Mongol. It means one who sees, and it was then applied by anthropologists because they found that figure, that person who played that role, was found in multiple different cultures all around the world. And they said, let's just call them all shamans.
Right.
But the word comes from a specific culture. We don't have a word for that in our culture yet. Facilitator or sitter are the ones that I use. This is one of the many areas where Western culture would do well to learn from indigenous cultures that have been using psychedelics responsibly for thousands and thousands of years.
What is responsible psychedelic use to you? What do you start with? What do you do it with?
Intentions, meditation, things like that.
Yeah, it's intentions, meditations. It's not recreational. You're not taking it to have a party. You're taking it to make contact with the dead. Ayahuasca means the vine of the dead or the vine of souls. Iboga is the plant that enables people to see the dead. That's what these things mean. There's so much of a connection to the afterlife with them, and that's a serious inquiry. If you've lost a relative recently, and you've not had closure, it can be very beneficial to have an afterlife contact with that person. And many people report this experience, and I've had the experience myself with Iboga.
Really?
Yeah, I met my dad. He passed away shortly before that. Now again, the scientists could say, you were just fantasizing that, it was just your imagination, but I met him.
Fuck the scientists. And so what happened?
He came to me in the vision. It was shadowy, but he basically made me feel okay about the key issue, which was I was not with him at his deathbed. And I was haunted by that. And after that, I didn't feel haunted by it anymore. And increasingly with my experiences with psychedelics over many decades now, I have no fear of death. I don't fear death. I do fear pain. I do fear humiliation. Old age, I'm 72, 73 next birthday. You know, I have to be realistic about this. I only have so long in this incarnation. As we get older, our bodies get infirm, get weaker, we become more and more dependent. I don't like being dependent on others in any way. And I detest pain. And I would like to, who doesn't? And I'd like to avoid it as much as possible. But death, I don't fear. And I'm not even anxious about it. When it comes, I regard it as the next great adventure, and I hope that's what it's going to turn out to be. But who knows? Nobody can say the definitive word on death. Yes, our bodies die, but does our consciousness die? We don't know that. Any scientist who says you're just a meat robot, there's nothing else to you but your physical body, they're stating an opinion, not a fact. So for me, it's the beginning of a next great adventure, and I think psychedelics they've helped me with this, and I know from the recent science that's being done that they are helping people who are terminal, who are anxious about death. Again, psilocybin is the one that's most generally trialed in this respect. They tend to lose the fear of death. They don't fear it.
And losing the fear of death is, I think there's a difference between a fear of death and a fear of maybe missing out on what's going on. For example, like let's say you were to do some sort of like rock climbing thing with no ropes. You would probably be afraid of dying.
I'd be afraid of falling, and I wouldn't look. I regard life as a precious gift. I am fortunate enough, and so are you, and so are all of us in this room, to have been born in a human body.
Yeah.
And to have this big brain, and to be able to make choices between good and evil, and to live the experience of life. This is a theater of experience. We will come into it as children. We will go through it all our years. We will be confronted by all sorts of opportunities to learn and to grow and to develop. And I regard that as a gift. So I'm not into taking foolish and unnecessary physical risks. I have taken them when they're necessary. Santha and I both nearly lost our lives more than once during our diving expedition.
I think I'm going to play for maybe half an hour more.
We've been into war zones on our research. We've had bullets fired at us. If the risk is worth taking,
I might go out play some basketball. I might try to stream that. Maybe not. I might get food and do weightlifting stream. But I might take a break in about half an hour. Let's see.
To that risk in itself has no virtue. It's necessary risk that has
Let's get this time. Let's get 24 right now.
But I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. It does. Yeah, because I think it's important to have a fear of death.
Yeah.
And I think as we have more things that we don't want to
leave, like 100%. I'm gonna take a big break.
You know, the beautiful things that success brings. I find myself going, is it worth doing this stupid, frivolous activity where I could potentially lose out on all these beautiful things that I've been able to get? Exactly, no.
It's not.
So that's not the type of death.
No. I'm speaking to you as a man whose next birthday is 73.
And you're like, one of these days, it's going to happen.
I mean, in truth, it's the door of death stands right beside
us, thanks, bro.
Every minute of every day.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It can happen at any moment.
Yeah.
Whether through an illness or an accident, you can be gone, just like that. But by and large, as you get older, it does get closer.
Yeah.
And you start to think about these things. And then inevitably, I thought, well, I don't know how long I have left. But what is clear to me is that I'm not going to hasten my death. But that if it comes, I'm not going to regard it with fear and horror. I want to be as alert as possible and as awake as possible, and I hope to be ushered through the doorway of death with a psychedelic journey.
Oh. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because, listen, some of you guys did the tough thing during COVID, okay? You paid your people, you pulled your business through the pandemic, and now doing the tough thing could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at covidtaxrelief.org, okay? Government funds
are available to reward companies with 2 or more employees who stayed open during COVID. This is not a loan, and you don't have to pay it back. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the CPAs and tax experts at covidtaxrelief.org. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. Even if you had increases in sales, you did the tough thing for your employees during COVID, okay? Let covidtaxrelief.org help you get up to $26,000 per employee. Visit covidtaxrelief.org. That's covidtaxrelief.org. covidtaxrelief.org. Now let's get back to the show.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break real quick because you need a better wallet. Exter is the world's largest smart wallet brand for a reason. They design innovative solutions to improve the way you carry your everyday items. All of them, right here. Quick card access. Look at that, bang. All my cards right there. I don't have to search for anything.
Like, fuck
it's all
off.
right there, click of a button. Also, more importantly, it has 2 key tracker features. You know what that means? It is trackable worldwide. And these wallets offer RFID protection, or as Andrew calls it, they're boot-proof. You know, when
Like,
you're
what the
out
fuck
in
is
foreign
this?
countries, sometimes they don't even need to steal a
Like,
wallet.
it's
They
just
can
so
just get
fucking
information
dumb.
out of your pocket, like that boop. RFID protection, that means it's skim-proof. So if you're maybe in Greece when this episode comes out, this is the wallet that's perfect for you. And more importantly, Flagrant, as always, will hook you up. So if you check out these wallets at shop.extra.com/flagrant, you'll get up to 25% off site-wide with the code FLAGRANT. Again, that is
Oh my God.
shop.ekster.com/flagrant. You get up to 25% off with the code FLAGRANT. Now let's get back to the show.
Are you spiritual? Like, do you believe in God? Or are you?
I'm not a Christian. I don't belong to any of the mainstream religions. I don't, and I haven't for a very long time. But I think that life is an enormous mystery, and that fundamentally, for want of a better word, it is a spiritual mystery. We're on a spiritual journey here. I think that the mainstream religions have narrowed that journey down into dogma and into creeds, where in most of the mainstream religions, most of the time, whether we're talking about Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, the Abrahamic faiths, the monotheistic religions, there are exceptions, but a lot of people are not having any direct contact with spirit. They're being taught what to think. They're being told what to think by basically a bureaucrat who happens to be a priest or a rabbi or a mullah who's saying, these are the teachings, you must adhere to these teachings, and actually if you don't adhere to them, we're going to censor you in some way or another. To me, that's no more spiritual than doing business out on the stock exchange. It's just it's an expert telling me what to think, whereas a spiritual experience is direct contact with the quote unquote divine, which is not necessarily some old bad-tempered guy sitting up on a cloud. Far from it, as a matter of fact. That is not, in my view, that is a misrepresentation of what spirituality is. And we could get into all kinds of controversial areas here.
Have you been in direct contact with a higher power through your experiences?
Yes, on psychedelics, I've particularly on ayahuasca, I have felt the presence of the entity that I call Mother Ayahuasca. And
Felt the mother.
I felt the mother, and I felt her teachings, and I felt grateful.
What was it like?
In the most compelling case, she took the form of an enormous serpent who wrapped herself around my body.
Serpents always coming back.
They're always coming back. And Mother Ayahuasca often takes the form of a serpent, sometimes takes the form of a jaguar, sometimes takes, not the motor car, the puma, and sometimes takes the form of a human being.
Is there any fear?
The message was, no, I didn't feel fear. I felt enormously.
Toad.
I felt enormously comforted. And again, I got a message that I've had many times: is that you won't be good at giving love to others if you don't love yourself. If you're constantly hating yourself. And I've gone through long periods of my life where I have felt very negative about myself. So that was a positive experience for me. I would say every experience I've had with ayahuasca has been positive, even the most challenging ones.
Yeah, what was the
terrifying.
toughest?
The toughest experience I hesitate to share this. In ayahuasca group, when you're drinking with, say, a dozen other people, there becomes an element of telepathy or communication that can take place. And it happened that I was in one group where it turned out later, we got the facts later, that there was one individual who shouldn't have been there. In ayahuasca, there's a tendency for you to lower your barriers. Your heart opens. You're very vulnerable to other people. And unfortunately, and this is a phenomenon that I would warn anybody of who's drinking ayahuasca in the West today.
I would say do whatever one you feel.
That there are people who are using that vulnerability to gain psychic advantage over you. And it was the feeling
You can do. It's a good suggestion by him. Be able to play two sounds at the same time.
Enter our heads and take control of us. And we learned more about him the following day, and it turned out he'd been there the year before and done exactly the same thing. We didn't know that at the time. He seemed to have developed some sort of psychic power. And when we questioned him about it, he said, I'm this basement shaman. I go around ayahuasca groups because I benefit from them. And what he meant by benefiting from them was basically I'm a psychic vampire. I draw people's energy. I take it away from
Sounds like you have good momentum with making the sounds, so I would keep doing the sounds, and then on the side, if you could figure that out for Big T, I do them.
Most unhelpful. But I think he's learned greatly from that experience.
But how does the ayahuasquero know that is happening?
Well, that's something where you have to tell them. And in this case, my wife Santa did tell the ayahuasquero, but he did not.
He said, this person is trying to enter my mind. They're trying to take from me.
And there's a natural tendency to assume you're making that up as well.
And you're lucid in that moment. You're lucid enough to describe what's happening.
Yes. You can often be lucid during an ayahuasca journey.
You're speaking English to that person.
You can be.
And the person who is entering the mind, is he sitting in another area? Is he hovering over
He was on a bed, not a bed, a mat on the floor, just 2 or 3 people away from us. And we were not the only people who he affected. He affected other people in that room. And there was a gentleman in that room who literally fell down the stairs from the ceremonial space to upstairs trying to get away from him. It really got very, very, very dark.
Did everyone confront him afterwards?
I think I described it in a lengthy article on my website. Yes, 2 days later he was asked to leave because he kind of said, I do this. I benefit from the energy of others.
And then what type of energy is he getting? Like, how is he benefiting?
Yeah.
In the case, I can tell you particularly in the case of my wife. My wife, Santa, and I are both the same age. She's 73 next birthday as well. But Santa looks a lot younger. I look my age.
You look
but Santa looks a lot younger, and he focused on her. He homed in on her when he asked her age. And she told him his age, and he said, "You're that young."
Good point, dude.
That's when he focused in on her. It was like she
point.
had some energy, and she does, that was energizing her.
I was thinking the same thing.
That was making her a fantastic grandmother and a fantastic mother and the most wonderful wife on the planet Earth. She has that energy within her.
Tried to absorb
He wanted that energy. He asked for that energy.
I agree.
And she got no, he did not. What he did was, at a certain point, when we were gathering to drink the brew, he put his arms on her shoulder and blew in her face, like that. Now, in Amazonian shamanism, the breath can be used for different purposes, and one of the purposes can be used for attack. They fire things called virotes, psychic darts, at another individual. Again, only people who've worked with ayahuasca will really get this, and a lot of your audience will not get this, and they'll think Hancock's a lunatic. But I'm just reporting to you what happened. Not only was she psychically damaged by this attack, but she also became physically ill after the attack.
Wow.
She developed shingles. She still has shingles as a result of that, would crop up again and again on her back in exactly the place that one of his hands touched her.
Wow.
So it's just
okay, this is great. Hold on. So there's a physical manifestation of an emotional and spiritual experience that she had. So if that can happen within your body, why can it not happen within anybody else's body? Why can it not happen outside of our bodies?
Well, I think it depends. I think it depends on how much you've lowered your guard. We're all on guard, you know. We all defend ourselves psychically as well as physically. But this is the danger of the ayahuasca state, that your heart opens.
So maybe there's an argument to be made for, let's say that there was this war on drugs, right? Maybe they saw it as something that was too vulnerable to be handed out to the masses without a way to, if we're giving them the best case scenario.
Sure, yeah.
I don't think that we want to treat the theys, whoever the people in charge is, with
I
best
hate
case
this
scenario.
level.
This is a very vulnerable situation. You use people, you're seeing a perfect example of somebody using it for nefarious intent.
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine the average person doing it on a Friday.
I spoke to a psychologist that does psychedelic therapy, and he even reported in a clinical trial these telepathic sort of revelations.
Oh, wow.
That common. Even in a clinical trial inside like an actual medical room, there was a person on, I think, high-dose ketamine or high-dose psilocybin, I can't remember, and the clinician that was observing them basically thought about their dog at home. This is a purely anecdotal example, but thinking about their dog at home, like, oh, did I go let the dog out? And then the patient that was on high-dose ketamine took the shade off, took off the headphones and said, I'm thinking of dogs or whatever, and was sharing effectively the same vision that they were thinking, even though only one of them was on high-dose psychedelic.
Okay,
it's,
so here we go.
Surprisingly common.
Real quick, right? How do we build the pyramids? How do you organize 20,000 people, 30,000 people to be all on the same page and deliver the blocks in the exact same ways and cut them in the exact same shapes and, well, maybe not the exact same shapes, but to certain specifications. And
you end up with this perfect thing that weighs 6 million tons and is almost perfectly oriented to true north and is 481 feet high, you know, and contains 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. And
the slightest tweak or the slightest miscalculation can turn the entire thing off and it won't even be able to stand
You
on
end up
itself.
in a corkscrew instead of a pyramid if you make the slightest error down at the base.
If you could find a way to, I don't want to even say manipulate, but access that sort of telepathic ability, it's just a better communication tool for a project of this size.
Yes, and let's not forget that there are other tele-abilities such as telekinesis, which are also sneered at by Western science, because we do everything, well, it's not so much a matter of belief. We do everything in our society through mechanical advantage. We're used to leverage, we're used to machines which do stuff, we look at cranes for building, so on and so forth. It may be that there are innate human abilities that we're not, that have actually lapsed in our society, but that are still there. And this is where, again, to those who sneer at such ideas, I would say take a close look at the work of Rupert Sheldrake. Rupert Sheldrake is a scientist, and he's done a great deal of work on telepathy. For example, this may sound trivial, but dogs who know when their owners are coming home. Now, he did randomized trials where the owners would come home at very different times, and other issues like the scent and so on were excluded. They always knew when their owner was coming home. Not always, but at a statistically significant level. Telephone telepathy. We've all had that experience, I suspect, where the phone rings and you actually know who's on the other end.
How often does a woman make a part of your body rise without even touching it?
Interesting observation.
This is the most...
That's telepathy too.
You're talking about Homo erectus.
Oh, yeah, Homo erectus. Yeah. My favorite type of human.
What I would say is that in all my books, in the thousands of pages that I've written, I have probably written no more than 2 or 3 pages on these extraordinary possibilities and extraordinary abilities. But when archaeologists attack me, they say Hancock believes in levitation by the mind.
You're in a really peculiar situation because it seems like you're unbelievably passionate about this specific, I guess, part of your life, right? But writing about it, even speaking on it, I even can tell as we're talking about it right now, you're like, people are going to use this to discredit this other thing that I've dedicated my entire fucking life to. Oh man, what a tricky situation.
It is a tricky, but we don't do it to other people. Right? Like we don't look at Wozniak and be like, your computers aren't good. Right?
No.
You should have just invented Apple.
That's because there's a narrative about the past which archaeology tells, and it's supposed to be a pretty much straight line evolutionary story.
It's much easier to digest like that,
through early agriculture to advanced industrialized societies. And the notion that there might have been a lost civilization, that we might have forgotten the whole episode from the human story, is very threatening to that narrative. And it's particularly threatening when it appears on a major platform like Netflix. I've always been attacked for my work since I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, but the level of the attacks and the characters ramped up enormously since the Netflix series.
Yeah, it's also a, sorry to cut you, but it's not like it's like
Come
a
on,
validation.
man.
It's like Netflix putting a stamp on this makes people go, oh, this must be true.
Oh my God.
Right?
It's on YouTube. It's like, oh, that's that guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas I try to make clear throughout the series that I'm expressing my personal views, and I don't claim to be 100%. I'm not saying this is how it was. I'm saying this is how it could have been. There's a difference.
There's a part of this, and I want to get back to this because I'm really fascinated by this. But there's one part of the Netflix series that I actually was really excited to talk to you in person, so you could explain to me when you were talking about the difference in the color of the bedrock. I think you were in Mexico, was it?
New Mexico.
It was New Mexico.
We were at.
There was like a line that showed
that's the Younger Dryas boundary, and it was at Murray Springs, in New Mexico or Arizona. Pretty certain it's New Mexico. It was at Murray Springs. I was with one of the scientists from the Comet Research Group, Dr. Alan West. And he was showing me the Younger Dryas boundary. Well, it's about the width of a human hand, and you see it running all the way through this draw. Now, we see it at all because there was a flash flood which cut the draw down, and the sides are exposed. It was always there, but you wouldn't know it was there unless the land had been cut and opened up as it was. And this Younger Dryas boundary contains charcoal from wildfires. And wildfires are what you expect when you have a bit of a comet air bursting up above you. It has platinum, which is very rare on planet Earth. It has iridium, which is even rarer. Yeah. There's the Younger Dryas boundary at Murray Springs. There it is. It contains shocked quartz, evidence of quartz that's been melted at temperatures of more than 2,000 degrees centigrade. It contains carbon microspherules. Yeah, they call it the black mat. It's not only found there, it's found all around the world. It's found in Belgium. It's found in many different sites in America. It's found as far east as Abu Huraira in Syria. This was a global event. And it wasn't one object hitting one place. Comets have a habit of breaking up into multiple fragments. Excuse me. Some may be quite small, so small that they don't reach the Earth. They blow up in the sky. The most recent example we've had is the Tunguska event. June 30th, 1908.
Yeah, in Russia, right?
And that was in Siberia, and it was fortunately over an uninhabited area of Siberia. They calculate that object was maybe 60 to 100 meters in diameter. It did not reach the Earth. It blew up in the sky, therefore there's no crater, but it flattened 2,000 there, the flattened trees, 2,000 square kilometers of trees were just flattened.
And they're flattened by air?
Yes, the massive pressure releases. It's like an atomic bomb going off in the sky, a massive pressure release.
Oh, so instead of the mushroom cloud going up, the mushroom cloud is pointing down at Earth. Gotcha.
If this happened over any city, it would wipe out the entire population of that city.
Right. And still nothing has grown ever since?
I'm not sure. I think it's probably regrown. These areas regrown. The one on the right is Tunguska event, I'm not sure because I've not been to that part of Siberia. But it's interesting because it was the 30th of June 1908, which is the peak of the meteor shower known as the Beta Taurids. The Earth has a relationship with the Taurid meteor stream. We pass through it twice a year. And the astronomers who are working on the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis are pretty certain that the progenitor comet of the Taurid meteor stream was what caused those impacts 12,800 years ago. And we're still in relationship with it. The comet Enki is the best known bit of the Taurid meteor stream. It's about 6 kilometers in diameter, but it's a fragment of an originally much larger, maybe 100-kilometer diameter comet that broke up into multiple pieces. And many of those pieces hit the Earth or air-bursted around 12,800 years ago and caused the onset of the Younger Dryas. I'm not saying that as a fact, I'm saying that is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, documented in probably 100 scientific papers.
Can you bring up that image that you sent me about the asteroids or the comets that have hit Earth? Mark sent me this picture. I believe it was you, Mark, that sent me it. And it was, he sent me this picture. And here are the comets that have hit Earth. And I just looked at it, and I thought this was,
doesn't it?
But wait, and I thought this was throughout history. This is since 94?
Right.
1994?
Yeah, it's like the universe is telling us to wake up.
Rogan said, we exist in we live in a shooting gallery. It's a matter of time.
It's absolutely a matter of time. And particular attention needs to be paid to the Taurid meteor stream.
Because we're
We go
gonna
through it
pass
twice a
year no
We
matter
go
what.
through
Yeah.
it in late October, early November, and we go through it in late June, early July.
Yeah, right
And
now
it's
we're
30
going
million
through the
kilometers
Taurid meteor
wide.
stream
It
right
takes
now, my
12
friends.
plus days for
Right
the Earth
now.
to pass through it on its orbit. There are large objects
On a
in
full
it. There are
moon.
many small and harmless objects in it. Yeah. It's only a
It's
matter
true.
of time before we
Going through it right now.
have an encounter. Yeah, before we have an encounter.
And to clarify, some of those are actually just asteroids that explode, I guess, in the Earth's atmosphere. So it's not
but
just.
vast majority do.
Those are all, yeah.
Sometimes they'll hit. Sometimes there have been recent cases of a bit of an asteroid or comet that's hit a house.
Really?
Yeah, there have been 2 recent cases this year.
Yeah, there was a woman in Alabama that was hit by a large asteroid that like left a bruise on her leg. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
They do make it to Earth sometimes. Somebody throwing around. The vast majority are airbursts, but they shooting stars, But they do make it to Earth. So we are in a cosmic shooting gallery, and attention needs to be paid to it, and not because we have to live in fear of gloom and doom and our planet is going to be destroyed, precisely because we have the ability and the technology now to do something about
avoid
this.
it, yeah.
If we pay attention to it, rather than paying attention to all the shit we are paying attention to, like making war on each other and investing vast quantities in weapon systems to kill one another on a scale. This is the human race has got its priorities wrong. We're still locked in a frame of mind, a state of consciousness that is not serving the human race anymore.
It's based on scarcity.
It's hatred and fear and suspicion. The media are particularly good at that and spreading that because it gets audiences, but it's so unhelpful. When we should be spreading love and confidence and hope.
So how do we allow people to experiment with mind-altering drugs without it being abused? My concern when weed became legal was that it was going to be immediately abused, and not in terms of the quantity used, the potency of it. Like the weed now, it's not even reminiscent of weed, I feel like, right? It's like this is, if we're actually trying to get to like the natural part of it.
I bought some New York edibles last night. Well, first of all, it's little pieces of chocolate, and each one contains 25 milligrams of THC.
Why would you need 25?
They're tiny. Well, it depends how much you use it. If I use cannabis very regularly, which I sometimes do,
right,
and I really want to get seriously stoned, I might need 40 milligrams.
Really?
And I felt in need of more than 25 milligrams last night for various reasons. But trying to slice that second piece up with a plastic knife wasn't very, and I think I just possibly had a little bit too much.
Also,
very potent.
Apparently heat activates the THC in a different way. Is that right? When it's baked versus like when you smoke it?
Interesting. I mean, edibles, of course, as we know, you're looking at 5 or 6 hours. Certainly, on edibles, I peak after about 2.5 hours, and I'm still in there 2 or 3 hours later. Whereas vaped,
all right, 10 more minutes, then I'm going to sign off. Thank you. 10 minutes and counting.
The dose. I can keep myself just at the place I want to be without falling deep into.
Yeah, where you can't even write anymore.
Yeah, where I can't write anymore. Yeah. So the uses. There are different uses and purposes.
It's so slow.
First of all, you legalize everything because the hasty and careless and irresponsible use of these substances is largely happening because of the illegal regime. And there are people making money out of pushing and selling these things as drugs. The first thing to do is to make them all legal. And I think but legal for adults, not legal for children. It would be much easier to explain to, our teenage son or our teenage daughter that we would like him or her to hang on until they're 21, because when you're 21, you can do whatever you like, just like everything else in our society, as long as you don't do harm to others. As I often point out, we have multiple laws already which completely govern every issue of doing harm to others. What's bizarre about the war on drugs is that they govern what we may or may not experience in our own consciousness while doing no harm to others. I think it'd be much easier to explain to a teenager who's keen to get started, this is very serious matter. Take your time. The time will come. Your mind is a little immature at the moment. Wait until you're 21, and then it's your choice.
You think 21? Would it be even later, maybe?
I think because we allow so many other things to 21-year-olds, I think that would be a natural age to put on it. Of course, every individual varies. Some 18-year-olds are very mature mentally, some are not. It depends. But if we're going to put something on it, I would say 21 is a good age. The best example of why good advice works better than illegalization is tobacco. In the sense that tobacco has never been legal, it's never been illegal. It's never been a criminal offense that could put you in prison and ruin your reputation for life and make you unemployable to smoke a cigarette.
Right.
But as it happens, we have seen a huge decline in cigarette consumption, not because people are afraid of getting locked up, but because they've had good advice.
Good education.
And they've believed it. And I think we can do that with psychedelics, but the whole thing is tainted by the war on drugs at the moment. And we need to get outside.
Go out.
You don't think it should be, like, off Akash's comment, you don't think it should be a little bit later when our brain is fully developed?
Yes, that's, perhaps it should. Okay, I'll tell my personal story. My first ever experience with psychedelics was when I was 24 years old. And that was in 1974 at the Windsor Free Festival in just outside of London, when I split a tab of acid 3 ways with a couple of friends. Had the most amazing experience ever. But I saw one of my friends had a really bad experience, and I actually didn't go back to psychedelics.
Fucking hell, man! Like, why?
The specific book in which I write about psychedelics, which is called Supernatural, and has recently been republished as Visionary. I believe strongly.
How old were you then? Sorry.
When
Psychedelic experience talk would be so cool to hear.
I was already 53.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, true. That's
Between
true.
the age of 24 and the age of 53, I had no psychedelic experiences at all. I also did not.
Well, when I was on mushrooms that day, I saw that Blue Angel, and she told me that she's really busy, and she's like, "Why are you in this field, demanding my presence?" And she said, "You gotta go home. You gotta go back to Canada, man." Wow. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. I saw this like blue friggin' woman shape, kind of with her head down with like long hair, something blocking her, purple, in the sky, come out of the sky. She's like, why, like she said, like, I'm busy. Why are you demanding my presence? Like, fucking, are you self-aware? You're this fucking asshole in this grass field. You're the other side of the world, away from your family. You need to go home. I'm like, holy shit, you're right. But then I went home like a month later.
I think the key thing
Isn't that crazy?
is let's stop making it illegal. Let's stop making it
Yeah, you think you saw the Blue Angel? Yeah, man. Not like a fart, the Blue Angel.
Ruining their lives. And then let's see what the best system we have. But
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you.
we need to sit at the feet
The
of
last time
shamans
I took mushrooms here,
how to handle
I
experiences which we're not.
she appeared again, and she's like, why are you demanding my presence again? And I'm like, I'm sorry.
These medicines are not for recreational purposes.
But then I haven't done them since.
Not the psychedelics.
And I realized I was really,
MDMA now, that's a different matter.
Did you see the
what's it called? When he's something crazy, after I eat that mushroom in that story,
Yeah, I shared it. Basically, he was in a clinical trial to study MDMA's
and she
effects
closed her
on
eyes
something
and like
completely unrelated to
held my
race relations.
arm,
He happened to be
and there was
affiliated with white
drumming.
nationalist groups. He was
Angel
acting
too busy,
at the
yeah,
right
really.
rally in
Like I need to pick up the
Charlottesville
slack on my own
and had been
shit.
involved,
I need to pick up my
throughout a
own
long period of
like
time with
spiritual
violence
slack.
after his job found out that he was affiliated with these white nationalist groups.
She's
He
got
happened
bigger
to,
things to
enroll
fry
in the
than
trial,
my
did the
issues.
study, and then as he left the study,
But yeah,
he
Sean put her arm on my arm. Then her husband was playing this drum, and then she opens her eyes and she drew a picture of what she saw. I didn't tell her that I went out in the forest and I ate mushrooms under this massive fig tree. But she drew a massive fig tree and me on the ground underneath it in the leaves looking for something. Isn't that insane? And then this fig tree had this long branch that kind of went around. It was massive, like bigger than me diameter. Huge branch. It's like a strangler fig, right? But this is an old one. And she drew that exact same
I think one of the
thing.
great things about psychedelics is they
I was
can
like,
shake
holy
it up.
fucking
They can
shit.
shake it up and get us out of these,
This is
out of these
insane.
fixed patterns. But the question of legalization
This shaman in
is complicated.
Porto
I'm
Alegre,
against
Brazil.
bureaucracies. I'm against government.
Porto
I think governments are the
Alegre.
most unhelpful things in the world today. Next, perhaps,
Porto
to religions.
Alegre.
They're causing so much misery
Yeah.
and chaos.
Is that insane? How would she know?
If you're in government,
I didn't tell her
it's in
anything.
your interests
I didn't tell her
to
any information
maximize
of my
the
day or
negative
that I
light
eat
in which you put
mushrooms
any
or
kind of
whatever.
opposition. That's what politicians do.
How
And
the
it
fuck
happens
would she have drawn
at
that?
an international level where one state
So
hates
there's
on
no
another state.
exchange of ideas. There's no.
exchange
And
of
why?
ideas.
And the metaphor.
You know, it would
So
be a-
so
it would
the
be a
issue
thoroughly
the
good
issue is
idea,
the
if
metaphor,
every leader
right?
of every country, anybody running
That
for political
I'm
office were-
looking for something on the ground, and she said it with like bloody, like blood in my mouth, like a wolf, like a psychopathic wolf, looking for the next high, the next rush.
This is the bar.
At what cost? At what environmental cost? At what, like,
And then you can apply.
even my connection with my family, right? I'm in this field looking for mushrooms and cow shit in Brazil.
Oh, it's MDMA.
Why?
Ecstasy. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, we've had some.
This experience I had with MDMA.
Fuck, it was the most insane experience of my life.
You've never
One was telling me to go to church. What? Holy shit, dude. Hell yeah, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, years
When did
ago.
you go?
Sometime in the
Yeah, man.
2000s and late, maybe 2000s.
The first time I ever did it,
I don't know. I
it was
don't
crazy.
remember exactly.
Nice, dude.
We go.
I was with Santa.
Was just like a woman telling you to go to church, or this being?
Take the MDMA, and I did, and I took it, and we got into a bit of a state about it because I felt
That's
she should
crazy.
be in there.
Yeah.
All the wrong things I was thinking, as usual.
Of course.
But I didn't thoroughly enjoy that experience. But this one that I had more recently, where Santa and I took it together before we took the 5-MeO, was just beautiful.
There's a pill called it, and it is an ecstasy pill. So it's got MDMA, but it also probably has
Cool,
some
man.
like coke and some other stuff in there, whatever.
Yeah, I've gotten
But
insanely high off
it's
weed too.
Probably the most amazing.
Where I saw many
feeling I've
spirits
ever had.
in Brazil.
I mean,
That was like
it
after
was
hash.
that Burning Man, and we had a third of it. We
In a
were
very
just
crystal,
sharing
like
it,
a
and
lot
it
of
was-
quartz
don't get me
crystal
wrong, at
area.
Burning Man, you're already filled. You've already
In
filled with
central
so much
Brazil.
love and appreciation, and like your walls are down, and it's like everybody around you is also giving so much, so it puts you in this great giving state. But it enhanced it.
Yeah, man.
And
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
It felt like
How
New York
long were you
City.
in the States?
I don't know
I mean,
why.
it was several hours,
You were in
but
New York
what
City.
was really interesting about it
But I was in the
was
middle of
the
this,
music
like
that I
the
was
Brazilian
listening to.
savannah,
I don't even
and
know if
I
this is
kind
possible
of put my
or
head down and I
explain, but
saw
let's
all
just
these
say
spirits as if I was in
the
Grand
music
Central
that I
Station
was
or
listening
something
to
walking
while I
by,
was in
and then
the
when I looked
state
up again, they were all
kind of
gone. And when I
captured
kind of put my
the
head down
state.
again, they were all
And
around
when
me. I
would
heard the
listen
noise.
to that
It was
music
crazy, man.
afterwards,
I
it
was,
would like
I was like, as I was,
trigger that emotional
it was crazy.
state for months.
As if the
Now
savannah
it
turned into
stopped,
Grand Central
but for the
Station at
next few
5
months,
o'clock or
just
something.
hearing the music gave me a little bit of those
It
feelings.
was the most
wasn't
insane thing I
it
ever
was a
had. I was
fraction
high
of
on
what those feelings
hashish.
actually were. And something was happening in here. It was like Pavlovian. Like I heard that we were listening. There's this great DJ Blondish that we were listening to, and all these
One
things
told me
kinda
something
came
about my
together.
mother's
They're all
mom.
connected together in your mind in some
I'm
way.
out of here.
Flashback experience. Why would
Oh,
we
wow.
seek to deny adults the
Insane.
right to have these experiences? I mean, what's the sense of it? I just.
What
I
would you
just
say
don't-
worst case scenario?
Insane,
like if we were
dude.
making the argument for worst case scenario, what would it be?
I think that we have the worst case scenario right now when
Which is not giving them the opportunity.
yeah, not giving the or
abuse
if
of
you
it?
if you take that opportunity, you're breaking a law and you're running a risk. And
All right,
people got the
I'm
right
gonna
to
sign
break
off,
down
man. I'm
and
sorry.
ruin your reputation.
I don't mean.
That's
I'm
the
not. I don't mean to
worst-
cut you
we're
off,
in the
but
worst case scenario.
Fair.
So anything can be better than
I
that.
just don't want people to. I want
I'm not
people
gonna
to
sign
try
off
these
or
things
I'm gonna
and,
sign
like,
off in the
great.
next few
Obviously
minutes.
going with
Please
these
write.
guys
Keep
at different
typing, man.
times
It's
of
really
Burning Man and,
interesting.
like, having them experience
The first time,
this amazing.
that was time.
You know,
30 minutes. It's fine.
I don't want to call it. A
What was I gonna say? Yeah, the first time I ever did it, it was in Brazil too, and I got thrown back to a time when I was a child, when I was like abused, and it like really messed me up. I like broke down bawling, and I realized that that moment really affected me when I didn't think it really affected me, but it affected me big time.
I don't want them to be able to take meth.
Yeah,
I'd
at the
maybe
age of like
rather them
7.
take this other stuff. So like I know
Yeah,
worst
threw,
case
like as if it
scenario
threw me back in
in
time.
that regard, not in terms of what you've
And
obviously been through.
I was like,
and what some of the other
no,
people
like
have
this
been through.
terror coming
So,
back, as if I was there again.
As much as I
I
just want to
broke
open up the
broke down into
floodgates, I
tears
still
in the
want to pack
field,
enough, like you said
in
earlier,
this field in Brazil,
information, so it just doesn't get imbued.
under the sun. These cows around.
And chances are that the product they have sold will not be as good as they would be if it were fully.
And you have the danger of the black market with the fentanyl and everything.
What if it's only accessible through a therapeutic setting?
Like, come on.
I'm not in favor of that, because then that empowers the so-called experts in our society to decide what we may or may not experience. And I think that this is an issue.
I had moments to realize what an impact on me when I was little. Oh, really? You too, eh? It's crazy, dude. It's so crazy, man. It's such a good healer.
Some guy who's not even ayahuasquero could potentially say that.
I don't want it to be that way, but I do want people who
Okay,
would like to experience psychedelic
this time is it's gonna be a journey.
So maybe the question is like
this issue of end of life and old people's homes. You know, I would like to pay tribute to Amanda Fielding, who runs the Beckley Foundation.
I'm watching psychedelics videos YouTube.
Amanda is now in her early 80s.
I gotta eat, and then I want to go outside and play some basketball again or something.
Since the 1960s. She has funded a lot of the
Went down the rabbit hole, yeah, really, dude. On the full moon, totally, man.
She feels
oh, it's a full moon. I could go out late. I can play basketball and go out late into the night with the full moon. Oh shit! I think I know what I'm doing tonight.
Yeah. You know, great.
There might be fireflies too. It's late in the season though for fireflies.
Practitioners. Yeah. The lady who facilitated the 5-MeO
Firework. Oh
session
right,
with
4th of July.
that Santa and I had.
Hell yeah, man.
Actually, her main role
yeah.
is to go and offer psychedelic therapy to old people, but it's having to be done under the carpet rather than above.
It's a bummer.
Have you experienced holotropic breathwork?
Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I need to do more work. I know that it can be beneficial. I have tried.
Yeah, man, and I have a strong association with these crystals, and when I take mushrooms,
What is that? Perhaps I'm just being lazy.
these crystals are like they glow and they're insane. Like check out this agate that was under my foot when I took this mushroom. It's insane.
Nature offers us many ways to get.
Like there's just so many, but
Yeah, really, it can be very.
Yeah.
Did you hallucinate?
No, I didn't hallucinate, but I like started crying. I was sweating.
Yeah.
I was like, it was a weird fucking experience. I was so tired afterwards. So tired. This is relatively recent.
A natural release.
It's just like, it was like a coach.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Anybody who's really interested in the whole DMT story, I highly recommend the work of Dr. Rick Strassman from the University of New Mexico. His book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He was the first scientific researcher to work with human volunteers in DMT legally in the 1990s. And Rick is a beautiful person, and he's written a fantastic book about that experience. And he will be involved also in the new project that's going to take place in Colorado. So highly recommend Rick Strassman, DMT, the Spirit Molecule.
Yeah. So aliens.
Well, you see, this is the thing, that DMT volunteers, and I myself on DMT, have repeatedly experienced encounters with what might be construed as aliens. Because again, I'm handing a stick to my opponents to beat me with. Yeah. And so I would like to point out, and I went into this in depth in my book, Visionary, now titled Visionary, used to be called Supernatural, that the experiences that shamans have with spirits, the experiences that people in the Middle Ages up until about the 1950s had with fairies and elves, and the experiences that people have with aliens today, they're all the same experience, construed through different cultural lenses. The details of the experience in every case are almost identical. Once you get down to the phenomenology and examine the exact experiences that are reported, it turns out that they're all the same experiences. It's just that different cultures construe them in different ways. And right now we're construing those encounters as encounters with aliens. Well, certainly they are alien to this realm, but are they coming in spaceships, or are they crossing interdimensional space, or are they all within our minds somehow?
Mark, the guy that you spoke to, did you put that episode out yet? Yes.
With Rick Barnett, yeah.
Yeah. So Mark spoke to a guy who claims to have been abducted.
Oh, that guy. Yeah.
This was
by
a piece of
aliens.
quartz.
And
This was a piece of quartz that was glowing on the side of the road when I was high on mushrooms.
I don't know. I
And,
asked him
like, it's
sort of like
peripherally.
Yeah, peripherally, and he didn't really seem to. He didn't elect that information outright. I didn't press on.
He may be a natural overproducer of DMT. It's notable that people in the Middle Ages were repeatedly reported being
And this is
abducted
the
by
photo
fairies. Shamans are
I
repeatedly
took
abducted
of it
by spirits.
that I swear to God, it like
Shamans
tells
have
everything in my
sex with
life. I
female
see my
spirits in
like
the spirit
passed away
world.
grandmother with a bowl of
Alien
soup. I see my
abductees
passed
today
away
have,
cousin in
have
it.
sex with aliens and often produce hybrid children. It was the case with fairies as well. It's the same thing. We're just viewing it through different cultural lenses, I think. And I think it's very useful to analyze this experience if you look at these earlier examples of how it was construed.
There were like ancient civilizations that spoke of the star people, or like is that a version of
There's
that?
a fascinating imagery on the second shrine of the tomb of Tutankhamun, which is in the museum in Cairo now. And what it is, it's a gold. The whole shrine is covered in gold, and on one side of it is an image of individuals who are in mummified form, but they're looking up at a star, and rays from the star are coming down into their forehead, right into their forehead, and talk about star people and talk about the pineal gland. I mean, that's what it seems like. Let's see if we can find
Any
it.
of these, perhaps?
That's actually from the second shrine, but that's not the image I'm talking about. That may be the image. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. My eyesight's so shit, I can't see.
Yeah, it's not very high quality.
No, that's not it anyway. But anybody who searches far enough and spends enough time will find it. It's a very famous image. And there's this direct connection with the stars that is manifested in that image.
So as far as global knowledge is concerned, all these ancient cultures building pyramids, building different mound structures connected to the stars in some capacity. I know
Should have gotten some Miami Beach sand put up in there. Yo, dude, totally, I know.
Just connection with psychedelics that occur.
Oh my God, I had no space in my neon on the way back.
That could give those revelations.
Couldn't even put sand.
My view on the
Okay,
possible
thanks a lot
lost
for
human
watching.
civilization is first of all that civilization,
Alright, I'll show the mushrooms, why not?
like all other
I'll pull up some
civilizations
photos.
on Earth, emerged out of shamanism, and that psychedelics and the use of consciousness-altering plants and fungi were fundamental to that shamanistic culture, just as they were to every other shamanistic culture. But it took a different direction from some other ones, and became capable of navigating and exploring the Earth at a very, very early date, and studied astronomy in an almost scientific sense.
Do you think it's possible that this same experience happened to what are we, Homo sapien?
We're Homo sapiens, yeah.
Did it happen to, what were you bringing up earlier?
Homo erectus,
Homo erectus,
Neanderthal.
Neanderthals. Could they have also dabbled? Did
I think
they
it's
have the intellect?
I think it certainly happened with Neanderthals. There's more and more evidence that cave art that was attributed to Homo sapiens was actually done by Neanderthals.
Wow.
And it may be that the Neanderthals taught the ancestors of anatomically modern humans how to paint. That is even possible. There's very strong evidence now that Neanderthals were doing cave art, and the same geometric patterns and the same entities appeared there. They're not so different from anatomically modern humans, and anyway they live on in us because there's so much Neanderthal DNA up to these may be some examples of Neanderthal cave art.
But did Homo erectus, I think you mentioned that they were sailing?
Well, they certainly did sail, because they got, as far as I recall, even as far away as some of the Pacific Islands, Micronesia, maybe even New Guinea. But the problem is we don't have any evidence from that period, apart from a few skeletal and fossil remains. The evidence for psychedelic use in cave art is fundamentally derives from the art itself.
Yeah.
That was why I went to the Amazon to drink ayahuasca in 2003. I thought I had finished my inquiry into the possibility of a lost civilization. I was wrong. I went back to it later because new evidence, particularly Göbekli Tepe, came out. I was looking for a new subject that really interested me. Human origins interested me. And then this sort of burst of symbolism and creativity that occurs 100,000 years ago or less And that's when I started to look at cave art. And then I came across the work of a professor at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, David Lewis Williams. His neuropsychological model of cave art suggested that cave art was documenting experiences in deeply altered states of consciousness. And he made a strong case for that. Then I thought, okay, let's look at cultures that are using deeply altered states of consciousness now. So I started looking at the Amazon, and I came across an amazing book written by Luis Eduardo Luna, with paintings by Pablo Amaringo, an Amazonian shaman, depicting his ayahuasca.
Sorry, dude, I have no idea where it
There were
is.
so many common points with the cave art. I'm a boots-on-the-ground researcher. I can't write a book about something if I don't experience it. That's why I spent 7 years scuba diving. So, I said to Santa, we have to go to the Amazon and drink ayahuasca if I'm going to write this book.
Nice, man. Nice, buddy. Heck yeah. Good luck, my man.
Completely, yeah, it makes complete sense to me.
Listen to
it certainly wasn't about hunting magic.
the God and the Shaman, man, let them solve everything we dumb. We gotta do a podcast listening to them. Yeah, really. Man, I can't find the photo, I'm sorry.
There's no evidence that they were eating the animals that are depicted in the cave art. A lot of animals are depicted, but shamans often experience themselves transforming into animals. Spirit animals, So it all makes much more sense to me, and the geometry that accompanies it, and the scintillating patterns. It's all psychedelic art, in my view.
Is it odd to have had these experiences and speak to people who haven't? Because as I talk to you right now, I feel like you've existed. It's not another country. I feel like you've existed in like a different dimension or
reality.
Like the Spider-Verse, like a different like as part of the multiverse. That's kind of what it feels like. And you've existed in both. And you can relate to me on the things that I'm saying because you know what it's like. But the things you're describing to me, I can't even really wrap my head around them.
Go drink some ayahuasca.
It makes me want to do it.
Yeah. Go drink some ayahuasca in a properly controlled shamanic setting, where the shamans know what they're.
You got to give me the name of that fucking vampire before I go do it. Either, right? That's terrifying.
He's on everybody's watch list now.
Good.
Yeah. He won't be going, but there are some good places, and I'm not saying that there aren't good places available in the West as well.
But is that a common experience you've had with people? Like, I'm fascinated by what you're describing, but it is so foreign.
Yeah, it's very difficult for those who've not had the experience to relate to it. For those who have had the experience, it's very easy to relate to it. So I'm kind of bridging two worlds. I'm trying to use my functionality in this realm as a storyteller, as a person of words, to bring across some element of that experience, and fundamentally to say to people, we shouldn't demonize this. We should consider that it's played a huge role in the human story.
Has it dulled your experience within this reality that we share it all, knowing that there's this alternative version?
It seems more precious.
So it's enhanced it.
It's enhanced it.
That's good.
I feel incredibly fortunate to have had this incarnation, to still be in this incarnation.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, that's another thing which I can't prove, but I do think reincarnation makes a lot of sense.
Why is that?
Well, firstly because of firstly because
I can't find it.
Ian Stevenson's amazing study called Children Who Remember Past Lives. Ian Stevenson was a psychologist, and
all right, I found a couple, but I think we've seen them before, but I couldn't find the one I was thinking of. But check these out.
Our culture discourages children from remembering past lives. In India, they don't. And he went to India and he interviewed children in India up to the age of 7. After the age of 7, it's all forgotten. Tends to be all forgotten. We get so absorbed in this life. But up to the age of 7, there are distinct past life memories. And this appears to be true of all children. It's just that some cultures allow those memories to be manifest and others don't. And he did scientific work. So an example might be a child who remembered his name, living in a village 300 or 400 miles away from where he's living now. He remembered the house that he lived in. He remembered an object that he'd concealed in that house in that past life. Then they would go to the house, they would find the object, they would know that there was a
There's
person.
some crazy stories I've heard.
Now this is proper work. This is not woo-woo. This is, again, recommending a book, Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives.
How stupid do you feel?
Wait, what?
Catholic.
And you know, that's another reason why is it transhumanism that seeks to make us immortal in our physical bodies? Is that what it is?
Yeah, the singularity.
I'm not a big fan of that. I like the idea of the deck being reshuffled and coming back and having multiple lives, rather than being stuck in this one forever.
Speaking of religion, I've actually been wondering, how do religious people take your theories?
Badly.
Because here's what's interesting.
The only thing that generally rings a bell is the story of the flood. The story of the flood is very important to my work, and of course it's found in the Old Testament, and it's found in Islam, and it's found in Judaism as well.
Well, here's this
and it's found in many other religions.
And all jokes aside, I've actually been kind of like questioning my faith recently, and I was thinking this would actually make it way easier, because one thing I'm struggling with is the Earth is billions of years old. Humans have existed for what, 100,000 years? It's such a blip on the radar.
Humans about 300,000 years.
It's 300,000 out of billions. But if you told me there's a reality in which, or a history in which...
This was the one that threw me back in time to my childhood when I was abused.
And then we restart. And then the same thing happens over and over again throughout history. As a religious person, I'm like, oh, that can explain away me being like, if God made all this for humans, why are we here such a small time in the Earth's history?
It can help. And you know, whether the realm we live in is created or has developed accidentally, the absence of certainty about everything is
I could use that for 3 days.
Experience. But if we were all certain, absolutely scientifically certain,
yeah, we split it.
And there's nothing
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend and I, we split it. She was the one that taught me all that, introduced me. She's the friggin' shaman.
Seriously, we might have.
No, she's not the shaman, but I mean,
a flippant
eat. We just ate it.
Whereas the lessons that this life has to teach are lessons that are based on the uncertainty of everything. We don't know what death is. We don't know what consciousness is. These are all mysteries. Right. We must make our choices against that background of mystery and decide what we're going to do with the gift of life that we have.
It just looks so alien, man.
Came our way. So the Greeks...
You're nuts. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was crying on the ground amongst cows in a field.
That's part of the deal, that we should forget the past life. And Buddhism, the only individuals who
dude, and then check this out.
Come back with full memory.
We collected some poo from this one or a different one. And check this out. I grew.
They've achieved nirvana. But
I put it in a pot outside, some of the cow poo, and look and I put a random crystal, and look where this mushroom sprouted out, right beside the crystal. Now, how strange is this? How strange is this association, right? An entire fucking pot, put a random ass crystal, and it appears right beside the crystal. I mean, guys, like, is it coincidence? I don't know. I have all these associations with these, like, crystals.
Make sure you check out the debate in October.
It's glowing blue, dude.
Check out all the books. Check out your website.
Looks cool.
I'm sure all the information is located there.
GrahamHancock.com. Yeah,
We'll post it in
everything is there.
And everything. But thank you so much for taking the time.
So I grew it.
Excellent.
Thank you. It's been great fun.
You can't. It sprouted. It's amazing. Not here, and like it didn't grow it, but you know what I mean. From the cow poo, and you mix it in the soil. Look at this. Right beside the freaking crystal, like it's crazy, man. Oh, check this out. Look at that. Look at this fucking thing. Oh my god, man. Look at this shit. It's so insane. You know what I did here? We went with these dogs and we climbed this hill, and this dog caught this like mouse and brought it to us, this wild dog in Brazil, and we kind of rejected that dog bringing the food to us, and then it ate, and then we went out for pizza, and we ate the pizza, and the dogs were around us, and we didn't give any food to the dog, because I didn't think we didn't want it, like the restaurant owner, I was in a different country, I was in Brazil, I didn't want them to get upset, like giving food to these dogs, get the dogs out of here. And then I felt just so guilty because I saw the disappointment in their eyes that they spent the whole afternoon with us. We didn't give them any pizza, and it like broke my heart, broke their heart. I learned a big lesson that day. 50,000 species, yeah, identified. Open my windows in like 2 weeks. Think I made the right call, yeah. Okay, I do have to go though. Thank you very much for being here. I gotta go. Good stream. Thanks, bro. Thanks, dude. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you, Scotty, for that sub. Thank you, Dick, for the $3 for the bits. Thank you, everybody, for watching, for being here, the combo, the laughs. All right. So let's read somebody maybe. Follow Dirty Harry. Dirty Harry's streaming GoldenEye right now. If you want to watch more GoldenEye, Dirty Harry 44. We're rating Scotty because Scotty's a legend, but Dirty Harry 44 is playing GoldenEye right now. Peace out. Thanks for being here. Thank you.